All right, doing a quick test. Check, check, check. Everything looks good on the mic. It's going to take me a second to update some of these table settings because there are a lot of them, so people, please be patient with me. But because they're going to see some things on the table that are not correct, those are from last year. So this is technically deployment. And we are looking at modified. Actually, hold on. Keep that one around just in case we have a progressive score later. There we go. Table 1 with Tom Robinson versus Adam Ballard. Oh no, 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 no. Did we lose a cam? We might have lost a camera. That would be unfortunate. Hold on. We have this working, so what happened? Okay. We're back there. Let me make sure that that's not set to deactivate. No, good. Okay. So for here, for everyone watching at home, try to get y'all's chat up so I can see it simultaneously. We have table 1, Tom Robinson versus Adam Ballard. Adam coming from you from the top end of the table. Tom Robinson coming at you from the bottom end of the table. We will get their lists pulled up here in just a minute in order to have those available. We're going to do a quick check on table 2 just to make sure that I get that set up deep into this. So again, this is not the people from last year. This year it is going to be Paul Welsh versus Ryan Smith. Main table in focus but frozen. Yeah, hopefully that's fixed by the time chat catches up. We'll find out. So, because it looked like it was working. It was definitely frozen on my end as well, and then it looked like we had fixed it. So fingers crossed that that is the case. Okay, go ahead and hide this. And this is deployment with an O. All right. Cool, good to hear. So it's going to take a minute for the audio to catch up on the chat side, but that is A-okay. That's expected. We're probably going to have about a 15-second delay between chat and the tables themselves. It's on Fanatics. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I posted on Fanatics. Yeah. All right. Cool. And then I got to actually make this large enough so I can tell what the heck's going on. As much as I can. So it looks like Ryan and Paul have just finished up deployment. So for the record, scenario is kill. So let me see if I can get that up here. Scenario. All turn. 10 kill. Okay, this is a disaster. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Nick. Good to hear from you. I am doing my best to hopefully bring you guys some good commentary here in a moment. So we're just finishing setup, making sure that everything is working good on my end. Little red pointer's working for this scenario. There we go. Alrighty, so all that is good. Going back to Stable 1 real quick. Just continues to work and doesn't break horribly. Yes, we are good. Cool. Tom and Adam continuing to deploy on their end. Can I get this any bigger? Did they just destroy my ability to make? There we go. That's better for me, at least. Okay, there we go. Much better, so that I can see the full table. Oh, this is where I need that extra monitor. All right, Shane Coxon afforded master for this. Stuck in a charismatic, tactically minded streamers on an RC. Mortal qualified. Well, my biggest issue right now is that last year we had a nice big extra monitor for me to put up the display on so I could see things a little better. So we might try to figure that out here in between a round or something. But for now, looking at the Tom versus Adam game, looks like Tom has deployed. We're going to pull up their list here momentarily. So let's get those up and running. And we'll try to go through it and point out what everything is from the overhead. Nope, not that one. This one. My little pointer working. Yes, beautiful, perfect. Okay, so Adam Ballard, Tom, and then Ryan Smith and Paul Welsh, respectively. I have suspicion by the time we get back to Paul and Ryan's game, we're going to have a little bit of things that have progressed, but we'll play catch-up when we get there. So, for Tom and Adam's, we're going to go through the list real quick as Adam is moving his stuff as soon as his list loads up for me. So we have a regiment, 2 regiments of skeletal spearmen. Those are going to be, I believe, here and here, respectively. So they're basically on the outside of his flanks coming down from the top of the table. So we have a troop of mummies and a regiment of mummies. I want to say that they're both here centrally. So we got the regiment there and the troop here, respectively. We have skeleton warriors, a horde. That's going to be the only horde on the table for Adam, at least infantry horde, I should clarify. Large infantry, we have 2 hordes and slave guardians, there and there, respectively. We have 2 regiments of scavengers, one that's kind of hiding now central, and one that's in the back center. And then we have a soul snare. Soul snare is... I'm going to take a... Looks like he's using the original Casket of Souls model, so I'm assuming it's this thing here. Either that or that is Shobek, just at a very odd angle. I'll get a triple check here in a moment. Just tracking 50 millimeters. If that's not the... Oh, you know what? That's the Idol of Shobek in the front center because it's on a 50. That makes more sense. Cool. Idol of Shobek right here. And then we have a Bone Giant center, as well as the Monolith, inspiring everything in a big circle. Revenant Champion chilling over here. It's on foot. Completely naked. Just a regular foot Rev Champion. And then we have the Wolf, the Lone Wolf special character. Don't ask me to pull the stats up for that. It's going to take a minute. But it's currently hiding in the back as an individual. And then this is Sebek Ray the Accursed, the only remaining individual. Back center, EOD doing what they do best, playing at a big ball. So seeing them push up the left side of the table. Again, the scenario is kill. So I suspect this is just going to be a bunch of stuff. There will be some Outriders on the flank, but this is going to be a push forward and mash face game for round 1. Tom on the other side, looking at his list, we have 2 regiments of pack hunters, which look like we have 1 on the far right, 1 on the far left, respectively. We have 3 hordes of ice elementals. These are all going to be center, center, center. One of them has the fire oil, which is ironic, given that they're ice elementals. We have 3 regiments of snow foxes, which 1, 2, 3, nice, easy to spot. Then we have 2 ice queens. They're hiding behind the ice elementals, respectively. One of them has Amulet of Fireheart, Surge 8, Heal 5, Bane Chant 2. The other one has Conjure Staff, Surge 8, Heal 5. Then we have 3 Snow Troll Primes, one with the Trickster's Wand, as you do. Snow Trolls, oops. Everything's getting dragged. Let me lock this down. That's a danger. Yeah. Lock that, cool. All right, and then also lock this. All right, he has Snow Troll Prime 1, Snow Troll Prime 2, Snow Troll Prime 3. And then he has the formation, the Talonar's Vanguard formation. We have, interestingly enough, the birds for the formation are all the way over here. So he's got the Talonar's, the Frostcraw Riders that come with the Ice Bombs are all the way over here. And the other 2 troops look like they are hiding as a second line behind his ice elemental. So not even worrying about the rallying, which I think in this case is okay because I don't think Adam has enough shooting to really threaten them, especially when they're just hiding behind everything. So, and then looks like they are on the bottom of turn 1. What is going on? Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Bot 1. Shifting over to table 2. Chat really quick here. Shamecock's into Fort Master. I got 7 freedom points on Ballard. Mike is picking up your exhales pretty heavily. Try my best here. See if I can clean that up here in a moment. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's see if I can fix that. Test, test, test. Okay, that's looking a little better. Damn it. Okay, I thought I had it. This mic doesn't have a pop filter. That's part of the problem. Test, 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 test. Good test, bad test. Test, test, test. Well, it's going to have to be like that. I think that's the best I'm going to get it at this time. So we'll make it work. 5, 7, yada, 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 yada. Games shit busted back to work. Yada. I'm doing the travel and choose math through. Thank you, Janice. All right. Table 2 with Paul. We are well ahead of deployment. Catching up here. This should be, from the look of it, based on Ryan's move, this should easily be bottom of 1. If I had to guess, this is top of 2, actually. I'm guessing Ryan went, or Paul went first on this one. So top 2. There goes alternative kill. Reading off of their lists real quick. Going to be doing our best to identify what the smaller selection to read from for my end, but starting with Paul's list, we have Morax. Oh, okay, I keep getting this backwards. This is Ryan's list. Sorry, Ryan's list labeled Welsh's Bane, just to confuse me when I'm trying to figure things out real quick. 3 troops of Tundra Wolves, which he's running dead center in the front. Little bold, given that there are some Mind Screeches out. 2 hordes of Hellstrikers, so these are going to be here respectively. He has a regiment of Morax. If I had to make a educated guess as to which one is the Morax. I'm going to assume it's this unit here on the far left. He has a regiment of reborn legionnaires. That's going to be here next to the shrine. He has a horde of Riftforge legionaries, the only horde he has. Then he has a storm giant, which is here on the hill, just poking its head over the hill. He has the shrine, which is going to be back centered, providing its fury aura to everything within 6 inches. He has a Rift Forger, which I believe is here hiding in between, either that or it is his Lone Ranger character, and vice versa over here. The Lone Ranger might actually be the one poking on the very far side, just using that impassable terrain to make things easy. That is a big piece of impassable, which is really going to kind of force them in. So we're going to see how that goes, but then he has a God Speaker with the Inspiring Talisman. Let's be back there. Then he also has Thonar, who I believe is the other model poking his head over the hill. So I don't think he has any assisting inspiring over for these Hellstrikers. He's just left them over there to do what they want to do. They have Wine of Elvenkind, so they're actual proper fast-flying, nimble cav. And Mead of Madness on his unit here, allowing it to charge 1 inch further. And for Mr. Welsh, for reals this time, we have 2 regiments of Scarecrows and 2 hordes. Horde, horde, regiment, regiment. We have 2 troops of Phantoms, presumably here, right behind them. Though in this case, we have to triple check on those Phantoms in a moment. He has 2 hordes of Butchers. One is here, so they're both kind of angled inwards. 3 regiments of Soul Flayers, one with the Staying Stone. I believe they are here, here, and here, respectively. Either that or these are the 3 Soul Flayers, and these are the 2 Phantoms. So, upon looking a little closer, these are the 2 Phantoms. So he's using the actual Mantic models, that makes it a little easier to tell. 2 Mind Screeches, both respectively. Both the old-fashioned lightning bolt kind. And he has the Portal of Despair chilling in the back, like you do, as most all shrines end up doing. He has a Horror, it's right there, and he has Shaniqua, the Wailing Shadow, who, if I had to guess, is wandering around trying to get a juicy charge somewhere, but I don't see them right this minute. That is always the trick with individuals in these live casts, is pinning them down. Alrighty. So while they're sorting that out, it looks like they're doing some preliminary shooting. Paul looks like he's going to do some lightning bolts here on Senior Ryan. If I had to take a guess, it's going to be to plink off some of the Tundra Wolf troops. I'm going to shift us back to table 1 real quick, just because it's going to be a very very technical game, so a lot more stuff is going to be covered in the movement, I feel, versus the more dice rolling game of our other table. So looking at Adam's table, looks like the Skeleton Warrior Horde was already picked up, which that's pretty impressive. So it's going to be this is going to be top of 2. 2. So Adam went first. So the Pack Hunters plus the Ice Elemental Hordes, if I had to take a guess, unloaded into the Skeleton Warrior Horde and did it. So it gives Tom an early edge there. I'm going to actually check real quick. What are the bonus points? Because bonus points I checked really quick and they were all kill related, but I did not go further than that. I was just like, cool, it's kill. Everything is kill. Extra bonus points for killing your opponent's least expensive unit, 150 points for killing all of their inspiring units, and 75 points for keeping your least experienced unit alive. So some bonus points to be earned for killing very specific things. I know it looks like the camera's frozen right now, but it's not. I promise you, they're both just in total thinking mode, staring over the table. So now we will flip back to Paul and Ryan real quick, while Adam's doing some shifting. But my assumption right now is that Adam's going to need to slowly approach Tom. He needs to get in there fast, given it like kill changes things a lot. And I'd argue that kill is very beneficial to Tom in this instance because EOD is not good at kill. EOD is good at playing scenario. So I suspect that Adam's going to need to push in hard and like start getting the big boys to play, picking up ice elemental hordes, picking up pack hunters. He needs to take some of the threat away, and that's going to be difficult because all the ice elemental hordes can do the same surge shenanigans that EOD can, making it difficult to jump inward. Plus, Tom has this nice little section on the right that makes it additionally difficult to come in between the Snow Troll Prime and the Flappy Raven Divers and the Pack Hunters, respectively. All of those are... It's a good threat from the flank, it's a good counterpunch from the Berserker Elves, and it's good Ice Elementals in the front that can all surge. It's all difficult to come into, but I don't think Adam has a choice as he doesn't have the shooting to really overcome that. So, shifting over to table 2. Hopefully Ryan saw it open, so hopefully the table's still clean. Looks like Paul's shooting. As Ryan's cowboy hat leaves the stand here. If I had to take a guess, Ryan lost at least one troop? No, he did not. No troops of wolves died. Instead, it looks like some damage was dealt to the Storm Giant. And Paul's entire line looks to be flush. So Ryan could potentially charge in some of these wolf troops to effectively jam up a bunch of stuff. Now, the problem is that all of those Soul Flayers are just waiting to jump over and get things in the flank after things engage. And the Scarecrows are durable enough to basically play the thick chaff role, and they'll beat up the wolves before the wolves beat up them. So it's going to be difficult to approach that, especially given the impassable terrain on the left-hand side. I don't know that the Hellstrikers on the right have a charge on anything. It looks like Paul did a good job blocking off all the flanks of the various Phantoms. And if one, so this Phantom troop is in line of sight to the Hellstrikers, but it's out of arc. Or even if it's not out of arc, he's basically saying that the 2 Butcher Hordes should be able to perform cleanup. So it gives Ryan a very limited selection of things he can actually do, and I think Ryan similarly does not have the ranged plink to really pick up some of these chaff pieces of Paul where he would really need to actually get some stuff done. All right, looks like Adam's making some choices on table 1. Adam is starting to engage. Looks like he's committing Shobik and the Bone Giant. So he's going big or he's going home. So I think that's the right call, given he just does not have the shooting to play keep away, and the longer he waits, the worse it's going to get as he bleeds off. So I think I'm not a huge fan of it, but I think it's the best option. So he's taking the Giant and Shobik in. Those are the things that are most likely to survive. I don't necessarily think they kill the Ice Elementals. In fact, they realistically should not. Maybe the Giant, if it gets a really high roll on its Slayer, assuming he took the sword, which didn't take the sword, I'd be surprised. Giant took the sword. So yeah, so Slayer D6 plus the D6 plus the regular 8 dice. There's a solid chance that if he rolls just really high on his blasts, that effectively he could potentially pop the center one, but that would still be a pretty big Hail Mary. Starting out at -16, so Giants sitting on 4s are very finicky. That's the only unit that I would expect to break. Shobek would have to roll extremely hot to break his elementals, respectively. The Ranger, Adam has the Wolf. The Wolf does not look like it's currently beelining for the center. So one of the rules that the special character for the event has, the Lone Wolf, is Dread, which would help to modify some of those combats. It won't help the Bone Giant, but it could potentially help Shobek. But I don't see him moving that. I think that's the right call. I think it's one of the only units in his list that does not require Surge in order to be flexible to prevent some of the flanking units coming around on the right-hand side from Tom. I also think they've done the traditional removing of the trees. As everyone knows, when you put a template of a forest on a table, it's only a very short matter of time before you just pull the trees off that template because they just get in the way. So I believe this what looks like a swimming pool in the center is actually a forest, not difficult terrain, and they have just removed the trees. So line of sight blockage is what is currently holding back a lot of Adam's movement here, I believe. Now he's contemplating what he has to do to avoid getting charged by either the snow troll or foxes or potentially the raven divers, who at least I believe do not have Pathfinder. I believe that's the free dwarf version off the top of my head. I'm sorry, the Frostclaw riders. Popped his scavengers as well to block up the third ice elemental horde. And one of the trolls on the left. I don't know if Tom has played with withdraw rules. I don't know that he'll use withdraw rules. Could be interesting to see the ice troll perform a corkscrew on Shobek, potentially. He would have to withdraw or even just back up the ice elementals. He may not even need withdraw to do it. He could just back the ice elementals on the left-hand side up, which would probably be the best way to put significant damage on Shobek. I don't know that it's necessary, though. I think he just grinds and uses the heal from his Ice Queens to keep that unit up while battering down the right side of Adam's line here, so to speak. I'd be more worried about the Giant right now if I were in Tom's situation. He might be able to get a if the Giant doesn't pop the center troll or center ice elementals, his ice troll on the right could potentially get a corkscrew flank, which is kind of a similar situation. It's is that risky? Is that not? I would argue with the Slave Guardians that's still probably not the right call because I don't think Tom has enough damage to take out a Giant in one shot. The dash at 19 nerve is pretty tanky, to say the least. But yeah, Adam parsing out his right-hand flank here just to see how that's going to work out for him. It's back over to Ryan and Paul, respectively. Looks like Ryan, they were playing a little slower overall, which is about what I expect for this table. I imagine they're taking drinks in between every move. Looks like Ryan has decided that rather than engaging, he's going to just try to create the same puzzle for Paul. And instead of jumping ahead, he's going to just push his units forward, put himself in charge range, force Paul to either back up or engage himself. I don't know that Paul has to, though. I think Paul can. I think the best option for Paul would be to just back up or continue shooting. It's one of the issues I have with this scenario is given that it is all kill points. 1 second. that question asked and answered. Did I not mute that? Did that not? Okay, it did mute. Good. All right. Where was I? Paul does not need to actually push forward here. Paul could realistically just stand at the back of the board and continue to lightning bolt Ryan as much as he wants, basically with impunity, as Ryan has little to no shooting to shoot back. I don't think Ryan has any shooting to shoot back except for maybe the Lone Ranger special character. And because of that, that gives Paul a huge advantage in both positioning and what I would call the initiative here, where Ryan has to react to however Paul wants to play the game, basically. Paul has been very gracious in pushing forward, which in this case I think is to his benefit to take advantage of the massive piece of impassable terrain, which is what this thing is. So it's effectively allowing to play with 2/3 of the board as opposed to a full 6-foot table. I do like that rather than just bunkering in a corner, but this still feels like very much in Paul's favor, at least in terms of positioning and what Ryan will have to do to effectively overcome being shot at for these first 2 turns at least. Got some thunder outside. Hopefully the stream quality holds up over the course of the day, but we'll keep an eye on it. All right, heading back over to Adam's game. Looks like we're starting to see some combats. The giant is doing some jumping up and down. Looks like it was a very low jump, though. I saw only 12 dice there. Ooh, giant doing giant things. That's disappointing. So only 3 wounds from the giant. Could have been better there. Definitely needed that to be at least a decent chunk of wounds. Now, with both units being pretty fresh, it's going to be interesting to see how long Adam can grind out there. If the scavengers get at least 1 wound, I think that's pretty critical, because that prevents the other elemental horde from shooting. It's like 1 unit of Slave Guardians went into a troll in the center, dead center of the board. I don't see anything dead from it yet. Oh, there's 7 more wounds, so it looks like the Soul Snare contributed there. And looks like okay, so yeah, I don't know if so. Adam shouted at me to make sure that I heard it, but I caught it through the headphones ever so slightly. Adam used his tournament reroll, so every player gets 1 dice in Lonewolf that they can choose to reroll. They can't use it for first turn or last turn or anything, any of the big significant things. But basically, the general school of thought is you hit that double ones, you can reroll to get yourselves out of a snakes situation. So it looks like Adam used it. Whether or not it was true snakes or whether or not he just needed to kill that snow troll very badly, he took it. This allowed the enslaved guardians to presumably now reform. Whether or not Adam wants to reform, I don't know yet. He may just leave them as is. They may be out of arc of the birds. Even if they are in arc, it's going to be pretty difficult for Tom to get the birds in and also prevent them from being hindered. And on the other side, everything is either out of line of sight or blocked up by scavengers. So it's, I believe we are on Tom's, based on how the board is being set. Adam is sitting down, Tom is standing up, is the traditional way of telling who is playing at this point. So I believe it is Tom's turn too, as in this incredibly get in face, bash each other, kill, kill, kill. Let's go. Yeah, with how things panned out, I would be interested to see. Tom had first kill. Yes, he had first kill on the horde of skeletons. Adam just managed to get his first on a Snow Troll Prime and engaged across the line. So It's going to be interesting how Tom reacts on the left. I don't know what options he actually is going to have available. Looks like he brought his pack hunters into the scavengers to make sure they go away. I think that was the right call because I don't think the pack hunters were going to be doing anything else that was significantly useful on the left-hand side. So just for clarity, that is over here. On the right-hand side, looks like he is running his running his Raven Divers further up the right-hand side of the board to take position against the Skeletal Spearman. He does have the bombs, so he can continue to just kind of chip away at that Skeletal Spearman regiment. The other pack hunters, I imagine, will just kind of chill and shoot at the Skeletal Spearman. I imagine he's just going to keep plinking that until he can dead that. Just see the edge and figuring what it got. Thanks, gotcha. The edge of the, I see what you're saying. You're saying the units that have been pulled off the board are just off the edge. Gotcha. Yep. Now, from there, try and see if you can get some charges in here. So it looks like he's shifting one unit of Snow Foxes sideways. Snifting a queen back. Shifting a second queen back, so he's going to keep them just within inspiring range. Paul and Ryan have both stepped away. It looks like Ryan probably took Paul probably took a restroom break at the end of their turn. I do just want to watch this though. I'm kind of curious. So Tom is using at least a backup. I don't know if it's a full-on withdraw and sidestep yet, but he is backing up. Is he backing up all three? Interesting. I assume that damage was dealt. So damage was definitely dealt to the center one, so that one's disordered and can't shoot. The right-hand one, I'm not sure was disordered, so if that one backs up to take some pot shots, I totally understand. Snow Troll comes in and faces the top to present some flanking options. I thought he was going to try to finagle the Berserkers somehow into the middle of all that, but I'm just like, I don't see that happening. There's just it's too much thick in between him and the front lines. But real quick, take a peek-see over at Ryan. They're still going, but given that they're going to have a little bit of break here before Paul takes his moves, it's going to be bottom three, or no, sorry, top of three. Top three. No, bottom of two. There we go. Much better. So bottom of two. It does not look like Ryan engaged Paul in any capacity. He just maneuvered, set himself up. Looks like he did some plink wounds, probably through Cloak of Death to the Phantom unit here. So nothing that's significant, just a little bit of plink. He might have wind blasted a unit somewhere just to push it a little bit. But other than that, I think it's going to come down to what Paul wants to do his turn, whether or not he wants to try to engage the line, whether or not he just continues to pelt Ryan with more shooting. Like I said, I personally think that that's the play for Ryan. Is I don't think he has to engage, or I think he just continues to pick up chaff pieces as he can with his shooting until Ryan is forced to commit. And then once Ryan commits, if he commits with the Tundra Wolves in the front, I think that his Scarecrows will out-chaff. His chaff will outperform the Tundra Wolves and either pick them up without assistance and therefore allow them to survive to be charged by the proper Orc line. And then, unfortunately, I think once the proper Orc line engages, I think that's when the Soul Flayers come out to play and just eat everything from experience. So I think Paul's play is be patient, wait, but we'll have to see. So we're going to flip back over here. I myself may take a brief restroom break here momentarily, get some of this caffeine out of my system. But looking at these combats, as we see some stuff starting to roll in, looks like he thought better. Oh, you know what? I see what he did. So he backed off of the giant and then shot them with the other one, which had not taken damage yet, and then surged back in. So that tracks. That makes more sense. Not a withdraw, just a 1-inch backup to do some surge and scoot. That was required because he wanted to take advantage of the unit that was not disordered by the scavenger regiment. So that makes me a little concerned for the giant. So that means the giant has whatever damage the shooting just did, which, given its height 6, it would have been close to cover. Would have been hard to tell from our angle, but if I had to guess, might have been covered shooting. But it's going to be a significant chunk of damage on the giant on top of the elemental horde. So we're going to see... Sounds like the giant is outside of being taken off the table. That's my guess, given I didn't see a nerve check. So 2 wounds. We're getting some wounds here on, looks like the scavengers on the left. And then Shobek's Iron Resolve aura, presumably paying some dividends here. Ooh, that is a spicy roll against the giant. Oh, it's a less spicy roll against the giant. So Shobek taking some damage there. That was against Shobek, not the giant proper. Ryan, your opponent is back. Your opponent is back. Yeah, I appreciate it though. Oh man. Sure, if that's the case, then Tom will be extremely gracious and sporting about his dice. It's, until I see units getting picked up, nothing that was there should have died, except for maybe the bone giant. That is the only thing I think that was in the danger zone. Scavengers are deceptively durable, especially because he didn't double tap them. So it would only be theoretically 9 hits on average, followed by defense 4, so like 6 wounds. Does get the giant. Yeah, that's what I expected. So that double tap came in play there. The Enslaved Guardians look like they're just out for now. So if Adam wants to bring in some help, he's gonna have to get out and push. And I think that can almost entirely be chalked up to the scavengers failing to do 1 damage to the ice elementals on the right-hand side. Had they done that, they would have been disordered and unable to shoot. But because they were able to shoot, they were able to back up, pepper the giant, add effectively a second combat into the giant, and then go from there. So we are now top of 3. I think he failed on the scavengers on the left, was where some of the low rolling happened. Because the pack hunters and the ice troll, it would have been close. I'd have to do some checks on the averages there, but it would have been close for a pop there. But the giant got hit by effectively 2 hordes of ice elementals and had already suffered some chip damage. So I think between the two of them, expected 12 wounds, give or take, especially if it was not covered shooting. And yeah, that giant deserved it, though. It only did 3 wounds coming in, and it had the Slayer Sword, so what can you say? So Adam looks like he's bringing in the mummies instead of doing the Enslaved Guardians. So he's keeping the big boys out for as long as possible, and instead doing some maneuvering with his chaff pieces. Oh, I see what he's doing. Interesting. Because the width of the scavengers should be the same as the same tet, if not. Shoot, now I have to check. What do scavengers count as? Are they a swarm? This is how little I play scavengers, despite how good they are. Swarm. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, they can't possibly be large cap. That would be insane. So they are not large cap. They're swarms, so they're 40 millimeters. So they should be the exact same size as the ice elementals, which I believe are just regular large infantry. Yeah, exactly. So Adam would not be able to overlap unless he backed up the birds significantly to try and block up 2 pieces with just 1 troop. That's what he was trying to do there with the mummy troop. Yeah, 40 millimeter base, so they should be equal frontage. So the ice elementals aren't going anywhere, which is good for Adam, but he needs to get the snow troll pinned down so that it's not causing havoc elsewhere. Right now, I think the biggest issue is Adam desperately needs to pick something up this turn. I don't know what it needs to be. Probably one of the ice elemental hordes, but he needs to pick up something. Because if he keeps losing pieces at this rate, he's not going to have enough give and take to effectively trade efficiently. And Tom still has his whole back line, which has not taken damage. If those ice elemental hordes don't break, I think Adam's in a lot of trouble. All right, flipping back over to table 2. Paul and Ryan, respectively. So looks like Ryan, or I should say, looks like Paul, let me clarify, decided that he didn't care and that he just wants to go and punch things, and I don't blame him. You know, that is, sometimes rolling dice is fun. So he is engaging Ryan across the front. I do think that this is advantageous for Ryan. I would rather have Paul come into the narrow gap than have Ryan go further into it, as Ryan needed to fight to get any kills anyway. So Paul is coming forward with his chaff. That'll start clearing some stuff up. Ryan just has so few units. That's my biggest concern for him. He has effectively 5 fighting units to Paul's 1, 2, 3, 4 strong fighting units and like 6 chaff pieces. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. It's going to be very difficult for Ryan to trade efficiently because he's going to have to pick up so much chaff to actually get at the meat, the good stuff that Paul's bringing, the soul flayers, the butchers, and the mind screeches. And I think by the time he's able to do that, he'll just be dead. So we'll have to see. It does look like Paul charged his soul flayers into the hell strikers on the left-hand side. Let's not forget that there is a little mini fight going on over here. If those hell strikers survive, they do have life leech, and picking up the soul flayers on a countercharge should be very feasible, and that is a nimble flying horde in the backline at that point, which that would be very beneficial to Paul, or sorry, not to Paul, to Ryan, to get behind Paul's line and potentially start causing a headache. Maybe that's the other reason Paul felt that he needed to push up into the gap, was to effectively make sure his flank was covered so that nothing could charge his center, because this giant piece of impassable is effectively just blocking everything. We will have to see how that one plays out. Just Army's face, hopefully Ryan not getting too much inspiration, though. I will at some point see, I'm sure people start posting pictures on Facebook. I will at some point see if during the break we can have some of the prettier armies highlighted during the break period. But yes, both of those armies are outstandingly well painted. Definitely going to be big contenders for both Player's Choice and Best Painted for Lonewolf 2024. All right, back over here in the basically flipping between highly technical and go punch things, and it's a great contrast because one is a lot harder to explain every single individual little perfect move, and the other one is who's rolling dice better. So looks like Adam committed the troop of mummies to the snow troll in the center. I think it's still Adam's turn, and I think it's still movement, and I think he's still debating if he has to surge something somewhere. Looks like he's turned the enslave. That's where the decision's being made. So this unit of enslaved guardians in the center has to make a choice, it looks like, as to where they want to go, and it looks like the choice is going to be to just plow this unit of snow foxes. Just bringing Dread over to affect a horde of snow elementals, potentially. Dread plus a unit of mummies. I don't know how damaged that unit... I mean, that elemental unit did not take a lot of damage last turn. They took 3 wounds from the giant. I don't even know if Tom bothered to heal them, frankly, given how little damage was done. So... what else does... what did he take on his Ice Queens? Surge. Yes, he would have, since he needed to surge both units, he, in fact, definitely did not heal any of his ice elementals. All right. It's ever so slightly. Okay. Adam is just eating his clock time here, but I get it. These next couple turns, I think, are going to be very pivotal. The lines are engaged. Whoever starts breaking first is going to start opening up lanes for stuff in the second waves to push through. And I think there's going to be a lot of damage coming in from both sides. Surge has had to use both elsewhere. For Tom's list, I think 2 sources of surge between the 3 surgeable things is perfectly fine. Especially for how he looks like he's using them as basically his front line, call it a battle line. So he's not really looking for shenanigans other than shooting and skirting. And I think he has the correct amount to do that with. Adam, on the other hand, I don't want to think about how much surge he has. It's probably surprisingly small. It's probably just the monolith and Sebek Ray, but it's because both of them are getting massive boosts to the amount of surge they're pushing out. So bringing forward the left flank ever so slightly. Scavengers countercharged the Snow Troll. Gobek presumably continuing to grind against the elementals on the left. We're just waiting for dice to start rolling here. And go back to 2 since Paul is shifting things. It's like he's finished his forward momentum move. So throwing some... Oh, he committed his Soul Flayers already in some places. I don't know how I feel about that. He's got the one horde of butchers. So okay, so I need my pointer. So this is a regiment of Soul Flayers that committed into the Orc unit. I don't know that that's the right call because those are the things that actually punch back and can hurt. And I feel like he didn't need to do that. The Soul Flayers on the Giant, maybe the Giant's been shot enough. I see 2 dice back there, so I imagine it's been shot enough times that he's decided he can actually pick that off. And I think that is a good call. Because then he could potentially sneak a unit through, even if he doesn't turn it around this turn. It's something Ryan has to deal with in future turns. But as it is, I don't know about committing the second unit. I feel like he could just have used Phantoms here. In fact, the other Phantom unit seems to have turned and gone off in the other direction. Unless those are Phantoms and I'm just completely blind. I'm going to actually, hold on. I'm going to pull up my other slightly closer camera just to make sure I'm not crazy. No, those are definitely Soul Flayers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about Soul Flayers as opposed to Phantoms going into the Orcs there. But Butchers and the Giant, I think, was the right call. Maybe he needed the Phantom troop elsewhere. It looks like he's using this blank base to represent them, so he went after one of the characters. So that, I think, was actually a good call. I got dice rolling on both tables here, so we're going to have to pick and choose what we miss. Looks like he did some damage to the Hellstrikers. It's going to roll nerve, no damage. Hellstrikers living or dying. Here's the nerve. Okay, looks like the Hellstrikers are doing okay. So that's good for Ryan there. We're going to come back to this one after something's been rolled. We'll roll some hot and heavy action. Looks like a lot more grinding. So far, the Enslaved Guardians killed the Snow Foxes, surprising literally no one. Now it's a matter of, it looks like Adam trying to dodge the Frostclaw Riders on the right, while also keeping the Pack Hunters in the front, and also basically not really caring about anything back here charging in, but making sure at least the Snow Troll not get to him. So definitely think he needed that. A little concerned that the Enslaved Guardians, which are a very big and powerful unit, are having to face the right side, where I'd argue there is less overall. Basically, Adam is having to dedicate more points to looking this way than to looking this way, and right now the fight is here. It does not look like anything else died currently. Probably a lot of wounds healed, probably some more damage dealt, but it does not look like any of the center cracked yet. I actually think as long as Adam did at least 1 wound in all his engagements, that's still probably better for him in the long run. I think Adam wants to break break these slowly, basically, so that he can slowly filter in the stuff from the reserve and then kill that as it comes, versus having to break it all at the same time and having these units pop everything, and then these continue their slow circle around the side. Tom moving up here. Snow Fox is charging the back of the Enslaved Guardians. Not that I think Adam would do it, but there's some funny things that could happen where, and again, this is mostly commentary for our UK brethren across the sea. Looks like he's going to close off that. As a fun thought experiment, we do play with withdraw, so had he withdrawn, he could have withdrawn 1 inch forward from the Snow Foxes and potentially given him an inch forward to fight against these other things. With the Pack Hunters coming in, that is no longer a case. I think at this point you just countercharge the Pack Hunters and hope to delete them in one go. But I think that's a good play. I think that's a good play from Tom, is just committing and trying to get in there. Because I just don't think Adam has enough support to hold this if he gets enough damage done, and those Pack Hunters are pretty spicy in combat. Some thunder and lightning outside of the, I want to call it the studio, outside of the event hall today, and Ryan is suggesting that the storm gods are with him. And looking at it, oh dear, okay, so the Soul Flayers did pick up the Hellstrikers on the left. They must have taken a bigger peppering than I thought, because yeah, that is unfortunate. But likewise, let's see what Paul does to the center here. I imagine there's going to be a lot of dead Ryan stuff here. So let me take a quick check over at our stream. How are we doing on... Yeah, we're getting comments on the audio, but that's usually fine with YouTube. Should draw a lot over here in the UK, so sure Tom is loving doing it again. I don't know that he's had a need to do it just yet. Both of the moves he pulled earlier with the Ice Elementals could be done with just a normal backing up 1 inch without actually having to use withdraw to achieve it. I'm sure the threat of it has kept both of them playing honest thus far. That's usually the biggest thing that I see about withdraw, is less about the actual use of it and more about the potential use of it. My big thing is he going to pick up that giant? All right. So some damage done to Tundra Wolves, but looks like he was not able to pick them up just yet. But I'm assuming that is either a wavered or disordered note. Very much once committed, don't move, sadly. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Certainly looking at the Paul and Ryan game, this is the definition of once committed. Not much is moving. The flanks are going to be moving here. I think the Soul Flayers winning on the left is actually similar to how, if Ryan had won this flank, it would have been a huge deal for Ryan, between it being a large cab with nimble flying, getting into the back of Paul's side. Now it is Paul's turn, where he can get a unit of Hellstrikers into the back of Ryan's side. Or sorry, not Hellstrikers. Paul will be getting a unit of Soul Flayers at the back of Ryan's lines. It will probably take him a full 2 turns. He will need to spend 1 turn going forward and then pivoting, and then a 2nd turn actually threatening to charge. So Ryan has some time before he has to worry about it, but it's coming. So it's just a matter of time. Should be top of 4. Coming up here momentarily. Based on the number of dice being rolled here, I think this is the Storm Giant. That is a lot of what look like hits. Butcher's Crush 2, so he's looking for 3s. 2, 6, 8. I count 8 wounds on a Storm Giant that already had at least 1 dice out for it. Assuming Ryan uses his dice as counting up as opposed to I heard a 4. Yep, there goes the Giant. Good pickup from Paul. I'm pretty sure that is the most expensive unit on that side if I had to take a gander. If not, it's going to be one of the Hordes of Hellstrikers. So Paul will click those bonus points. And that's pretty strong for Paul there. I don't think those Hellstrikers on the far right will be able to fit against the Butchers with that troop of Phantoms there. It's going to be very close if he's not in the flank and unable to fit on the flank either. Which, at that point, I think the Hellstrikers need to commit to just going after, even if it's something as pitiful as the Scarecrows. Ryan just needs to get the punching things and force Paul to spend turns turning around, basically, because currently it looks like the Butchers are still facing the top of the table, so he can at least guarantee that it'll take a turn for them to come back this direction toward the center. All right, flipping back over to Tom and Adam here. All right, the some stuff is starting to break. Oh, okay. Looks like Tom decided to use a tournament reroll to pick up some scavengers that were still vexing him. Looks like during his shooting phase, he picked off the Spearman Regiment that was in the top center of the board, so clean that up with the Frostclaw Riders. And now we're seeing the grind play out. A lot of the grind. Looks like between some healing, the right and left Ice Elemental Hordes appear to be at full health versus the center one appearing to have some damage on it. So mummies, of course, just not breaking. That doesn't happen. We're going to expect to see a long grind here, but Tom clearly has the edge, at least in terms of initial stuff killed. Shobek looking like he took a little bit of damage from his Ice Elementals. We're moving on to the Snow Troll against the Scavengers on the far left. Shobek doing Shobek things, survives, Iron resolves. Looks like the Enslaved Guardians were already resolved, and they do seem to have survived the Pack Hunter plus Snowfox charge. So that is probably a relief for Adam, because he needs those to do some work there to play catch-up. Looks like the Scavengers finally have collapsed, which is going to be interesting, because that is going to open up some options for Adam to bring in next wave. Unfortunately, the next wave is probably going to have to go against a Snow Troll, and I don't know that Enslaved Guardians kill a Snow Troll in one hit. We're going to find out. And we won't, because Adam's not going to give us the opportunity to find out. He's just going to plug the gap with more chaff. So here comes the Skeleton Spearman Regiment, plugging the gap. The one downside of this is, were this a keep on stressing this. Were this a objective-based scenario and not kill, and I'm not going to even hold back on this, my least favorite scenario in the game, then this strategy has some I almost feel like Adam is playing this like it was not a kill scenario because he needs to do some damage there. Um, but but as it is, plugging the line here, I mean, keeping the enslaved guardians fresh for as long as possible is definitely helpful. Um, but I really feel he needs to start getting some damage to this center line. It looks like the half-elf berserkers have come in uh, to try and threaten the enslaved guardians in the center, and Adam is countering by using his Lone Ranger, or sorry, not the Lone Ranger, the Lone Wolf character to go in after them. That's a good choice. Between Dread will counter their slightly higher nerve. I don't know its stats in terms of combat potential. It's pretty good, certainly as far as individuals go. Certainly because it's free. I didn't see that. Hold up. Oh, because it's the eclipse. I get it. Okay, so in addition. Oh, and Aura spell word. Holy crap. Okay. An Aura spell word that impacts both friendly and enemy units, so that's funny. So the big thing right here is the wolf is getting +2 attacks, which is the main thing. That requires me knowing what the wolf's base stats are. 6 attacks base, so 8 total. Thank you, Mark. So the wolf with melee 3, it'll have 8 attacks. I'm assuming it either had to touch those trees to do this maneuver. I didn't catch that, but if not, it'll be Thunder 1, Crush 1. It does have Pathfinder, so ignore that. It'll go through the trees regardless. Vicious. So there's a good chance it could pick up the chaff. It's going to be like on a 5 or 6 on the dice, so not impossible, but not guaranteed by any means. The fact that they are defense 3, you're 5 minutes behind. Try refreshing the page, Nick. So sometimes YouTube, the buffering from the upload will slowly delay it and further push back the commentary. You will be about, should be somewhere between 10 to 30 seconds behind. That's expected. That's just from the stream upload. But if you're seeing it like a full 5 minutes, then definitely do a refresh of the page. That's just YouTube playing catch up on their end. Not a whole lot I can do about it, though. If it's really bad, I'll check over lunch and see if I can. We might switch over to my phone's hotspot. We did that last year, and it proved to be better than the fancy Wi-Fi we were paying for. Alrighty. I also want to say that this is top of 4, respectively, on Adam's side. The one thing I don't know is I don't know which character Tom took, and I don't know where that character is. If I had to guess, it's my view, which was a minute behind. Nothing to do with you two. Gotcha. Okay. Well. Okay. Well, I appreciate keeping me updated. That definitely makes. I try to make sure we're doing as good as we can on the quality and the upload, and making sure everything's coming through as good as we can. Also, audio-wise, sounds like audio is doing great. It matters a lot to me right now. All right. Adam looks like he's turning the enslaved guardian unit on the left-hand side inwards. So I'm going to limp over the table for 2 seconds just to try to discern what some of these individuals are so I can figure out what all is going on. It's going to take me a couple, maybe a solid minute, just unfortunately due to the, crutches, but we'll, we're going to pull some information here. We'll be right back. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you for clarification. Thank you for clarifying, Nick. I appreciate it. All right. All right, getting back to this. Also, triple check in. Cool. Not getting any of the breathing still, which is good. So, just for clarification, this little character hiding in the middle of all this is actually Tom's Lone Ranger. I don't know when it got into the middle of everything, but that throwing a wrench in the plan also would have gotten bonus stats because this scenario is bonkers, because every scenario Lone Wolf is bonkers. It would have had 2 additional attacks. The Lone Ranger profile is not as good in combat. Only 5 attacks on melee 4, but it did have Duelist and Elite. I'm wondering if he shot it through to kill Sebek Ray, but Sebek looks like he's chilling over here. So I think he just saw an opportunity to get through and take some pot shots at something, or maybe just prevent the Enslaved Guardians from getting into the Ice Elementals. In either case, picks up a troll with a mummy troop. It's pretty big. Frees up some chaff here, which I think Adam desperately needs. And just a mummy. A mummy troop on the flank is actually decent. I mean, 20 attacks and 4s with Crush 2. Nothing to sneeze at. Can definitely bring an impact where it's needed. And definitely forces some interesting play out of that Ice Elemental Horde, which I think the big question here is whether or not Adam picks up the Lone Ranger. If that Ranger has wounds on it already, that's good for him. If it does not, then I think the Enslaved Guardians might be in trouble. I assume that it had to have been wounded already, or Adam would have not risked that charge. So looking at the left-hand side, these are the spearmen poking a snow troll. Or Shobek doing Shobek things. It's like Shobek continues to grind out against the Ice Elemental Horde. Does not kill it, though. These the mummies at the center Ice Elemental. I just want to check and make sure they're not doing any other. So heroic feats. There's a whole bunch of stuff with these characters for the record. Most of the special rules in Lone Wolf are related to the special characters. So they're all self-inspiring. They're all unit strength 0.5, so they can claim objectives for scoring purposes. They're all allies for the purposes of bane chanting or casting spells, which they do not have themselves, so they don't have to worry about casting spells on other people. The Ranger has a fancy pistol, and the Wolf is Dread. But once per game, they get 1 feat they can do for 1 turn. The Wolf can do Dread 2 for 1 turn. The Wolf can gain Cloak of Death in addition to Dread for 1 turn, which I'd argue... I feel like that's almost an error. It should just always be Cloak of Death, unless you already have Cloak of Death, basically. That's the only case I could see where you do Dread 2 versus Cloak of Death. The Ranger gets 1 turn of effectively gaining Rally, but it's a Rally that can stack. The other Ranger option is to get to Shattering 2 for a turn, so a guaranteed 2 modifier on anything it's shooting is pretty good. But for a one-off ability, I feel like the Rally could potentially be stronger. And then both of them have an option to, within 9 inches of friendly unit after they fail to rout an enemy, that 1 unit from the combat may execute a bonus move. That 1 unit from the combat may execute a bonus move. So they can effectively move a unit that is in combat. It can take a 90-degree turn while still in contact with the enemy, a 180-degree turn while still in contact with the enemy, sidestep D3, back up D3, or overrun and advance D6. So, but only if it routed the enemy. Only if unit routed the enemy. Oh, I see. But it's only after they fail. Okay, I'll have to clarify with Mark about that one. I don't think that's affecting anything here. I have to ask Mark about that one. That's going to require some clarification. That feels like a mistype. Well, his ranger's dead, so it doesn't matter. So, all right, getting some clarity on the specific final move. The clarity was hopefully no one uses it. Then I'll worry if anyone does. But from what it looks like, the ranger of Tom was picked up by Adam. You're also definitely on the bottom of 4. However, the Ice Elementals were able to flank the Mummy Regiment. Between a flank and a front charge, I would start worrying for the Mummies. That's going to be a absolute truckload of dice. But they are dash 18, so if they don't break, it's the magical EOD trick of they'll just get right back up again. In the meantime, it looks like the other Enslaved Guardian unit did a good job in picking up pack hunters. The Raven Riders have come back and peppered them, but it looks like they survived thus far. Looks like the half-elf berserkers did not get picked up by the lone wolf character of Adam, and so they are counter-punching. It is a 13-15. I do not believe it has Fury. It does not. But it is self-inspiring, at least, so. So it looks like he damaged it, but I don't see a waiver on it, so the wolf will probably pick up the berserkers next turn, or run off to go do stuff. We'll find out. It can see over the berserkers, I believe. Is it height 1? Or height 2, I should clarify. Mark, you didn't put the heights. Or did he? I don't think he did. I don't actually know if the wolf is tall or not. I would assume he kept it height 2. Since it doesn't have someone mounted on it, that would be what I would do, but I'll clarify with him. So maybe you can see over them. Definitely something to bring up here in a minute. But this one is getting tight. So I'm going to at least watch these dice get rolled out by Tom before we shift back over to play catch up with Ryan and Paul. But it looks like a lot of stuff has died as they are exclaiming to each other. So we'll be playing a little bit of catch up over there. But I do want to at least watch and see what happens to this Mummy Regiment, as that, I think, is going to be pretty significant. So this is the Ice Elemental Hordes going in against the Mummies. Looks like a pretty decent number of wounds. I see at least 8. Oh, sorry, that was the Pack Hunters. I was like, there's only one combo that has that much dice, and I was wrong. Pack Hunters got a flank on the Skeletons. The Skeletons are dead. So now Adam is on a bit of a timer to try and get some damage done at the center. I almost feel it was more important to do the Ice Elementals first, personally, because I feel like that left flank was always going to turn inwards. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess knowing if that dies, maybe the Ice Elementals turn the other direction. They're really stuck. This center is just jammed. I'm actually worried for Tom. Even if he kills the mummies, the horde of Ice Elementals on this right, and just for clarity, that's this one here, they won't be able to pivot. So they're going to get flanked by the Enslaved Guardians. That's not a question of if, that is it's going to happen. Certainly, it looks like that is a chunk. I think they're rolling it out before they determine what they need to roll, but looks like he did pick them up. But yeah, this is the trick here, is I don't think he can really turn. So he's overrunning the first unit. No, backing up. Okay. Okay, I see. So he's going to back that one up. I guess, does he try to overrun? Or he should not be able to pivot. The Snow Foxes have him, like, jammed in. Yeah, he should literally not be able to pivot here. So he could overrun. Yeah. I mean, I think he's okay to lose this unit because realistically, I mean, yeah, his options are still really good on that side. He still has the 2 hordes of ice elementals. He still has the other unit of ice berserkers in the back. And now that he's cleared up the skeletal spearmen, he's got the pack hunters and the ice troll on the left. And Shobik is good, but I don't think Shobik can handle all of that coming in to push him out. So I think they are discussing whether or not he is able to do a pivot, and I think based on where they were, they should clarify here that it cannot turn around. So it is going to be interesting. Adam is effectively down to 2 enslaved guardian hordes, the wolf and Shobik as pieces that can deal significant damage. Tom still has the birds kind of hiding on the side, and given that they are so far, it's going to be very difficult for Adam to catch them. And to do that, he'd have to throw a unit of enslaved guardians way out of the way with probably not enough turns to get back to the center of the table. I'd actually be curious. The wolf is speed 8. I'd be curious if Adam's wolf could charge the birds, because they can definitely see the birds over the enslaved guardians. And I would rather take the shot at rounding them, getting rid of the plank shooting, and opening up the option for the enslaved guardians to come in. But it's getting pretty tight in terms of what can be done. So yeah, the enslaved guardians are going to do a just pivot, hit the side, and just come in and slide all the way down. There's the clock. So now it is top of 5. I'm sure some of this is going to be resolved pretty fast, but Ryan and Paul camera. So let's see how much has been picked up here. So it looks like they're definitely playing slower. Getting some. I might have to actually go ask them what turn this is, because not a lot has moved from last we saw it, but not a lot has died. So I see the Hellstrikers on the far upper right are still alive. The Giant died. We saw that on camera. That feels like an eternity ago at this point. The Soul Flayers that charged into the Riftforged Legionnaires, I want to say these are the Legionnaires and not the Morax, did not kill them and have suffered some damage in return. So it looks like there's just been a bunch of punching back and forth. A lot of stuff has wounds, but not a lot of stuff is dead. Very surprisingly to me, at least, is that all the Tundra Wolves seem to be alive, and at least some of them got to hit back. As there's damage on the Scarecrows. The only other thing I can think of is that there's the Lone Wolf is in the middle of all that and popped Cloak of Death somewhere. But looks like Paul has a pretty commanding presence on the right-hand side of the board right now. The Hellstrikers are good, but I don't think they're good enough to really stop things. The one thing that I can't quite tell is I think Ryan still has one of his individuals, one of his specifically a Rift Forger. I'm assuming that's a Rift Forger based on how much damage is on those butchers. So I think he has a Rift Forger with Host Shadow Beast, and he's been basically slowly grinding the butchers down, which is pretty impressive. Alternatively, hold on. I'm going to take a closer look at his list to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, that is Thonar. That is absolutely Thonar. That's what's going on over on the right-hand side. So Ryan has Thonar grinding off against Butchers, which Thonar is exceptionally good at slowly getting units ground out. He's one of the best melee characters in the game, frankly. Oh, picking up some static there. Hold on. All right, hopefully that's fixed. Mike had moved a little bit too close to my face again. Flipping back over to table 1. Looks like Shobik managed to disengage. That's impressive. I didn't expect that. So Shobik seems to have disengaged and just taken a left turn, and he's looking at the back of the Ice Elemental Horde. I imagine he's going to get surged in by the Monolith to assist. Whereas the Enslaved Guardians just took a front charge instead. I think the reason Adam is doing this is because he effectively wants to recreate. So effectively, if Shobik had stayed here, Shobik was going to die. It was not really a choice in the matter. It was a matter of inevitability. Tom just has too much that is left over on this side, and Adam has no more chaff to plug the gap with. So rather than just give up Shobik for free, he's bringing Shobik over here. He'll pick up this Ice Elemental Horde between the Enslaved Guardians and Shobik, and then presumably turn everything around to face this corner, giving him some more time to pick up some units on the following turn. He's got a Mummy Troop to pick up this Snow Fox thing. He's got, I'm guessing, his Revenant Champion, as well as the Soul Snare to pick up either of these 2 units of chaff. He did go ahead and send the Lone Wolf to fight the other Icekin Berserker unit, which I think was the right call, because that allows him to, if he picks up that unit, that gets rid of any of the reserve stuff that Tom has available and basically puts him down to 2 Ice Elemental Hordes, which, just to be clear, are not shabby because they will scoot and shoot, and I don't think he's lost his casters yet, so it's effectively, for the purposes of this grind fest in the center, it's 4 Ice Elemental Hordes unless they're disordered, and I don't think Adam's going to be able to disorder them this turn. And that's not counting the possibility of flanks, which could just, the math on them is insane. They are by far the best of the Boomer-esque units in the game, for good reason. So yeah, so Ice Elemental Hordes still alive this game after all of this grind fest. Presumably the heal from the Queens keeping them going up. My big thing is looks like Adam's already moved on to combat, so I don't know what he's doing with the Enslaved Guardians. Presumably, he's just facing off against the birds and just tanking. Just going to tank shots and doesn't have the liability to turn them around for obvious reasons. So he's overrunning that direction. Does not quite hit the Ice Elementals, but probably puts him just out of range of the Frostclaw Riders. This is going to be a much tighter game than I thought a couple turns ago, but it's going to pick up a lot of... It's going to really come down to how much gets picked up at the on this turn. Is there turn 7? There's no guarantee of a turn 7. It is a roll-off. So, or it is a 4+, there is a turn 7. If not, go. So there certainly could be, and if there is, I think the edge at that point I would give to Adam just because he's got more durability left on the table. But Tom could also shoot off Shobik and this Enslaved Guardian Horde and just be in a winning position next turn. So, because we are already over to bottom of 5. Surprising no one. Enslaved Guardians pick up the Ice Elemental Horde, which is pretty critical. Finally getting some significant damage on the table. Like, Tom has lost a lot of stuff, but most of what he's lost is effectively chaff versus Adam, where Adam has lost some key units. Limited amount of time for Adam if there's a turn 7. It'll be tight, that's for sure. I don't know what our actual round timers are at, I'll have to limp over there and get a clock check in a second. But 6 minutes, I think, is plenty for how much stuff is left on the table for top of 5 and top of 7 if Adam plays it. But he's basically going to just move stuff and roll dice at that point. I don't think there's going to be any fancy leftover angle positioning for these last couple turns. It's just going to be a lot of punching and rolling dice. And speaking of that, while Tom's using his much more to finish up his side, speaking of punching stuff and rolling dice, and why I'm really curious about the round time, and just their I might get a gopher to go give me a turn count for Paul and Ryan here, because looks like Paul has slowly started chipping away at some of Ryan's stuff. I see that he picked up one of the Tundra rolls. He had to back up with the Soul Flayers against the Rift Forged. And man, I gotta use my pointer for this. This stuff is all clustered. These Soul Flayers backed up against these Rift Forged orcs. My guess is they were wavered. This fight against Thonar seems to be continuing. Not a lot has moved since the last time I peeked over this table. And in fairness, just to be clear about that, not a lot can move because it's so clustered and just piled into this giant fest that, frankly, the only things that should have any sort of freedom of movement here should be the Soul Flayers. But 2 of them are mostly already engaged, so I almost feel like they pushed in closer. Y'all actually probably have a larger screen of the tables than I do to read it off, so if there is a large W there, then I believe you. See if I can get my closer camera. Yeah. It is definitely visible when I have the full screen camera as opposed to the window that I'm working with. Also, I'm just going to check this. I assume I had these set correctly. Property. Okay, yep, sure enough. All right, hopefully I didn't just break everything when I did that. Okay. So Ryan's trying to figure out how he can get the big horde to do something. That is going to be a little bit of a trick. But I feel like their game just has more time, and we're coming down to the last couple of pivotal moments on our Adam versus Tom game over here. So this looks like it's the Ice Elementals are picking a unit to just delete, and then they're going to surge into as the follow-up. So he's going to throw everything he has in a Shobik, which between 2 Ice Elemental hordes, one of them will be in a flank, so it's effectively 5 rounds of 4s and 5s to hit on 18 dice multiplied by 5. So he's rolling 90 dice on 4s and 5s to try and pick up Shobik here, basically. It's still not a guarantee by any stretch, because even just doing very, very quick averages, it's going to be theoretically 45 hits and then 15 wounds, which is not a guaranteed kill by any stretch. All he has to do is roll slightly under because it looked like Shobik was fresh. but I could be wrong on that. We will find out. Looks like he Bane chanted one of them, potentially. Yeah, I hear other things going on here. Picks up the wolf. So the wolf did not kill the berserkers last time. The countercharge kills the wolf, so that is pretty significant. I feel there was damage there. There is some damage. Okay, I just have my pointer over it. Yeah. No, I mean it's a lot of dice, but hitting on 4s and wounding on 5s reduces those numbers drastically. So it's only 3. It would theoretically, if Shobek was fresh, it would be 15 points of damage on Shobek, needing a 3 twice to break. But given all of that, all you have to do is roll badly on the hits or roll badly on the wounds, which when you need 4s or 5s, is absolutely possible. I saw a nerve. It looked really low, but he still pushed it. So he got Shobek down. So which should happen there, but it's definitely important that Tom picked it up. Now he's going to back up and make it difficult for Adam to get any final damage without having to risk his units. With Tom having the bottom of the turn as well, that makes things pretty challenging. So yeah, double charge here I think is the right call. Given the amount of clock time is left, he just needs to pick up points, as much points as he can. I think he's trying to see if he can sneak by with a cheeky surge. Looks like no, but I'm guessing the second clarification was whether or not it would be hindered with that charge. I'm also assuming no. Looks like the Revenant champion goes in on the flank, which I actually think is a little daring because potentially Tom could charge the Revenant champion on his turn with the Berserkers and overrun it if it's not able to position well to get out of the way and potentially give him even more kill points. Also, for clarity, this is top of 6. Top 6. The birds did not kill the Enslaved Guardians, so I imagine the Enslaved Guardians will kill the birds in return, or certainly they're going to do a lot of damage to the birds. With the monolith behind them, I suspect it's going to be a pickup there. This is going to come down to, I think, almost the support pieces in terms of what's left of points on the table. We're looking at the 2 Enslaved Guardian hordes versus the 2 Ice Elemental hordes, the Pack Hunters versus the Troop of Mummies, and then the Snow Trolls, the Berserkers, and the 2 Ice Queens versus the Soul Snare, the Monolith, Sevic Ray, and the Revenant Champion. This is going to come down to the wire. So that pickup was very important. He needed that. That was a lot of. It finally frees up the Enslaved Guardians for maybe a Hail Mary turn 7 Super Surge. But frankly, I think those are just desperately trying to not get killed at this point. I don't think Tom had. Oh no, he has the Pack Hunters. I take that back. I was about to say he doesn't have any ranged way to pick them off, but he does have the Pack Hunters, so it is important that they don't get shot off on the last turn. These are the picks up the Ice Elementals. Slave Guardians will do that. They were also damaged, hadn't been healed due to the necessity of other things that were going on last turn, because we know that they had to both be surged, so they did not get healed, meaning they had some chip damage left on. Horde of Enslaved Guardians there, plus a troop of mummies at that point being enough to pick them up. Now the question is, The thing here is that Tom can realistically do a scoot and shoot, but he would have to sacrifice throwing the troll in, but he can also use the troll to do something else, frankly. I don't think Adam was really checking angles that well. He might have a flank on the troll. Not 100% certain there with that troll. So, um, yeah, the pack hunter's measuring for there makes sense because he's got to shoot that to pick that up. Honestly, the troop of berserkers here, I think Adam has just realized that this unit will probably die no matter what. This troop of Icekin berserkers on the flank and everything else just charging the front, I think just kills the unit of enslaved guardians. So unless Tom has figured out that he needs more points to win the game, I feel like you just do that, and then Adam has no way to really pick up anything that's left. Oh, maybe he doesn't want to risk the Icekin Berserkers because it brings it too close to the Soul Snare. There's a couple things, I guess, that are still in play here that have to be considered. But while they're considering them, because we have a little bit of time here since Tom has clock time to burn. Mute myself for a second. All right. Unable to get a guarantee either way, but at least looking at the cast here to see looks like Ryan was able to finagle the horde into the center. The two troops of Tundra Wolves doing damage to the regiments on either side. Also, let me make sure that we're still getting good quality. Haven't dropped any frames on the computer side, which is great. All right, looking here, we have orcs turned to face the butchers. Looks like Thonar either bit the dust or charged something else. It actually, you know, let me pull up my bigger screen here. There might be some intriguing things going on the right-hand side that I can just barely not see due to the angles. So I think Thonar was able to see one of the Mind Screeches and did some character shenanigans to get all the way through. I could be wrong on that, but certainly there's a Riftforged Orc character over here punching stuff. And because of that, Ryan turned here to deal with butchers, ignoring the wavering soul flares, and presumably is going to rely on a shrine, which I believe has Mind Thirst. It's fun. You'd think that I'd have all 780 some odd units memorized perfectly, but I do not. It just has Lightning Bolt, so even better. So yeah, I think he's just going to rely on Lightning Bolt to pick up the wavered Soul Flares at that point. Looks like a troop of Phantoms was picked up by the Hellstrikers. Allowing Ryan to run forward, which in this case keeps him safe regardless. I like that move because Paul has effectively moved all the stuff that was threatening out of the way. So Paul now has the Regiment of Soul Flayers on the left-hand side that was relevant for most of the game, slowly making its way around. But due to the giant piece of impassable, it's just not, because it doesn't have nimble, it just takes longer for it to become a threat. And that's giving Ryan the time to beat up on the center here. I really think those Soul Flares needed to wait until the engagement started breaking down, and then you could do stuff like flank this unit of orcs with one that was over here, because the orcs had to turn too far, or really start pulling apart the line. But yeah. Starting to see a couple people wrap up their games, seeing some people racking and stacking, talking about their games. So we're definitely ending close to the end of the round time. Looks like Tom went with just engage everything into the Enslaved Guardians, coming back to this table. So he threw the Ice Elementals just flat in, threw the Troll just flat in, threw the Icekin Berserkers into the flank, which I think the only downside of this play is if the Icekin Berserkers are low, the Soul Snare could potentially flank them off and shoot them. He could preempt this a little bit by healing them just to make sure that they're pretty good, but we'll have to find out there. So Pack Hunters were able to get some shots down on the Enslaved Guardians. The question is going to be how many. Paul and Ryan are probably not top of 4. I probably just don't have an accurate turn counter for them just this second. I'm waiting for someone to come around one of the finish games so I can force them to go be a gopher and confirm. But also, if they're not at that, they definitely they can't be that far into the game because there's way too much stuff that isn't dead for what's been happening. So I would need some clarification there. All right, so this looks to be the combats. All right. Get some initial damage in. This has to be the flank. Which, given that these are elite and hitting on 3s, these are going to hurt. So these little troop berserker units are surprisingly good when they don't get plinked off. And I think sometimes people are really scared of shooting, where shooting will go in and hit them and do just a little bit of damage, and that's all it takes to get rid of them. But if they don't, this is what happens. These units come in and they just do massive amounts of damage because they've been ignored for too long or managed to stay hidden for too long, and they're great second wave units. So there are 30 minutes left in the round. The reforms are pretty quick, it looks like. Looks like he did not pick up the Enslaved Guardians with the shooting. That was pretty critical for Adam. But again, it means that Adam's last turn is reduced to a troop of mummies, the Soul Snare, the Revenant, and it looks like there is no turn 7, so it's going to be a count. If I had to guess, I would probably give Tom the ever so slightest edge, but this is going to be very close in terms of what's left on the table. Because you've got the troops will probably cancel each other out, the hordes will effectively cancel each other out, which leaves the pack hunters, the queens, the troll versus the soul snare, the monolith, the Sebek Ray, and the Revenant champ. So it's gonna be close. We'll get the final tally there. No. Keep wanting it to just type for me. That'd be great. End of game. End of game. Tally. Mark. Nope. Okay, so my understanding is, after getting some clarification, that I was not off on my turn counter, and it is still top of 4 for Ryan and Paul. They are just playing significantly more slower and got started later between both deployment and taking a couple of pause breaks for restroom breaks and whatnot, beer breaks. They are still good on their time, just for the record. They have 30 minutes left in the round, but they've been playing it a little bit slower because of that. Just totally okay. They're not slowing the event down or anything. They could also potentially play into lunch should they wish, though I imagine they don't wish to do that. But as we're seeing, top of 4 is accurate. I'll have to sort that here later. All right, they are calculating points. They're calculating bonuses. I'm going to give everyone... All right, still don't have confirmation on who's won yet, but just so that people can see, here's kind of a view of the room and streaming tables from a different angle, just to give you something to look at very briefly. Hey. All right, upon getting clarification from the players, it came down to the points were literally neck and neck, to the point where they were a draw in terms of just the raw kill points. It literally came down to the bonus points of the scenario, which in this case were additional kill things, but they were more specified. So the kill specifics for this scenario were to kill the least expensive unit, which was a bonus 150, to kill the to killing all of the opponent's inspiring units, or for keeping your least expensive unit alive. So in this case, Adam kept his least expensive unit, which was his Revenant Champion at 65 points, alive. And he killed his opponent's most expensive unit, I believe, which would have been one of the Ice Elemental Hordes, if I had to take a guess. Very close game. Literally an 11-9 in terms of score. So great game to watch. Hopefully a great game to watch back later. A couple things that I probably missed due to the individuals sneaking in and around, but very, very close game. Oh, not a draw. It's an 11-9. 11-9 to Adam by a smidge. So All right, shifting over to Paul and Ryan here. Still have a game for us to watch and play. I just realized that I don't have my Discord capture set up, so we're going to get that up and running here. For the record, if you're in the Discord, hi. You're allowed to jump in with commentary if you would like. Don't feel obliged to do so. If you just want to hang out, that is by all means okay. That all the way down to the bottom. There we go. Alrighty. Let's see here. Let's get some actual gameplay commentary. So a lot of stuff got picked up this last turn, it looked like. Looks like the butchers in the top were picked up by the orcs. Looks like the horde of scarecrows, if not both of the regiments, were picked up between the horde and the troop of tundra wolves. The other unit of orcs is being charged by soul flayers now. They look pretty fresh though, so I imagine they'll be doing okay in terms of surviving. At least that would be my assumption. So the other unit of wolves seems to be facing off against the horde of... Did I call them soul flayers? Scarecrows, Jesus. So many things that start with S in Night Stalkers. Night Crawlers. Alrighty. I might myself go take a quick look and get some better information since we got some time left in the game at this point to actually go through and poke some stuff. I'm a little surprised at just how much cleared out of the center of that board after the last turn. I'm not counting Paul out of it just yet because he still has a fresh horde of butchers that are pretty much untouched that just came around the corner to punch some more orcs. I'm guessing that it's his character that is punching the side of it, not one of Ryan's. Though, actually, you know what? This calls for the bigger camera time. Paul's throwing stuff and all out. He's had beers losing focus. Man, but it's early. It's early for Paul. He's a heavyweight. He drinks. Unfortunately, couldn't drink with him this year, which I'm very upset about. But he definitely drinks. He had poor Zach Clark passed out trying to keep up with him. All right. Yeah, I want to get a sense of where some of these individuals are, actually. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a moment to redress one of my bandages real quick. All right, coming back from that. Sorry for the wait while I got some information. So there's a lot of wonkiness in terms of where things are. So Thonar is over here punching Mind Screeches, keeping them from shooting, which definitely is helping Ryan regain some board presence. This unit was the Rift Forge. I want to call them Legionnaires, but they're not. They were the heftier version. Oh no, they are just Rift Forge Legionnaires. I take it back. Not the so there's Rift Forge Legionnaires and then Reborn Legionnaires. So these were Reborn Legionnaires with 1517 inspiring and backed up by the Shrine. So those just got taken out by the horde of Butchers and one of the remaining units. In the meantime, there's a Lone Ranger here for Paul, a Lone Ranger here for Ryan. One of them has bumped my camera too much, so we will have to adjust that over the break. There's a God Speaker here. These are Morax. I had those backwards. So the Morax are over here fighting the Soul Flares and the Inshira. So if they don't break, there's a good chance they pick up the Soul Flares in return, which I would probably prioritize over Shira. This definitely is now top of 5, I want to say. It's back over here. All right. The Tundra Wolves charging into a Mind Screech. The Horde looks to be doing a Horde-on-Horde charge, and since they can move as far as they want, as long as they find within distance, he's probably going to do a multi-charge here, which I like. So he's just going to walk forward. He'll be hindered, but then just connect, pick up, and place, assuming he can fit. That thing is so wide it may actually touch his Tundra Wolves. Yeah, I think he has to walk forward and pivot, but I don't think it's the end of the world for them to be hindered. Plus, I think they'd be hindered anyway. Oh, he's trying to see if they would not be hindered? I think they'd be hindered. It's just a closet observation. Oh, or they rolled it off and they don't care, which is nice of them. Because yeah, I was going to say the fence is also there, so I don't know that it mattered all that much. Certainly matters for the Butcher's chance of survivability here, but the Shrine at this point can bring Banechant on both of those units to help him out. The other one that charged in was a Rift Forger, so it'll still have Host Shadow Beast and still be free to do whatever it wants. I don't know what he does with that Godspear. I don't think he really cares what he does with that Godspear at this point. The Morax should kill the Soul Flayers, or at the very least should ground them, waver them, or do something nasty to them. And then he can turn and face all of this. And maybe I'm discounting the Horde of Scarecrows potentially getting a flank if the Soul Flayers survive, but that just shows my respect for trash units. They're great meat shields, but doing the damage ever since they took the correct number of 25 attacks on 5s, then they lose a lot of their impact there. Their free wounds they were getting. The Lone Ranger sneaking around to do some more pot shots against what I imagine is either going to be Paul's Lone Ranger, since that's the only thing not in combat. Remember that he can draw a line of sight through individuals, so the Thonar does not actually block line of sight there. Might have to go tell Ryan to remember that the Shrine doesn't actually need line of sight to cast its spells. Not sure if he's aware of that. Both these players are definitely more casual on that side of stuff. Scarecrow army around. Hey, I wasn't responsible for that one. But there were a few of those. So Adam Ballard, Radigan, looking over at him and the god stupid amounts of boats. Am curious to see how that turned out, but I'm not going to be surprised. if anyone has any other matchups they want to know the results of, any players they were looking forward to watching that maybe didn't make it to the top 2 streams, let me know. I'll see if I can get some standings. As always, especially over the break, expect the TO to be working on those standings, so it may be a minute before we can publish them. But we will try to get those out when we can. I know that people want to see them. So it looks like Ryan's going to do some Bane chanting. Doesn't have a lot of units left, so the bonus is not going to be as hefty. Looks like he did get it on the big horde, though, which is pretty critical. Right. Oh, I need to drink more caffeine. This is not even empty. All right. Just inherited Tom now. It's Paul versus Ryan. Yeah, I mean, listen, their game finished first, so they don't get to watch. But no, it was a very. I mean, I expected that game to be close. I actually had Tom with the slight edge just on the army compositions, but it sounds like there were some dice things too. I might try to get them in for an interview if they haven't already dipped out for lunch, or at least to get like a very brief, like, hey, this is how the game went down type of thing. So maybe if Tom wants to roll out some excuses that it was bad dice, or if Adam wants to roll out some excuses that it was hot dice, we can hear it from their mouths instead. But moving on with this game, it's really coming down to these last couple critical combats here. And I do feel, I mean, Ryan has lost 2 hordes of Hellstrikers, which is not a small amount of stuff. Like, that's just a huge chunk of somewhere between, 500 to 700 points between items and all that. So between that, he's lost all of his chaff. He still has the core, so it's going to be interesting to see how everything tallies up. There go the other horde of butchers. They have, 3 minutes each. Oh, yeah. No, we know. I didn't know. We can't see the clock, but we know that they should be further along than turn 5. Oh, Ryan's the one who's been. Oh. Well, hopefully he rolls fast. That would be my advice. Start rolling faster. So for those waiting for round 2, once we get done with this, we will be going to lunch. I'm going to leave the stream up before we go to break. That way it's easier to come back from. That does mean that there will be a period where it's just audible sound noise. So I will probably put on my interim music and give us the room cam so people can, just view the hall, at least from a distance. I don't unfortunately have a fancy drone to fly around. That's a new one for me. That's definitely probably the top film. So well done at Clash of Kings with that. I'll have to upgrade and get something like that for next time. to fight people to make them not pay for my food, but that's fine. Alrighty. Back to Paul and Ryan here. Apparently, there's not much clock time left for either player. I don't know if people caught that from Mark when we were discussing it. But we are seeing the very last of this game. Looks like the Morax have charged into the Scarecrow horde. This has to be the bot of 6, based on positioning. So the horde picked up the Butchers. The Morax did not pick up the Scarecrows, at least yet. Tundra Wolves charged a Mind Screech. Thonar charged a Mind Screech and picked one up. Thonar is now getting blasted. Thonar got blasted. Cool, makes sense. He did some work though that game. It looked like he fought the Butchers, then picked up a Mind Screech, then potentially picked up some Soul Flayers. Like he did a lot of work. I think this game is also going to be pretty close. I think there's a slight edge to Ryan. I think it's going to depend a lot on what gets picked up this turn. So Thunder Rules got picked up, so all the chaff is gone. All of the chaff is gone. Smidge further away. Okay, this has to be the horde of Scarecrows punching the Morax. I'm assuming he's picking out hits, so 5 hits. Morax, that's 4. Freeze, re-rolling. Looks like 3 wounds. Not above 10 yet, so they're probably going to be okay. Especially with the Godspeaker right there to provide inspiring. I say that and would need to double check if Godspeaker's inspire. I believe they do. Godspeaker a little bit of an odd choice. Okay, so they don't normally. That specific Godspeaker does because he took the inspiring talisman, so that tracks. All right, I don't know if they had a turn 7, but if there is a turn 7, they're all right. Alrighty, let's see. So it looks like Ryan with some of the last second punching. I'm assuming they're either playing out turn 7 very quickly or playing out turn 6. All right, so it looks like Ryan wanted to play another round and then was not able to. And Ryan was the bottom 6. I just realized that said boot of 6. I apologize for that. So it's going to be interesting to see what's left on the table. You have the Portal of Despair, Shaniqua, a Mind Screech, the Lone Ranger for Paul here. The Lone Ranger is going to cancel out because they're both on the table. I'm pretty sure Ryan's going to have this one pretty handily. The Riftforged Shrine is, and I think I said it correctly the first time and then tried to correct myself with the wrong thing. The Stormforged Shrine. Stormforged Shrine, yep, sure enough. Is pretty pricey as far as the shrines go. Yeah, 190. So that's going to cancel out the portal, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, significantly. So they're 100 points up for that. And then the Morax. I mean, there's just some big chunky units left. Shaniqua is going to be worth a bit at 160, so she more accurately cancels out with the shrine. And then that leaves Mind Screech, which should be 150. Yep. So those two cancel out. So at that point, it's the Morax, the Legionaries, and the Godspeaker versus. Does he have any other chaff? He has one Horror, so the Horror probably cancels out the Godspeaker. Yeah, Godspeaker's slightly cheaper. It's going to be a slight edge to Ryan unless the bonus points are massive. 11-9. So yes. 11-9, just for clarity? Okay. So just for full clarity, Ryan wins it just by a smidge with 11-9. Slightly overcoming the edge with Paul. So our predictions in the in the matchup casts with the who had the chance to win were correct in the case of Adam and Tom, but off in the case of Ryan and Paul. So let it be known that we don't get everything right. But and when I say we, I mean all of you people out there. Because I need to vote. So, alrighty. We're going to be heading into lunch here, I believe. I'm going to check my schedule because I have one here. I believe we're coming back at 12:45. For the record, that's about an hour from now, a little hour and some change. Lunch, yes. So, we are in lunch now. Oh. This is 12:45 for start of round 2. Break. Lock that down. They managed to spill a beer over the table to finish off the thing. So yes, so for those who didn't hear, we are heading into break. We will be back at 12:45 Central for round 2. Thanks for everyone who stopped by for the round 1 shout. All these will be up on YouTube when this is all said and done on the Visual Zero YouTube channel, where you can also find the line streams of previous Lonewolf casts. I think 2 or 3 of them at this point, as well as Masters 2023, U.S. Masters 2023, U.S. Masters 2021, and U.S. Masters 2019. I want to say are all included. So yeah. So hopefully everyone enjoyed that. I'm going to scale my bike for a minute. All right, everybody, starting to make our way back. Some sound checks here real quick. Still have a little bit to go before the round time officially starts. Pulled that up like an hour ago. I pulled it up on the computer like an hour ago. Yeah. So you were good. Appreciate it. Alrighty. So let's actually see if there's a good way to compare this scenario to other things. Oh, ooh. It's going to be an interesting one to keep track of. We will do our best over the course of this game. For the record, we are not started. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that. We are going to go ahead and highlight this. For oil, which is, oh boy, progressive scoring. So I'm actually just going to delete the whole thing. Scenario, progressive scoring. Yeah. Progressive scoring objectives. Billing. 0. 0. We're going to do our absolute best to try and capture the scores as we go. Progressive scoring scenarios can get a little bit messy in terms of keeping track from the stream side of things. So sometimes these scores will not be perfect. The last time that I had to track them, they were off by at least a few points. Some of that is because the Lonewolf is a scoring unit and therefore can do some stuff. But we'll worry about that when we get to that point. On table 1, we've got Devlin Smith versus Billy Hittinger. Devlin is playing Empire Dust. Billy will be playing Twilight Kin. Just going to track and also make sure that I'm not spelling your names wrong, because that would be embarrassing. Yep. Let's Robinson. Cool. All that is set. Table 2, which is a little bit further along. They're also in deployment. Robert Zimmerman versus Tucker Knight. And it is deployment. So rather than attempt to why is this one so much larger? Get that down. This is Tucker, Robert, respectively. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. I will definitely describe the scenario a little bit here so we can, that way people following along can understand it to the best of their ability. I will say that it's a lot of these scenarios are kind of like, you got to be here because they're funky, to say the least. So this scenario, I'm trying to as abbreviate it as much as possible for the purposes of what we're putting up on the actual camera. It is effectively, where's my book? We find our baseline first, so that not just shooting in the dark here. So just had scenarios. So it is effectively pillage. Yeah, so it's pillage. There are a guaranteed 6 tokens. So not 7, but 6. One of them is considered to be the closest to the center, but not actually the center of the table. So it's just for the purposes of bonus objectives that matters. They cannot be placed within 12 inches of another token, cannot be within 6 inches of impassable objects or the board edge. Same as other objective tokens for the most part. After they are deployed and table sides are chosen, but before any units are deployed, players must collectively determine which rig tokens meet the requirement for middle of the board and closest to the middle of your opponent's table edge. In the case of Tucker and Robert here, that's going to be probably, this is the closest to the center for Robert, and this is the closest to the center for Ryan. One of them they are trying to secretly target, so they'll have to write that down. Closest to the middle of your opponent's table edge. So this one's definitely closest there. This one's definitely closest here. If I had to guess closest to the middle, it's one of these two, their choice, basically. They are never moved. They are scored and controlled by having more unit strength within 3 inches of the token at the end of each player turn. You score. There is no start to scoring. So you start basically at the end of each turn. So if you've got stuff that scouts up onto these tokens, you can start scoring a lot really early. That's at least how I read it. So you score 1 point per turn for each token. At the end of the game, you get a bonus 2 points for each rig you control at the end. So there's a little bit of a catch-up mechanic. Don't get them early. You might be able to get a big score at the end to overtake. You get 2 bonus points for capturing your target that you secretly chose. You get 1 scoring point for capturing the closest to the middle of the board, and 1 point for capturing the one closest to the middle of your opponent's part of the board. So similar to control, we're taking the middle section is worth an extra point. So that is the scenario. It's basically objectives that are progressive and with a few extra steps. So it's not that bad once you've played it once or twice, but it is a little bit tricky to describe on the fly. Our biggest challenge is going to be keeping track of the actual progressive scoring so we can know who is actually winning or not. That is going to be the trick, but we will do our best. So in the meantime, we have their lists already brought up. Table 1 has not been dropped yet. Yeah, definitely not one to play drunk. Definitely not one I would want to play if you don't remember, but it's not too bad. It's mostly pillage with progressive scoring. So if there's anything else, everything else is mostly bonuses. So Get to the objectives, stand on the objectives, hold the objectives. Try really hard to hold them at the end of the game because they're worth twice as much for the last score. All right. So unlike the previous game where we had a lot of Mantic models in play, making it a little bit easier to tell what things were, we will be dealing with some non-Mantic models, so I'll be going over stuff as soon as we get stuff on the table with these deployments. Remember that we're technically ahead of the round time. Round time's technically only supposed to start in 2 minutes. These guys are just getting started a little bit early. So with their deployment, in terms of the tokens here, let's go over which ones are probably going to be this one. I imagine is going to be the dead center of the table. Whether or not they put it there intentionally, that's definitely what I would consider the center of the table. Did we lose some focus on this camera? What's going on? Oh yeah, I'll have to go clean that up later. I'm guessing that's gunk on the camera lens. But did it? Meantime, there we go. All right, so list readoffs. So as they're dropping them, we'll go back and forth here. Do this to shift stuff over so I can see it. Well, this is all this way. There we go. Cool, and then that gives me a little bit more room to look at this. Alrighty, so looking at their stuff that they're dropping so far, we have from the EOD side. Can I just reset this? Oh, I see what's happened. Interesting. I might get us a little bit more clarity. We'll see how long it lets up. For so far on the Empire of Dust side, we have a regiment of Revenant Cav. One of them has Brew of Sharpness, the other one has Brew of Haste. I'm not sure which is which. We'll get some clarity on that once things are all dropped down. To the left of them is a Horde of Enslaved Guardians. That's going to be... there's a lot of items in this list. That one appears to be the Pipes of Terror version. On the right-hand side is a regiment of Skeleton Spearmen with the Orb of Tower and Presence, giving them unit strength 4. On the left-hand side is another unit of Enslaved Guardians. Village side of the table, we have Corsair Fleet Wardens. We have more Corsair Fleet Wardens. We have Impalers. We have a second horde of Impalers because they are monster symmetry, so they're chonky. Devlin's second line here, that looks to be a regiment of Scavengers. Yep, Scavenger Regiment. The Planner Apparition, almost certainly dropping back there. Could also be a Mind Screech. He's got a little bit of both. Actually, those are those are probably the two Mind Screeches. The other one's probably his planner based on the model selection, which I'll point out when we get to it. Idle Shobik dropping right in the middle, like he does. So he's using some things that look like Cav as his mutants, but they are mutants. The giant obelisk is a monolith. Fairly appropriate model choice there. The second regiment of mutants. A bone giant with Slayer, like you do. Though, might start seeing more Rampage on him. Not quite sure yet, but I feel like the advantage of being able to hit monsters with extra attacks is almost worth it over the specifics of hitting lower infantry. We're starting to see some character drops. So this looks to be his caster, or sorry, not caster. The oh, I need my second round of caffeine. This is his navigator. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So navigator right there. Does Billy have Mikey? Billy has a Soulbane on Nightmare. Presumably this is what that is here in the middle. I don't see Lothael having dropped yet. Drops a second Mind Screech in the back. And here is the Planner Apparition Mind Screech. This looks to be Patha's Champion of Death. Sitting alongside what I can only imagine are supposed to be Rev Cav, based on the unit choice, because I don't see a third unit of Enslaved Guardians. There's nothing else in this list that could look like that, so I'm guessing those are his other Rev Cav. And then Soul Snare went right here. Ah, there's the second. I was like, where's the second Scavenger unit? Second Scavenger unit is behind the other Enslaved Guardians. So he's basically got the Enslaved Guardians and then a regiment of Scavengers behind each one, knowing he can just fly over them to do blocking later on. Cool. That covers these two armies and their deployment. So they're going to get started here with turn one momentarily. They're pulling out their stuff. So turn one top. We'll be here in a minute. In the meantime, we're going to take a look at our second table. All right, so looking at our other table, we have Robert Zimmerman versus Tucker Knight. Robert here playing Forces of Nature at the bottom of the table versus Tucker Knight's Abyssals at the top of the table. So for Robert here, we have two Greater Air Elementals, which look like they are as advertised. I just want to make sure there's Greater Airs, not Greater Waters in the list, because I did see that there was one person running a lot of Greater Waters. This is not that list. There are two hordes of Fire Elementals. a horde of Scorchwings, which I don't think is on the table just yet. 2 regiments of Forest Shamblers, which I believe are just chilling in front of the fire elementals, because they'll technically have a wider frontage by just a small amount, meaning they're actually pretty decent screens. He should have the Wiltfather dead center. That looks to be his tree herder here. He has 2 troops. He's basically got a formation that he's worked out. 2 troops of Hunters, or 2 regiments, sorry, of Hunters of the Wild. Those not Hunters of the Wild, though. Those have to be something else. Not. Oh, sorry. Those are Forest Shamblers. There we go. I was like, where are those? So yeah, 2 regiments of Forest Shamblers, 2 regiments of Hunters of the Wild. I got the Forest Shamblers mixed up with Hunters of the Wild. That's on me. And then on the far flank, we have what I imagine is, in this case, a unicorn. And then there's a Pegasus, which looks like it's going on the exact opposite side. Yep. And then they will have their Lone Wolf characters to drop as well here. That's all for a Force of Nature player, other than the Horde of Scorchwings, where that's going to have to drop at some point. So on the Abyssal side, we have 2 regiments of Abyssal Guard. I imagine those are actually these 2 in the front. We have a regiment of Succubi, which I believe are these. We have 2 regiments of Abyssal Horsemen. We have the Succubi have the Hammer of Measured Force. Should have got that. We have 2 hordes of Tortured Souls. Those are going to be here and here, respectively, on the far flank. We have a Cronius, which I believe is here. We have an Abyssal Harbinger, which I believe is chilling between the 2 units of Abyssal Guard, which has been upgraded with Abyssal Mount. And then we have 2 hordes of Molochs, as you do, both with Spoiler Champions, one with Jesse's Boots of Striding. And then we have an Abyssal Warlock. I think it's chilling here, hiding underneath the arm of the Cronius. I think that's the actual Cronius model, so it's standing tall there. So this brings us... we don't have a lot of Forces of Abyss or Forces of Nature players in the event, so getting these on the table just so we can see. Hey, what's going on, John? Leg is doing okay. I realize we get to watch a win spin. I disagree with that. So I think Devlin and Billy will give us a good mid to upper mid table play, if not lower top at this point. Devlin's been practicing a lot. Billy's been practicing a lot. Both of them got 20s in their previous round, so these are technically top tables. So just may not be for the entire event. We'll see. So at least I want to say they were toward the top. But in any case, we've got deployment down for them. They're just doing their last little checks. The Scorchwings deployed on the very far left, which does not surprise me. And there aren't any... So for the previous scenario, there was a little bit of a difference in deployment. You started 14 inches in. But yeah, looks like we have top. Okay, so hold on. This is top of 1. And I gotta make sure I know which one is which. So Tucker is playing Force of the Abyss. Robert is playing Force of Nature. So Robert, it looks like they are doing their scout moves first. It's going to be basically all the trees get to just run forward. Just making sure he's not in that turn 1 charge range. I think this is... It's a slightly risky play, but I think he's got plenty of time to make sure everything catches up. He's not playing a shooting heavy army, so it's not like his other things are moving too slow. They do have shambling, so he doesn't want to go too crazy. But I do think moving forward, taking board control, and most importantly, starting to generate those tokens, especially because, at least with this table setup, with this being a giant piece of impassable terrain, Tucker has a pretty big advantage with just how the board is set up, because he has 1, 2, 3, 4 tokens all within fairly easy reach versus Robert having just the 2 on this side. So Robert definitely has some push to where he needs to push across the table and engage Tucker. But Devlin does okay. Speaking of Devlin and this, we're looking at we are now at bottom of 1 after the turn has moved. And they already technically have started scoring, so this is going to be the trick. Like I said, we are going to do our best. Turn 1, but we're going to do our best to keep track of this. So nothing is within 3 inches of this token here. There was points scoring within that token there. There was point within scoring here. So it looks like, if my count is correct, that Devlin should have 2. Let's see if they read the thing, or if I missed a step here. Actually, you know what? Let me check. Maybe there's some note for progressive scoring in, like, the beginning of the packet or something dumb. Turn 3, so they cannot quite start scoring just yet. So that answers that question. So it gives me a little bit of relief. We don't have to worry until turn 3. It's just listed in a different part of the scenario pack. So start of turn 3 is when we will start seeing that progressive scoring kick in. So it looks like Devlin advanced mostly to take some board positioning. Devlin's shooting is going to consist almost entirely of the soul snare. I don't think he had anything else that shot, whereas Billy is going to have the 2 mind screeches. I think that's it. He does not have no shooting from Billy other than the mind screeches. So it's going to be a combat focused game. So positioning is going to be pretty key early on. I do think that Billy has a very strong left flank with the 2 hordes of mutants. Or sorry, 2 regiments of mutants. I don't... it's going to be a little bit risky with Devlin over there. Pathos gives him a pretty big edge in speed, because he will actually have a speed advantage against mutants, which is pretty key. Because if you punch them, they lose a whole lot of impact. Versus if you get punched by them, they usually delete something. So Billy's going to be moving up a little bit there. And check over on table 2. Movement is going, so looks like Robert got the turn 1. So in addition to the scout moves, he also got turn 1. So he's going to have a pretty big board control advantage at that point, at least in terms of the center of the board. But I'd argue that just because of this table's shape, which it's going to be... Let's see if I can turn this. No, I cannot. I wish I could make this a big, long line. But effectively, it's what's up here that actually matters in terms of... Oh. You want me to grab the sack? Like, what do you do? Grab the sack. Oh, right, there we go. Just announce that to YouTube. I'm grabbing Mark's sack. All right. Oh, giggles. Giggles. Thanks. All right. All right. So I think he's playing cautiously because there's a lot of speed on Tucker's side with the two hordes of tortured souls. With the knights, there's actually a really good amount of speed for the abyssal player. And again, Robert doesn't have that much shooting. He's got just the Scorch Wings, and then I think the Unicorn had Lightning Bolt, and that was really it. The Scorch Wings are going to roll up the side. I'm a little curious about that. I think I would put the edge on the Soul Flare, or sorry, I want to call them Soul Flares, on the Tortured Souls. The Tortured Souls, I think, come into the Scorch Wings and just hit them and stop them from shooting for the rest of the game, and then eventually win that grind fest. And I don't think he has enough shots to really stop him. And the air elementals won't be able to see beyond the impassable terrain. So all of that, to me, seems like a good thing for Tucker. Tucker can, assuming this unit doesn't die, will charge in. I say assuming it doesn't die, but those are some pretty good to hit rolls. Yeah, this table is so much more clear than the other one. I gotta touch up the camera tonight for table one. Looks like 2 wounds. So yeah, gets it up to like maybe 3 or 4. I think that was all he had for damage for that. Unless he's got another big unit somewhere else. Okay, so doing some pot shots over at the Knight. Y'all didn't hear this, but basically, Robert was. It sounds like Robert forgot to move this guy, and Tucker was being generous and saying, "Yeah, no, you can totally move it. It's not going to be a game changer." So some good sportsmanship there. Given that they were in another phase, it was totally viable for them to, in my mind, for Tucker to say, "Hey, no," but he chose not to. So that's, like I said, that's a player-based decision. I think that's a good one to just say, "Hey, that's totally okay." So it looks like it's flipped over to Tucker's turn. I'm hoping they're not counting score. I realized now that I see Robert writing on his sheet, and I had the same thing initially where I thought that the score was separate, but he could also just be filling out a sheet for other things. So we'll come back to that later. But this is now bottom of 1 for them. Yes, this is Abyssals versus Force of Nature on table 2. Robert Zimmerman at the bottom, Tucker Knight at the top. See a cautious Abyssal advance. Flipping over back to table 1. Looks like the initial round of shooting. I don't see any dead units for Devlin just yet. So he's probably just going to slightly walk forward, just ever so slightly. He's got a pretty good curve. So look at it and start to see the beginnings of an arc. Now the danger close really is these mutants here. These mutants could potentially break the arc and come this way, though this is a piece of impassable, so it's kind of like if they go that way, they may be out of the game for a while. Hard to say if that's a good call, but I think Devlin's just going to play this smart and try to bait them. Very cautious. He may even pounce on the left mutants. That's completely within the realm of possibility here. Depending on if Billy left them in charge range. I doubt he did, but who knows just yet. Now, I will say Devlin does need to be a little cautious. The mutants, with their potential charge range of 17, can sometimes be very scary. John touched something bad, but we're going to see. I think he's seeing if he can get a Pathos all the way out arc. Oh no, presumably the lone wolf here for that character. I don't think Devlin had any other individuals in his list. Maybe Sebek Ray, but Sebek Ray wouldn't be mounted. Yeah, that's his lone wolf character. No individuals in Devlin's list. Everything scores. We love to see it. So Billy's just kind of come forward in a straight line, just nice, calm, collected. He's using the impassable piece in the upper right to anchor his line. So all that is giving him a very good setup for his falling turn, assuming he can break out of the arc, which I think he very well can on the left flank. The right flank, I think, is going to be very slow. I don't think we're going to see a lot of engagement there just yet. So that said, I don't think Billy has to go that far out because he's already got one objective. Devlin's got a slight advantage, at least in terms of where the objectives are. So he can pretty securely hold these ones, and then he can just kind of chill on this. List versus list. Oh, it looks like Devlin is going to jump in. So if Pappy goes in and contributes Cloak of Death, which I would absolutely, I'd rather hit and not kill these than leave them and have them not disordered on a following turn. That would be disastrous because they will one-shot things. I'd much rather lose a RevCav regiment to all of that. Unfortunately, the RevCav regiment isn't wide enough to block up more than just one of these units. That would be the other nice thing to do, would be to try to block up multiple of them with one unit. He potentially could have done that by using his Lone Wolf to effectively traffic control the RevCav. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought. So Pappy's going to go in. He's going to Cloak of Death a bunch of stuff. I don't know that he kills the mutants, but 10 attacks. He's going to start at 1 because of Cloak of Death. Might have Dread from the Wolf, depending on if it's close enough. And then effectively 10 dice on 3s with Elite and crushing 3. He's looking at 7 or 8 wounds. So there's a decent chance of a waiver, which is what you want to get against those guys. And that definitely gives a better chance to the RevCav on the other side, which I'm guessing he gave them +1 to hit. So those RevCav are like actual knights, and will hit on 3s and do some real damage. +1 to hit effectively gives you 2 extra wounds for the unit. It's pretty significant. Some early shooting sounds like it just kind of bounced off. Yeah, looking at this, the camera on the right-hand side is a little bit fuzzy. I think that's just because it's the way that it's... the center is actually further to the left than what we can see, so tomorrow I'll correct that. This table will be fully in focus. Instead of half of it looking perfect and the other half looking a little blurry. Sounds like the RevCav went in, killed some mutants. We go ahead, pivot, face the Impalers. RevCav probably not going to win that in a long grind, but the Impalers going to struggle to kill RevCav in 1 turn without assistance. Pappy gets 9 damage on the mutants on his end. Sounds like Devlin's just gonna kill the mutants. Just starts the game like that. I would have been very happy with a waiver on both those units with no kill, but I think that's a strong start, to say the least. That actually, I think, is bad for a Pappy. I would have preferred a Pappy forced the individuals to have to charge at an awkward angle so that they were all in his front and therefore could be chain overrun to kill everything. But now they might be able to ground him, and ground dragon is definitely a lot less intimidating than an airborne dragon. But all right, this is turn 2. Bottom. In a second. Over to our Abyssals and Forces of Nature with Robert and Tucker. We had, so as predicted, the left-hand side, we do have the Tortured Souls. They went into the Scorch Wings. Did some damage there. Don't know if they're going to pick them up, but they certainly will damage them. The second unit of Tortured Souls decided to dive in on... I'm not actually sure what this is anymore. Now I'm checking. I wonder if that's one of his individual characters. It's not the unicorn. Maybe that's the Pegasus? That's a little surprising that that's just out there. Maybe he thinks if he kills and overruns, he's getting some bonus benefit out of it. But personally, I would have kept the Tortured Souls back a little bit because the Greater Air Elemental has Surge available, and they do nasty things when they flank. They're not quite as potent as they were last year, but they're still very strong. Walk forward, square base, pivot, suddenly you're in a rear. It's nasty. The Tortured Souls do pick up the Scorch Wings on the left. I do wonder if Robert's plan was that if he had enough shooting, he could waver them? Are they Fearless or are they Fury? That's my question, I guess. Abyssals get a little wonky with their assortment here. Tortured Souls were Fearless. Knowing they're Fearless, I would not have pushed up quite as aggressively. I would have just let the Tortured Souls kind of chill there and use these Scorch Wings. If anything, I would have probably put them on the other side of the board and just tormented the Knights. With 10 inches of nimble flying, they can move places a lot faster than the Scorch Wings can. And the Scorch Wings can move faster than the Tortured Souls can and get to the other side of the table. Where are the list links? Don't post them into the YouTube chat, I guess, at least for this round. Or actually, here's what I can do. It's a little bit laser on my end, so you'll forgive me. But it solves, at least for now, other problems. So this is the Dropbox link to all of the lists being used. So you can pull any lists you want to look at from that Dropbox, as well as just a list of all the players. I do not have the match scorings, but that will at least give everything else. So yeah, Tucker is slowly walking around, but hasn't actually jumped on anything just yet. All right, so these are Tortured Souls, not against the Scorch Wings, but rather in the center left. Since we're already watching this one be rolled, we're going to finish it out, and then we'll flip back over to table 1. And this is bottom of 1. Yeah, no, this was a turn 1 charge because of the Scorch Wings pushing up and the Force of Nature basically starting on the center line of the table on turn 1. Between the scout moves and the turn 1 forward movement. Looks like he did some damage there. We will see if he picks up the unit. I do not think he did, unless... All Cool, he did not. All right, that answers that question. Trying to play catch up with what they're doing. Do that. Also, lock down that one. Table 2 cam is fine. Table 3 cam, or table 1 cam is the one that's off. They are now on top of 2. Or they will be by the time we get back. Are they still rolling? Did I miss something? What's going on? Are they still fighting that combat? No, I'm just blind. Okay. Yeah, top of 1. It is Robert's turn. He's just doing something. Using some of that clock time. We like using our clock time. All right, back on table 1. Billy is pushing out, so looks like he's doing some lightning bolting onto the giant, and then following that up with a wind blast for just at least a little bit. Either that, or he was using the damaging wind blast of Lothiel. So the wind blast is mostly just a bonus there. Effectively just getting some extra lightning bolt. Some more damage on the giant. And weakened, I think. So we're looking for a pop here. Looks like he's going to pick up the giant. Shooting in retribution. So it's going to be a Soulbane on Dreadfiend and a horde of Impalers against the Slave Guardians in the center. Dread is effectively going to make the Slave Guardians start at a 16. With it being defense 5, I would be pretty concerned. Unless you just roll all 2s. So I think the Soulbane just missed, is what happened there. Or rather, it hit with all 5 dice and then failed to do any wounds, is what happened. Now we're on to the Impalers. And worth noting, the Impalers will likely be only crush 1 with Vicious. I don't know if his Navigator took the... it did not. So it did not take the Loot of Insatiable Darkness. So that being the case, crushing 1 with Vicious, he'll need to get 4s. So he... I heard boxcars twice with Brutal, meaning that he only did 5 wounds. Yeah, he did 4 wounds. Oof, that was a rough combat. But he did pick up the giant with shooting, which is pretty significant, and definitely makes it so it's not as bad for the turnaround, basically. The Revenant Cav are free to turn and surge the butt of the Impalers, though, and I think that's what's actually going to be devastating here. But I think it was... Slave Guardians back in this whole thing. The left flank just seems to be disintegrating for Billy. To some degree, a combination of Devlin rolling really hot on his turn and Billy rolling really low on this turn, which might make this a faster than anticipated game, as much as I wish that weren't the case. We'll see what happens on the left. I mean, popping the giant in 1 round of shooting was pretty damn impressive. There is still another horde of Impalers and the 2 regiments of Fleet Wardens are not too shabby at all, and there is at least some form of rallying, at least 1 captain with rally in the middle of all that, so that's another chunk of damage, plus just some extremely beefy Fleet Wardens sitting at what should be 16-18, if not 17-19. But facing across them is Shobek, as well as some more Rev Cav, some more Enslaved Guardians. The Rev Cav are functionally not that scary when you have Phalanx. They're definitely not that scary when you have Phalanx. But the Enslaved Guardians, on the other hand, are quite terrifying. So still have to watch out for them. But those regiments are tanky enough to take a hit from an Enslaved Guardian regiment and keep on swinging. So, but that is the part that's scary. Is yeah, these Rev Cav are going to turn around. They're going to surge. Pappy may be the one who ends up doing it, but he has the monolith, so I don't even know if it needs Pappy to do that. Pappy could go and do other things. Lonewolf looks like he's going to come over here just to bring Dread into the mix. Pappy looks like he's going to do it to try and bring Cloak into the mix. And then at that point, he could choose to either drain life the Navigator or drain life the Tailors. He has some options there. This is also top of now, I believe. So at the end of this turn, they're going to start scoring. Top of 3. Billy's list is quite lower unit strength. I like Billy's list. I think the what happened to the mutants in this case is a textbook. When mutants hit things, they hurt, and certainly they've caused a stir with how much they can hurt. And when they get hit, they get hurt, and that is basically like they are the definition of this game's classiest cannon. With 14 nerve effectively to hit a Weaver and defense 4, meaning 7 wounds is enough to get them in a danger spot. So when they're matched speed for speed, they sometimes are challenged. When you get that extra speed boost and you get that 17-inch charge, they're in the money. So sad about that. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Yeah, I would normally want to have them just ever so slight. Like I would try to take advantage of the 17 versus the Revenant Cav. I wouldn't want to risk getting hit by Revenant Cav, especially if that's the +1 to hit unit, because that. I think people sometimes discount units of knights as just not doing any damage. They're not the most impactful hammers in the game, but there's still 16 dice on 3s. And with Thunderous 2, assuming they're unhindered, that will still hurt. So, but I think it was still a safe decision for Devlin to take those charges because even if he got a waiver, both of those units would have been in a position where the Impalers might have picked up the Rev Cav, but then Pappy picks up at least one unit of mutants, if not both of them, between the Lonewolf and Pappy. So it was Devlin was actually set up quite well for a follow-up turn. Looks like the surge was successful. The character got hit, but has not died just yet. Looks like Pappy did drain life the he did drain life the Navigator, but did not kill it. He tried, trying to get the Soulbane. The Soulbane is fine. Oh, there's something that with birds is getting smacked. If I had to guess, there's a captain in the middle of all that. Let me pull up my bigger camera for me so I can see that a little closer. I don't know what the bird. Oh, maybe the birds were. I think what's happening is the birds are actually flush with the Impalers and are actually in combat. I could be wrong on that. Either that or there's an individual just barely out of sight. But a little hard to say there with how the tables are matched up. But yeah, here come the Rev Cav from the rear. they're going to hurt. Because it's still a rear charge and it's still King's War and rear charges. There are very few times when I would completely discount a rear charge. Usually it's when it's like a regiment of a swarm. Maybe in the previous edition when it was the old chariot regiment profile of 8 attacks, so it was 24 attacks when you did a rear charge. Those were also fairly negligible. But looks like the Impalers are going to Snakes, and he will pop them. Not a huge surprise, especially with the rear charge, because Impalers getting hit from the rear become 2+ to wound as opposed to the front wall that would have been a 4+. So yeah, that unit's gonna pretty much vaporize. The Rev Cap probably could have done that on their own, but getting some wounds back on the Enslaved Guardians for getting their punches in, I think will help. So they're now starting to score. So Billy has at least one, but I don't think you actually start counting at the start of the turn. I think you're supposed to start counting at the end of the turn. I could be wrong here. Oh, it's the beginning of the turn. I take it back. So join as if it were a lockdown. That's fair. So looks like since it's top of 3, Billy will score 1 point because he owns the top center objective currently. That is where Progressive is scoring. On Devlin's turn, he is currently slated to score 1, 2, 3, 4, unless Billy is able to get some more stuff in there. Our total player count was, I want to say, we have a total of 27 and or 28 tables. I do not believe we have a bye, which means our total player count should be 54? Yes, maybe a little bit higher. It's either 54 or 56. I'd have to check on our total player count. Still pretty good, considering we had a couple of last-second drops, but for a Lone Wolf crowd, those are some good numbers. And we also have a lot of regulars that are not here. We have a lot of new players this Lone Wolf. Something like 10 or so people who this is their first event. And obviously we're missing a lot of commonplace faces. Yourself, Jeremy. Pat is not here. Jeff is not here. Todd is not here. I could go down the list. So yeah, we're missing a couple of players that we normally expect to see here. Obviously, I'm not playing. I'm commentating. But hopefully we will continue to see this growth into next year. That would be great. It'd be wonderful. All right, flipping us back over to table 2. Stuff is happening. Holy gosh, stuff is happening. I think we're still only on the top of 2 based on what has died. Either that or it's about to be Tucker's turn. Yeah, it's Tucker's turn. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I get it. So believe me, I get it. I would have liked to play. I definitely can't prop myself up for long enough to make it work. So, and I didn't want to steal Adam's glory by bullying him into making me just pushing units across the table. So, but there's always next year. There's always more time. So, and hopefully I'll make it over there for Clash for the British people. That'll be nice. Got some time, so hopefully I'll be a little bit more up on my feet for that. But looks like, to get back to the game for game 2, looks like Robert was able to get that surge flank. Cracks of November, knees both give way to the extreme. Oh, fuck. Yeah. You have all of my sympathies and all of my empathy. I think it's empathy when it's you're directly relating as opposed to conveying that you feel sorry. Because yeah, there's it's a lot of metal in this thing now. Yeah, exactly. Like my plan was to come here and get wheeled around in a wheelchair if absolutely the bare minimum. Uh, just was fortunate that I'm at least able to crutch around for now. So that worked out at least, so that I'm not quite as immobile. Um, anyway, so yeah, so it looks like Robert got the surge flank with the air elemental into the tortured souls as predicted, which was good. Picked them up in one round. Solid counterattack. Definitely, I think, worth it for what looks like was basically nothing killed by the tortured souls. Um, on the right hand side, it looks like he engaged one of the Abyssal Guard units. Um, so he came in here with the Wiltfather and one of the Hunters of the Wild, charged the Abyssal Guard and picked them up. Um, that has now opened the way for Molochs to potentially get in. Oh no, because I think this is impassable. Yeah. People who have broken legs get +1 to all their dice rolls, just period. Uh, um, no. I like that engagement. I initially did not like this engagement with the 2 Moloch cards in behind, but knowing that that's a piece of impassable terrain, I actually think that that's good, because now he's blocking up effectively 3 units with just the Hunters of the Wild, and Cloak of Death is going to tick a couple times. I think the region will counteract that, and therefore that's going to equal up fairly decently. He'll do like a wound or 2, which is still important, because getting a head start there is nice against the Moloch boards, because that 16-18 nerve is a little bit higher when you're starting to try to do one-shot tactics. The Abyssal Horsemen look like they're coming in here to charge a regiment of the Forest Shamblers. Now, here's the thing: he's got to be really careful about how he engages here. Those Greater Heirs just wreck stuff when they're left to their own devices. I'm kind of curious which direction this one is facing. I guess he must have faced it this way because he anticipated the tortured souls flying around either direction, so he's trying to keep some options open. Maybe he just forgot to check this arc. The charge distance of what I believe are succubi. Or maybe he thought that because the succubi are only wounding it on 3s that it just didn't matter. Or sorry, only wounding on 4s because they have the hammer of measured force, that he could take that charge, which is very possible. Succubi are 20 attacks, 3s and 4s. There's a good chance the Greater Heir is still chilling. Seeing some good beers off being tossed out, as you do. The best way to be a good sport at the event is share the drinks. So. Oh, a big stretch. Okay. Let's see here. Looks like it is flipped over to Tucker's turn. So my bot of 2 is... Or no, we're still on Tucker's turn. They shared a beer, they were pausing. Now he's backed up so he can start scoring that objective, which I think is the right thing to do there. It might be a little presumptuous. I'd be a little cautious with the Greater Air Elemental just kind of staring at him like that. But maybe he thinks, oh, but it's... that's the question. Is it a rear charge? It depends on which direction the Greater Air is facing. If the Greater Air is facing toward the succubi, then this is significantly not that big of a deal. If it's facing away from it, then I take back what I said earlier about the succubi not killing the Greater Elemental. 60 attacks on 3s will be 40 hits and 20 wounds, and it will be a dead Greater Air. Realistically, obviously there's some scatter to that, but I would expect to see a dead Greater Air. So it looks like they're doing a little bit of healing here. We're going to flip back over to Devlin and Billy into an absolute bloodbath. So Devlin looks like I think we've actually flipped several turns here in the past second. So, or at the very least, this is bottom. What the actual hell? Hold on. No, it's top of 4. That's what happened. So we missed a turn, and it went by so quickly, apparently, just because that's where we're at in this game. So it looks like Devlin scored his initial points for these, which means he's at minimum 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Devlin would have scored at least 4. The other question is, are they scoring at the top of each player's turn? Hold on, I need to just check that. Each player turn. Contradictories about when these are scored because this pack needs some proofreading, but that's okay. I feel like these scores are actually probably doubled. So Billy, if my understanding is correct on how these are scored, I believe Billy is at 3 currently, and I believe Devlin is at least 12. But I'll get some confirmation on scores. Like I said, progressive scoring becomes a nightmare to track in this because both players score at the start of each of their turns, meaning that each round you are getting 2 different scores tallied up. So progressive scoring scales very quickly. Yeah, so there's some contradiction there as to whether or not it's the end of the round or the beginning of the round, because the scenario says the end of the round, but the instructions for how to use progressive scoring in the packet say the beginning of the round. So I will poke Mark and see if any of them have realized that. But needless to say, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say Devlin is ahead, regardless of how much he has currently scored. Looks like he picked up the other Horde of Impalers with a combined charge of what I imagine was a Jesse boot popped Rev Cav, as well as Slave Guardians to the front. That's pretty impressive. I would not have expected to see that to pop, but it sounds like Dev was just rolling Billy under the table to some degree. So I had hoped this would be a closer and more interesting game. This one may just come down to a dice steam roll. It does happen. So Shobek goes in and moving on. I think Shobek just one shot. Well, actually, no. So Billy would have countercharged. So realistically, I think that's 2 rounds of combat here, which makes a little bit more sense with the Impalers and the regiment of Fleet Wardens. So over 2 rounds, the Enslaved Guardians and the Rev Cav killed the Impalers, and over 2 rounds, respectively, Shobek killed the Fleet Wardens. Yeah. No, it's as long as everyone's playing by the same rules. Frankly, that's what matters most. Or at bare minimum, as long as the people playing at the table are doing it the same for both sides of the table. Personally, I think that's fine. So if they were both counting it as the start of the turn, if they're both counted as the end of the turn, as long as they were both doing it the same way, should be fine. Regardless, or if they were doing both, God forbid they were counting both the beginning and the end of the turn. So looks like the Soulbane on Dreadfiend does get picked up by Pappy and Slave Guardians. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it, folks. This one, it's the stuff in the middle will die in the next 2 turns. It's going to be pretty definitive, I think, unless the Mind Screeches manage to fly behind impassable terrain and play Keep Away. So yeah, just between a definitive wipe of the left flank, allowing him to swing in, and then it looks like the right held up, but then either crumbled with additional assistance or just there wasn't enough to really hold the line there. So yeah, whether or not it was just a lack of healing from the planner, I imagine it's not going well there. Also, the beginning of the round, assuming they are counting it, Devlin would score, it looks like 5, and that center one currently would be unoccupied. So if I'm doing this right, currently 17-3, but I guarantee you when I ask them at the end of this game, the scores are going to be wrong, so don't take that with too much of a grain of salt. It is pretty clear who is winning in this one and who's probably going to win this game. So I'm less worried about this one. More worried about the second game, which I feel has not completely been diced out just yet. It looks like we are still on Tucker's turn, potentially. I'll find out here in a second. See dice being picked up, but not rolled. All right, so I think what's happening is they're about to roll the Greater Air Elemental, I think, and he's trying to figure out how many dice he has to roll. So this, to me, looks like one round of the Abyssal Succubi. The only other unit this could possibly be would be the Abyssal Guard, but they don't have that many dice, so... Yeah, so definitely that combat. Now the question is, do they actually kill it? Gotcha. They're learning about rear attacks. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like that Tucker was saying that he had, because it was a rear charge, he was going to have to roll a 3rd round of attacks. So that was the 2nd round of attacks. And Robert at that point was like, "Oh, go ahead and six it." So it looks like the Greater Air was picked up from a rear charge from the Succubi. Now he's got to figure out which way to turn them. Because there's still another, here's the thing, there's still another Greater Air Elemental, and there's still a lot of stuff with flanks that it can go after very easily. I don't think he can get a rear on the Horseman. I think that's good for Tucker, but he could definitely get a flank. I think that's a fence that's underneath them, though, so that's actually good. I'd have to triple check, because I believe that Greater Airs only have Pathfinder, not Strider. So that would mean that he'd at least be hindered despite the terrain. But now if the Succubi are turned, it's going to matter what. If they turn to face inward, then they risk getting surged by the Greater Air. If they turn outward, then they risk getting attacked by something else. So right now it looks like he's keeping them facing the same way. I might have to go look at the tape. I just want confirmation on what these units are. Um, oh God, and realistically, they're gonna start scoring objectives. I'm gonna have to go over and figure out what the heck's going on in a second. I'm gonna flip over to table one, quick checkup. Again, we expect it to be a pretty much a wipeout, but looks like a Hail Mary charge from. Yeah, you need a runner. Yep, no, I'm right there with you. It is definitely easier with Gophers to do these to do these casts, but so it looks like an Enslaved Guardian Horde was picked up between the Lightning Bolt of Mind Screeches, so Billy getting some revenge points, and then the this is the Planner Apparition against the Birds, doing some minimal damage here, it looks like. All right, so for clarity, the progressive scoring starts at the on turn 3 and is scored at the end of the player turn. Is how it is meant to be done. So, so it looks like Apathis was not picked up by the Hail Mary charge of the Fleet Wardens. Devlin's gonna move some pieces in to get some last minute points here. At the end of that turn, it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4 points more to Devlin. I think Billy has resigned himself to not winning, so is going for just revenge points at this juncture. And he also just has 3 pieces. So tactical beverage would work wonders. I mean, certainly it would work favors for your sports score, because ain't much left on the table to do it. Moving over to table 2. All right, so let's see. Looks like he is going to set up the Greater Air Elemental for that long surge against the Succubi. Fingers crossed. Oh, interesting. I wonder if he's trying to set up two different surges here. Hold on. Does he have two different sources of surge? Yeah, unicorn. Oh, he has the Wilt Father. Oh, okay. So he could potentially surge both the fire elementals into the flank of the horseman, which is what I think he's trying to achieve here, as well as the greater air elemental into the rear of the succubi. Um, the rear of the succubi one's going to be a little challenging. I think that's going to be like a 3 or 4 inch surge, so he's got to get there, which is always a challenge. Um, Alternatively, he could just be setting up to pin it in place and then allow the greater air to come clean up here in a minute. Um, the greater fires, this is just an educated arc check. Yeah, I think they just gave it for me, which is I don't know if they're still in the front or not. Oh, is he just seeing that he was in charge range anyway? So I think I see what he's trying to do, and I don't think it works because he would charge, he would hit the unit, he would slide down, and that's going to prevent the surge. It's a smart move. Like it's the right thing you want to be learning how to do with surge tricks. But he's going to end up blocking his so he's gonna figure it out here. Yeah, so he'll flush up, but now when he pushes the fire elementals, they don't work. So yeah, he would have to do straight flush, which if he can do, then that works. If not, then I would just charge the front and call it a day and double tap the front, which is still probably enough to kill Abyssal Horseman with a 16 nerve at the top. They're fairly fragile. The fire elementals have pathfinders, so they don't care about the water they just walk through. Ironically, and with vicious and crushing 2 and hitting on 3s. Actually, they might not have vicious. Let me triple check that before I just spout out stats. They do have vicious. I was right. No, only melee 4 though. So all gotcha. Okay, that's where it is. So melee 4. So yeah, with 9 hits and a fairly consistent 7-8 wounds. I mean, you're already looking at a 9 to pop. So I would almost just commit both to the front and get it that way. That's I wouldn't even mess around with surge tricks there. I would just go for the punch, just punch it in the face. But if he can get the surge, I mean that counts as a flank. It'll be a hindered flank, but it's still better math than a fresh front technically. You would have to surge with Wildfather, but that's totally reasonable to pull. All right, real quick, while they're handling that, I'm going to go check on their progressive scoring since we have no clue what it is because their objectives are a little bit harder to see on the table compared to the top-down 6-inch bubbles, which are great for the record. Some of the best neoprint things for those 6-inch objective markers. All right. So upon getting some confirmation, they're actually a lot closer than it looked like at first glance. So they are. I do think they've been taking score since the first turn, rather than turn 3. I could be wrong on that, but again, as long as they're doing it collectively, then I think that still works out fine. But I believe what I saw was 5-6, so ever so close to being off on the scores there. Fine, but I believe I saw 5. Oh God, excuse me. Okay, so looking here, the greater air did not. Oh, I totally missed the Cronius just chilling in the forest. Complete oversight on my part. So the greater air went into the rear of a Cronius, which had bulldozed its way through the center, it looks like. So this Cronius had killed the forest. I want to call them forest stalkers for some reason, but they're not that. Forest shamblers, there we go. So the Cronius had popped in, killed the forest shamblers, and I thought the forest shamblers were still alive. That is not the case. The Cronius is still alive, and proceeded to get rear surged into by a greater air, which is what greater airs do. It does look like the Wolf Father pushed the fire elementals into the Abyssal Horsemen on the right-hand side. They didn't slide down yet. He might just not be able to balance them on the wall, so that's going to be my assumption there. The greater air will pick up the Cronius, surprising, at least to me. Sorry, not surprising, probably no one, is what I meant to say. Not surprising, at least to me. Now the question really comes down to, are the succubi facing left or right? Because if they're facing the greater air, then I wouldn't turn the greater air away. But if they're not facing the greater air, then the greater air is nimble. It can just turn whenever it needs to. All right. Some dice getting rolled. This is on the fire elementals, it sounds like. I heard rounds, so. Now, importantly, that means the Wolffather wasn't in combat, because I don't think he had a second source of surge outside of the Wolffather. I'm going to triple check that list, but I could have sworn I only saw the 2 sources of surge. So yeah, he had Ring of Harmony, which now I'm wondering if Ring can allow double cast. And of course, there we go. Once per turn after casting, yada yada, may immediately trigger a different. Gotcha, yeah. So he double surged with Ring of Harmony. That makes more sense. So Wolffather is actually in combat. He will pick up the Knights. He's going to sidestep with Elemental Unit 1, which makes room for the other Elemental Unit to actually turn, which I think is the right play there. Now it depends on how he wants to turn the other Elemental Unit. I don't know that he'd be able to get it that clean. He might have to turn a little bit further, but I think that's okay. 50 millimeter, no, 40 millimeter. It's not quite. He technically should have gone a little bit forward than the corner, but it's fine. That math is a lot harder to do on a table when it's not UB. You need a protractor, and this game is not supposed to take a protractor to play, for the love of God. All right, so we got 6 dice here, rolling for what I believe are the forest. Sorry, not forest rangers. The Hunters of the Wild. So Hunt of the Wild punching the Abyssal Guard. Yeah, ring double on elementals only. Yeah, so if he cast it on the fire elementals, he was able to effectively cast Surge on both of them. Oh, he didn't need Surge on both of them. He just cast it once on the. Oh, but he would have needed to cast on the Earth elemental. So yeah, so he cast the. Sorry, not the Earth elemental. The Air elemental he cast on first, and then he switched and cast on the fire elemental. So yeah, all is right in the world. All right, so. Or the Willfather cast it, and the Willfather is just not in combat, which is entirely a possibility. So this right here is a classic case of, at least for me, looking at Tucker's side with the Molochs. So just a good kind of a learning moment for me would be you always want to have about an inch gap between your units if you can. Sometimes a little bit wider, depends on the units. Molochs in this case, you might want it to be a little wider. Because what's happening here is if the Molochs had an inch gap between them and the Abyssal Guard that are in front of them, the Abyssal Guard would be able to back up and sidestep. If playing with withdraw, you could back up and sidestep and make some room for the Molochs to come in. You could potentially do multi-charges with both of them. It would give you some more options and some more pivot options. As it is right now, I don't think the Abyssal Guard have the room to back up an inch. Even if they wanted to, and therefore can't sidestep to get out of the way. They can't do it if Willfather's engaged on their flank anyway. And that would get ignored all I just said because they're dead. So, but the Molochs will come in. Yeah, Force of Nature is doing good so far. Certainly the double elemental attack on the right is going really well. The Greater Airs are doing what Greater Airs do, which is getting really easy flanks on just everything. Flanks and rears. So, but we got Abyssal Horsemen, we got the Knights, we got Molochs. There's still a pretty hefty backline for the Abyssals, so there's still stuff to come in. But I think a lot of his meat at this point is gone. And my biggest concern for him would be just that there are just 2 Greater Airs still running around, causing havoc. In terms of the scoring, this is going to go to top of 3? Top of 3 or top of 4. It's a little hard to track. So they're going to get 1 point there, 1 point there. So that's 1 and 1. They're checking for that one. So I think that point's going to go either tied or slightly in favor of the Force of Nature. I'm sure I got it right. All right. Getting a quick check, quick rules check. Everything good there. So it looks like the Tortured Souls are at least reforming. Now they won't be able to come toward the center too crazy because they don't have Nimble. Unless he bought the Nibble, which he may have. Greater area I find weak, but the fly makes it interesting, distracting. Mid to late game surge potential on it is very strong. It's less crazy now that it doesn't have 10 attacks. When it had 10 attacks, it was insane. It was very easy to get flanks with, very easy to get surge flanks, surge rears even. Pathfinder meant that you didn't really have to worry about terrain. The only real danger was if you got stopped. Basically, if you were disordered, that's when it became a problem. But frankly, with just how much speed it had, the Pathfinder hitting on threes, crush 2, Thunder 1, crush 1, Thunder 1. But even then, it was very effective. Shooting was also fairly decent counter, so depending on your local meta, shooting could potentially diminish how good they were. Here in the South region of the U.S., shooting is a stranger to us, / a taboo. So needless to say, there's a degree of we don't like shooting, rather punch people. So because of that, I think Greater Ears have a slightly better or slightly more devastating reputation here because their natural counter of shooting is not as regularly found. But it just depends. So, oh, interesting. I see what's trying to happen here. I totally missed the start of that charge because I think technically that couldn't have resolved that way, but that's fine. As long as they're okay with it. But the Molochs, one of them should have gone first and then slid down to the final position, which may have prevented the other unit from getting in. A little hard to tell from the tabletop. Overhead, looks like if the unit on the right-hand side charged first, if it clipped, Adam Ballard won by 1 point. So it was 11-9, a very close game between Adam and Tom. Same with Ryan and Paul Welsh, Ryan Smith and Paul Welsh. It was also 11-9, ever so slightly in Ryan Smith's favor. Both very close games. Came down to the wire. Since the scenario was effectively kill, it literally was just that both armies were just gone. I think less than 600 points left on the table for both players, respectively. Alrighty. Oh, I was counting up progressive score. So 1, 2, potentially 3. And then 2 for forces of nature, no matter what. So I'm just going to take an educated guess and say it's 3 and 3. And if I'm wrong, then we'll just have to wait. I'm going to... Going back over here, I'm not going to really go over what the final score was. I'm pretty sure Devlin handily got a 20 there because it's the score difference that matters. And the minimum score difference required to claim a 20-0 win. Something changed for table this turn. Oh, if we're referring to table numbers, that is not sure how to 10-9. It would have been an 11-9. Or are you referring to the scores? Because I thought I had the scores up. At least earlier I did. Hold on. No, scores are right. Shifting this back over here. Yeah, so clarity 11 9. 11-9 was the score. That is correct, at least in terms of it. Table numbers don't necessarily reflect score because some people are getting shifted around due to the streaming tables being table 1 and 2 respectively. So, but Adam is on table 13 and Tom is on table 16, so maybe that caused some confusion. But yeah, they're 11-9. We're not playing with blackjack scoring. I should be clear on that. So, Tom's game earlier. Yeah. Tom's game earlier was an 11-9. Yeah. So for clarity, the scoring system of Lonewolf is not blackjack, so it's not 21 at the top or Northern Kings. Oh, the draw for round 2. I was looking at that too. I could have sworn that I saw, unless he did something on the computer. Because I literally just checked this, saw 11-9. Anyway, I'll poke about it later. But yeah, it's literally impossible to get a 10-9 because you have to have it's effectively a division of 20. So no matter what, it would have to be like 15-5 or 14-6 or something like that. So it would either have to be a 10-10 or 11-9. But in any case, yes. So this table has wrapped up. Yeah, ignores obscuring cover artillery is a good way to limit where greater areas can go or take a bullet in the face. Yeah, no, this is true. Definitely a one way to deal with them. So it looks like the Molochs have come in now. We're seeing them start to punch things. These are the succubi. Worldfather has some damage on him already, so that might help. Two, 6, 9. All right, so picks up the Hunters of the Wild with 1 unit of Molochs. Wilfa, on the other hand, I'm imagining is either just fine or took a beating but did not die. Which is pretty typical of Wilfather, so. Now, were I positioning for this unit, it's a little bit crazy. If he overruns, the fire elementals on the left could potentially just sidestep and surge, allowing them to get past the flank that way. If he repositioned, they could potentially just walk forward, pivot, and get a surge flank, so he's got to be careful with that. It looks like he's taking the overrun, so it would have to be. I think it's going to be more than 3 inches for a sidestep with a fire elementals, so I don't think he can get a flank surge. But a double front is still pretty strong there. With Crush 2 and Vicious and Pathfinder, 18 attacks on, or 18 effective hits that are effectively going to convert to wounds on 2s rerolling 1s. I think the Bollock's probably pop unless he rolls really bad for the hits. But I think he is playing the scenario correctly, at least to try and maximize score on objectives. Because at the end of this turn, he's going to get 1, 2, potentially, I think there's a third one hiding underneath the cab on the right-hand side. So it's going to be 3-3 next round, as opposed to what it was last round. I want to know what these succubi are just struggle busing so hard to kill on the left-hand side, because they have still not killed whatever it is. And 20 attacks and 3s with Hammer Measured Force should have killed it by now. Whatever it is. So they're going to count up progressive scoring. It's going to be 3 and 3. Smaller, I said. Oh, so we have 1 hour left in the rounds. They got all the time. Devil and Billy finished fairly early as far as this round's concerned. So I might take some time. Blade Walker. Oh, for the unit that's being punched by the succubi. I don't think that's the Gladewalker Druid, because otherwise he wouldn't have access to the surge he needs. I think the Gladewalker Druid... I think that's a unicorn. Oh, you know, it could be his Lone Wolf. I think because everything else doesn't actually fit. Because his Blade Walker's on foot, and it's a cav model. So I think that's his Lone Wolf. Because that's the only thing that would be a cav model in Robert's army. And that makes a little bit more sense. That thing's decently durable, but it's still only a 13-15 nerve, so I am still a little shocked, even with that being the case, that it's not dead yet. And just out of blatant curiosity, if that is a unicorn chilling behind it, it's worth noting the unicorn should not be able to heal the Lone Wolf because it's not part of the army, it's an allied unit. So I'm wondering if maybe he's been healing it and that's what's keeping it from dying. Yeah, this is top of 4, bare minimum. So yeah, what does the greater air want to do? The answer is whatever it wants to do, really. Yeah, so turn, move, prepare to search the rear of the succubi that have just been chilling there. And by chilling, I mean not killing the wolf. So yeah, that's a Pegasus. I'm pretty sure the Glade Walker is the individual that is chilling in the center of the forest. So yeah, so he's moving the Pegasus out of the way just to make it very easy for the greater air to do a 90-degree pivot, walk forward, and get that surge. Yeah, I mean, force to wound, sometimes you roll low. That's probably what's going on if I had to take a gander. Because, yeah, otherwise, oh, it's got to be some really whiffy rolls because 1350 is low. So 2 rounds of 20 attacks, threes should be 14 hits on average, and then 7 wounds. So 2 rounds of combat is already pushing it for survival. A little bit more harder to say. I think they've been pushing it for. This was because the first turn they came in, they hit the rear of a greater and they killed it. So it's been 2 rounds of combat against whatever it is. Which, yeah, it's got to be the wolf. I'm guess they've just had bad rolls. Probably just bad hits or bad wounds. And if I had to guess, bad wounds. So if we get this round done early, what we will probably do is spend a little bit of time fixing the camera on table 1 to try and get it a little bit more clear. Because we did notice some fuzziness with how it's angled. So it shouldn't be too hard to fix, but we'll do that in between the rounds. All right, so it looks like Rob is rolling in spellcasts. That is a pretty damn good roll for a heal. So he's healing Wiltfather down. Oh boy. It was Bob. I understand his dice and shit. Yeah, no. There are some culprits here that I would point out for bad dice rolls, but none of them that we've had on stream as of yet. I would say Devlin so far, I think, takes the top in terms of good dice rolls based on the results of his game versus Billy. All right, so this is a decent roll. Again, I'm a little surprised he didn't go in with both units, but just committing to one. Oh, I guess he put in Wiltfather. Ignore me. He sent Wiltfather in as well. And it looks like Wiltfather probably got the charge without disengaging. So 11 wounds from damage there. Probably anything but snakes on the Molochs, and I don't think they're inspired. So he pops one horde of Molochs. The other one is unfortunately looking the wrong direction is the concern here. Which means he's got his Cav to charge in. And at this point, I feel like it's almost more important to like commit and kill things because he needs to pick up units. I almost feel like he should have done that last turn. And like, yeah, he was scoring a point a turn, but if you pick up fire elemental hordes, then you have a much better chance of winning the rest of the game. Because scoring at the end of the game can really help overcome a pretty big deficit with everything being worth twice as much. So. Okay. Okay. Air check here on Succubi. Again, should not be a huge surprise they're getting reared by a Great Air. So 24 attacks, 3s and 2s. Should delete them pretty handily. Um, Oh, that's why he didn't go in with the other fire. Okay, so he had his wolf. It looks like is fighting the other fire elemental horde. I just couldn't see it because it was gray on the mat, which explains where the wounds came from. I totally had spotted that last turn and just forgot about it. That was a mistake on my part. I think the Despoiler Champion is probably picked up by the Hunters of the Wild. I think Force of Nature is going to win the day here. It's taking a little bit of time. So there's just not enough abyssal pieces left to trade efficiently anymore. He probably survives that. As a cock dice, but even with 4 should kill it, so. Then, okay, so they're going to tally up score realistically, unless they've already done the wolf. But I count 1, 2, 2 points for abyssals, and then I'm pretty sure 3 for Force of Nature, maybe 4. Sorry, this is 3, this is 6, I believe. So 13 to 16, I think. At least trying to keep as close to track as I can. But again, it may not be a flat-out 20-0, but it will still be a larger score once the end of the game is reached, because there will be a massive swing for the final count, since it's effectively a doubled-up turn. And that's not counting if there's a turn 7, which will also grant an extra turn of scoring on top of that. So I definitely think Robert has a pretty commanding lead at this point. All he has to do, like, he doesn't even really have to kill the stuff on the edges. I don't even know that I'd be risking providing charges. I would just sit back, hold the 4 tokens he's got in the center-ish of the board, and basically force Tucker to come in and smash face if he can. All right. Everyone got to see my sexy leg for a minute. All right, good. Mic is still good on that. This has to be bot of 4 for the record. Bot of 4. So looks like Tucker's evaluating what moves he has available. With 3 significant pieces left and maybe the Wolf doesn't have a huge number of options, so I think he takes his Hail Marys here and sees what he can get done, which is exactly what he is doing. We're charging the Greater Air in the front with fresh Tortured Souls. Unlikely that they kill it, but at least grounding it and removing its Thunderous does take a pretty big, takes the wind out from under its wings. The Molochs are unfortunately facing the wrong direction. EOD found it myself. States, no, EOD found it myself. Gotcha. I have no context for where EOD was in this. I missed a question somewhere. But yeah, Tucker potentially could charge these knights into the fire elementals. That is an option. All right, we have the. Looks like he's contemplating that charge with the knights. And the Molochs don't really have a lot of options here. They got you some good meds, Matt. Yeah. Doing okay with that ice. The meds are doing wonders, though. We are due for another round here in about 15 minutes. That's part of what's going on. But also just getting it propped up so that I'm not draining everything down into my ankle is definitely what my goal was. So I got a pillow. Everything's kosher. My big thing is my caffeine is worn out, so now I'm losing my edge. Thank God it's not 4 rounds today. I would lose my mind. Casting Masters was so much. All right, so it looks like rather than charging, he's going to back up instead, so staying just outside of the 12 inches. I do like this because at most he can move 6 inches, and then he have to surge to push forward. So it's a long surge at that point to get anything. And then he has a much better chance of getting an unhindered or fresh charge against the fire elementals. The Molochs are just kind of there. I don't think he has enough time to really get through Willfather, and even if he does, I don't think he'll be able to get through Willfather and also get to the fire elementals, potentially a flank on them. Yes, from the second unit that's further. So this unit, I want to talk about surge flanks. This unit, where they're not a character here, could potentially get all the way over here and get a flank. That would be extremely tricky. This is a hill, and if we're talking about trying to surge the Molochs with this unit to get to the flank, I don't think they can get past the corner in order to get the connect flank, and their leader point is definitely not past the arc in order to get the hit the corner flank. So I think the Molochs are actually safe from being surge flanked currently. And Wiltfather himself is not surged, but does surging. Looks like, however, the Tortured Souls were able to pick up the Greater Elemental in one go, so that was pretty significant. And again, that is something that I think needed to happen. If he wanted to get some play back in the game, he needed to take a risky charge, kill a thing, and then start punching forward. The downside is that the Lonewolf character can punch the Tortured Souls and take them out of the sky next turn, which I think is pretty significant for their chances of doing anything else in the game. But the big thing is they're denying an objective right now, which is pretty big, because it puts the score back to 3 points, at least a 3-2 rate of gain instead of a 4-2. I still think Robert is in the winning position, but I like his. I think he has a better chance now. Doesn't help that all the bonus points are also in the center of the table, so Robert will get a significant chunk of those as well. I think there's a total of 4 bonus points, and I do believe he has access to all 4 of them currently. All right. Yeah, Wolf goes in there. We're now on top of 5. Very least, I believe it is top of 5. Looking after yourself, Dragon Master 2024, and Clash of Kings at Data Medical Staff will get me sorted before the end of the year. Oh dear, yeah, when is y'all's Masters at this point? Because I know it's always around release time, which is always one of the consternations about the Clash book. Is just the timing is always either impacting either the U.S. Masters or the U.K. Masters. No, it seems to be no middle ground on that. Clash of Kings, I know, is September, obviously, so that's at least a couple months away. So. All right. Let's see. So yeah, I think he's looking to try and get a surge, but it's just not realistically going to happen. And if anything, I actually think it's detrimental to him to do that, because if he surges the front, then he's effectively giving the Molochs a flank on the follow-up turn. So yeah, I think he's figured out that he can't do that the way that he wants to, and that it would just be better for him to either stick around where he is or potentially pursue the Knights on the other side. If he wants to really surge something, maybe attacking the Lone Wolf character potentially, guaranteeing a kill there and then turning around to deal with the Molochs. Clash King September, January, Feb. Gotcha. Definitely time for that, hopefully. But fingers crossed we're both up and standing come September. So I would like to drink again. I would like to have alcoholic beverages. It's something I have missed for the last 2 months. Looks like Robert's turning Wolffather. He should have had Arc to charge, but he can at least change facing to get a front charge from the Molochs. And now he's just positioning to try and guarantee his points, which I think is the correct thing to do. He did charge this Hunters of the Wild into the Tortured Souls on the left. Looking around the event, so I know Adam Ballard had to play Tom Annis. So the running joke from Tom Ennis was conspiracies against Tom. Since Adam has beaten Tom Robinson, now he's going to beat Tom Ennis. So no Tom can win Lonewolf. Now that said, I believe Tom Robinson is playing. I don't recognize the gentleman over there, but if I had to make an assumption, it's one of our newer players. So I feel like Tom Robinson will springboard himself back toward the top of the room here by the end of today. And I would give him a better chance to springboard toward the top of the room than I would Adam Ballard versus Tom Annis. I feel that game will be closer. Okay, so it looks like the Fire Elemental's punching the Lone Wolf. Lots of dice, lots and lots and lots of dice here. Real quick, we're going to turn away from this to do some camera adjustments while I can get some gophers. All right. Testing for sound. Sound good. Okay. That just fixed up the table, so gives us a better angle on it. We'll get clearer video for the last 3 rounds. It wasn't like it was the end of the world, but just a little bit cleaner. I like being able to read the dice on the tables without having to have separate cameras for dice. So it looks like the Tortured Souls are taking a beating from the Hunters of the Wild. Looks like the Hunters of the Wild, in fact, killed the Tortured Souls. With assistance from the Lone Wolf, I'm assuming. So scoring-wise, for this turn, there's just going to be one that's empty. But then I think it'll end up being 3-1 in terms of where the tokens are. At least I'm assuming that's the case. So we're going to see a 19-14 in terms of the progressive numbers. Now, again, this is just my best guess based on what I can see. If anything, Robert may have a couple extra, or Tucker may have a couple extra, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, they just counted up 3-1, so at least this score is still correct to the extent of my knowledge. So this should be either bottom 5 or bottom 6, depending on if I missed a turn, but I believe it's bottom of 5, I said. There we go. So okay, so it looks like the Molochs are going into Wiltfather, presumably front charge. Wiltfather being defense 6 will probably be okay. The Knights, presumably being in range, might commit at this point. Yep, so he commits, so it'll be a hindered charge, but at the very least, well, actually, maybe, did he have items? I didn't actually check if he had items. Missile Horsemen, they are naked. Everything he has is naked. I don't see a single item in his list, which is good. That's the way to do it. He had Hammer Measured Force. That was it. That was the only item he took in his entire list. So, that said, I would like to see Jesse Boots on at least one of these 2 units of Knights, personally, if he didn't take them on the Molochs, which maybe he took them on the Molochs, and I wasn't looking that hard. But having that terrain mitigation is pretty huge. Not taking on the Molochs. No, he did. There it is. I was like, where's Sir Jesse Boots of Striding? Sir Jesse Boots of Striding is in every list in the game. So yeah, so the Molochs had Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. I almost feel like he should swap that onto one of the Knights. I feel like the way he's playing the Molochs as a second wave, it's a lot easier to crowd control terrain. Versus the Knights being more aggressive are more likely to run into terrain. J-Boots are extremely strong, even after, even when they're only 1 turn. Negating the penalty, especially on Knights, because it's a 2-fold negation. Because when you're able to have Strider, you're not losing a point of Thunderous, which is a point of modifier there, and you're not losing it to hit modifier. So you're effectively, like, if you think of to hit and to wound as a scale that goes from 1 to 12, though effectively it's less than that, a 2-point swing on that scale is massive. Where the most you can possibly have would be a 2+ to hit and a 2+ to wound. So technically there's only 10 possible variables, so getting a 2-point swing on those variables is huge. So yeah, I think J-Boots is well worth it on any unit that has Thunders and a good to hit value. And ideally has speed to couple with it, because you want to make sure it actually gets to things. So, but these Knights are going to do some damage. They do have built-in crushing, so 18 attacks on 4s and 4s is not terrible. But I don't think... I do not think Tucker's going to pick up either unit here. In fact, it looks like Robert has already shifted to his turn. So what I think we're going to see here is now we'll see the flank surge. He'll move forward with the fire elementals, do a slight pivot, aim for the corner, blow past, and hit the unit side. A line, and that's a flank. And then he just grinds. I think you just let Wiltfather grind. I don't think you even need to worry about any fancy tricks up there. You just bring up your healing elements, which I see both the Unicorn and presumably the Gladestalker Druid are both within, or not the Gladestalker, the Glade Walker Druid are both within 12 of the Wiltfather. So I figure with some heal there, he'll survive a round. And then you just delete the Knights. I guess he has to use the Glade Walker to surge. Oh, he just doesn't care, which is also a completely viable option in my mind. It's just do a double charge. Because the thing is, again, it's 36 dice on 4s with Crush 2 and Vicious, 18 hits on average. twos and rerolling, or sorry, threes, but rerolling ones to wound, but only a 16 nerve to actually top it. He only needs to do 14 wounds to get to true snakes. Technically, 13 wounds gets him to what is effectively snakes. I think he more than easily pulls that off. And that's to get to snakes. Like, even a 5 is still a very viable roll there. So looks to move the wolf over there to guarantee that score. He's going to get a big, like, full 6 points at the end of this round, realistically. Now remember, you can't double pivot and fly 20. Common mistake. 1 pivot, then 2 pivot, and then go 10. Not 20, though. Not 20, though. Don't do it. All right, that's better. Oh, unless he's facing toward the right side of the table, and it just looks like he's facing left because of how the wingspan works from the top-down angle. That would change things. Then, yes, he could just do a single pivot, fly 20. I don't think he needs to charge the flank there, frankly. Like, he definitely has line of sight. I personally would just leave him there to score the objective. He doesn't get any bonus points for killing the Bullocks here. Oh, I see, and then move it. No, okay, that works. Yeah. I think killing the Molochs here is a little superfluous, but, I mean, better safe than sorry, I guess. Top 6, I believe. But he has set him up to, I mean, he's going to collect another 5 points this round, I believe. And then he's going to double it at the end of the round for a total of like 15 more points. And I think that Tucker's only going to eke out maybe a single point, depending on where some of these tokens are. It really depends on where the unit strength is. So if he can. Points killed as tiebreakers. No, you just get a tie. So we believe in ties here. You can get a 10-10 tie. Now, that doesn't really matter in terms of overall score other than points. So if you get 10 points, you get 10 points. Now, I don't think we're going to get a tie, though. Certainly not in this round. So tournament placing is also determined not by so it's not a win-loss draw record. It is entirely based on points. So if you could I don't say you'd lose every game because realistically that's not how that works. If you got 4 giant wins and tabled all of your opponents and completely destroyed them and earned 20 points in each of your 4 first games, but then lost your last game, versus someone who won 5 games but only got very marginal wins in each one, you could still theoretically win the event with 4 wins and 1 loss. But you'd have to get some massive swingy games to effectively do that. I don't think strength of schedule is used as a tiebreaker, excluding like really late into the thing. I think we use sports as a first tiebreaker when necessary. So generally speaking, it's very difficult to get a loss and still win the event, though it has happened in the past. And usually when it does, it's because the loss is marginal and their other wins are they're tabling each and every one of their opponents. So looks like he picked up the knight unit. Which, again, not really a huge surprise there in my mind. Turning around, bottom of 5 is going to be the Moloch swinging at the tree herder, assuming they're alive, as well as how much the opponent's army would kill. The previous scenario was kill, so kill was used as a score, but the scenario still gave you between 20 and 0 points. Kill points are not used here. Usually, so blackjack scoring uses a mixture of kill points and scenario points for assuming. Northern Alliance will use, or Northern Kings scoring also uses a mixture of scenario points and attrition as modifiers. So both systems use it as modifiers. US Masters, I want to say, has consistently used either of those systems. Lonewolf has its own specific scoring system, which does not use kill points as any form of modifier to the scenario points. So the goal here is to play the scenario and to play the scenario well. Unless it's the kill scenario, in which case you kill each other. And I think, at least within the context of Lonewolf, it's less about win, loss, draw record and more about how many points did you make in a game. So it's way better to get consistent like 17-3 or 18-2s as opposed to getting a lot of 11-9 smaller wins, which is similar to things like, I mean, Northern Kings doesn't penalize you for kill points by taking away from your score. So you still have some degree of modifier based on the scenario points. And likewise, blackjack is similar where it does have a modifier, a negative modifier. So I would compare this closest to blackjack because after you apply blackjack's modifiers to your final score, it ends up being a lot similar in terms of you can get 21 zeros or like 16 fives and stuff like that. So it's much closer in terms of those as opposed to Northern Kings, where you have a little bit more emphasis on the win. Yes. Well, in fairness, at least for the first scenario, it was just straight kill. Which I don't even think blackjack does straight kill. I'd have to check on that, but I don't know. I will say yes, Northern King or Northern King scoring does at the very least encourage more aggressive play, I think, because you're not penalized for losing your units. But the truth is that in the long run of an event, I think that's a misnomer. I think people don't realize that it feels good for the player pushing the units that you're not being penalized for losing them. But the truth is, by feeding your opponent points potentially, that their score is going up because of it, and effectively, in the grand scheme of an event, those players are still going to be positioned the same as if it were blackjack and they were taking a penalty instead. Mission is kill with extra steps. Every mission is dominate with extra steps. Let's get this clear. Unless it's kill, in which case, stop playing kill. Kill's a bad scenario. Unless you're learning. It's totally acceptable to play kill when you're learning. It's the only time. Play kill when you're learning all the time, because you don't have to worry about any of the other stuff, like how loot tokens work, God forbid, or how unit strength matters. Oh, okay. That would be interesting. I truly think it doesn't make the biggest difference other than how players perceive it. That's my personal interpretation. I do think Northern Kings results in fewer situations where you get a player who goes 5-0 but then comes in second in battle. But it's still very possible in all the systems. So, King of the Hill is your demo game of choice. Yeah. Dominate's another good. If there were another scenario to pick, it would be dominate. Dominate is because then I stand by my statement of all other scenarios are just dominate with extra steps. So because they all tend to encourage you to play toward the center of the table, and if not the center of the table, then including the center of the table. So it just gets you in the right mindset. Okay, there we go. It's like I'm overdue. That explains a lot. Right. So yeah, they're counting what's left. I think they've possibly figured out that they weren't supposed to score everything when they scored things. So based on what I heard, score was 27-12 in terms of the progressive scoring. KP Dynalid's Wisdom Matches buff melee wingets and live your life. Melee wingets probably need a buff at some point. Yeah, one of the only things in that list I swear that no one's taken. Demand a goblin on stream. I try to find Rick White and see if I can get him on stream. That would certainly be an interesting list to watch. Can see how he's doing at the end of this round. But no one needs to see that. All right, there we go. So yeah, it looks like they are done with a 15-point difference for those wondering what the actual score looks like, because it's not directly correlated to what their points would be, but it's probably going to be pretty close. So with a 15-point difference, it's an 18-2. So an 18 to Robert and a 2 for Tucker. So those are the points for these two players. We'll probably be on a brief break here momentarily. They were some of the last people to wrap up. I don't think... Oh, no, I take it back. See maybe one or two people across the hall wrapping up their last turn here. We'll be running into round 3 pretty quickly. How this goes is, unless Mark gives me a very quick chance, he'll be just running people out for me. He might give me a moment to grab, and if I will, I'll try to grab Rick. And try to avoid EOD if I can, so we've had 2 EOD players up here. I know someone had posted on Facebook to inform them if anyone did not show up to their game ones. Everyone did make it to game 1 this event. If anything, the one that I was concerned about was Paul Welsh was actually one of the latest ones in the room. So he definitely was fighting the hangover demon. But everyone, no one missed their round 1 games this year from over drinking. Bob for your rum then. Nice. Left. Randy Davis did not sleep in. You can spot him in the hall. In fact, you know what? While we're doing this, I don't know why I'm not showing the room shot. So, room shot. We're going to ignore the round 2 pairings that aren't even accurate anymore. And I will try to get a picture of round 3 pairings here as quickly as I can. Oh, man. It goes. And I'm still muted. There we go. Cool. These guys are not quite deployed just yet, but I do have our matchups. I'm going to get a Facebook post out here momentarily. But for those of you currently in the chat watching the game, we have Randy Davis versus Travis Cook on table 1. That's going to be Dwarves versus Abyssal Dwarves. And then on table 2, we are going to have William Broof, right? Hopefully I'm pronouncing everything right, and if not, then he will butcher me later, and that's fine. But William is playing Northern Alliance, and not Travis. Roger Hedgepeth is playing Salamanders. That was my goal. We were getting some different lists. So a couple different lists to watch get played. I'm actually going to put us on that table post up because they're actually doing deployment, or at least looking at it. I will go over the scenario. It is an altered dominate sort of scenario. This is. Oh no, it's more progressive scoring. God, mother, fudger, son of a tea biscuit. All right, take it back. It's not. It's more. This one's more unique. Two progressive scorings back to back. At least this one's easier to track because the tokens are all in the same place. So, do have their lists pulled up. Oh, hey. Copy. All right. See if I can get all these names spelled right in the first attempt. We get this up to Facebook. Round 3. Starting now. Table 1, Randy Davis. Works. Travis Cook. Abyssal Dwarfs. And table 2, we have Roger Hedgepeth. Currently playing Salamanders. William Bufrick. Northern Alliance. Coxed. All right, so Poison the Well is progressive score. Roger Zero. Yeah. 0. Yeah, Northern Alliance versus Salamanders on one table. So I can't. Just gonna have to do it like this and call it a day. For a second, so they're just gonna deal with it. Score. Except this is not Roger, this is Randy. And Travis, respectively. Okay, so those watching at home, these guys are doing some terrain deployment. I believe the other guys are doing proper deployment, so we'll probably go back after them. But while we're watching them deploy terrain, because I don't want to explain that because that would take forever, it's in your rulebook. Not really. Like the rulebook just says drop stuff on the table and call it a day off the top of my head. But frankly, the way we do it is can't be within degrees of objectives. Objectives can't be terrain. Terrain has to be 6 inches apart. There is a whole section of the pack that describes the heights of terrain, where they can be placed, but it adds a little bit of dynamic to how terrain gets. Sometimes you get more clear fields, sometimes you get more pathfindery fields. Typically see some degree of terrain modifier for that keeps things from being too centralized while also being spread out. All right, while they are reading Poison the Well, we're going to be reading Poison the Well. So there are 3 wells. They're spread out in the center of the table at the 18 and 24-inch spot, the center of the table, and the 54 and 24-inch spot. So effectively spread out evenly across the center of the table. All units with a majority of their footprint within 6 inches of a well are considered capturing that well. Before the game, you'll secretly note one of the 3 wells that you are poisoning for your opponent. At the start of turn 5, both players will reveal the well they have poisoned. At that point, poison will start affecting the enemy. On turn 5 onward, enemy units within range of your poisoned well cause them to fight in a state of desperate delirium. They are -1 to ranged melee, and the poison token scores only 1 progressive score instead of 2. However, your units are unaffected by your poisoned well. They will act as normal unless your opponent happens to select that same well to poison. So you get 1 less point. Both any well that is poisoned is only worth 1 victory point for either player. A normal well is worth 2 points. Yep, going to be a dwarf off. It's great. End of game, you gain additional points for controlling a normal well, of which there will be at least 1. The poison wells are worth nothing at the end of the game, so this one does not have as much of a jump at the end. At the end of the game, 3 scoring points for controlling more wells in a given turn than your opponent did, i.e. you captured all 3 wells, but your opponent only ever managed to capture 2 wells. So basically, can you hold all 3 at least once? Is what that bonus is for. An additional 2 points for having a higher total unit strength at the well your opponent poisoned than they do at the well you poisoned. So encouraging you to go after the poison well. So in-game scoring makes the poison wells worth a little bit more, but during the game, the progressive scoring is penalizing you for scoring it. So it's, I think this is a little bit more manageable than last year, where the poison actually made the enemy's units better, which was complicated. But I think this is a little bit more easier to understand, but it's still effectively progressive scoring. It's just 3 objectives in the center as opposed to 6 objectives spread out over a wider area. For the most part, that is what we're looking for. So we're looking to see people establish control of the center and then hold control of the center, or at the very least 2 tokens. This is much closer to what I think traditional scenarios in Kings of War play toward is you have some divisible by 3 number of objectives, and then you are trying to take half plus 1 to secure your win. And in this case, half plus 1 is 2, so you take the 2 and call it a day. and then hope that they're not both poisoned. So the biggest thing is keeping track of the score as the game goes on. We will be doing that. They're doing some last checks. I think they're reading each other's lists. Scoring is checking. These guys are starting deployment, so I'm going to leave them in the focus, but I myself am going to take a quick second to get up, go use the restroom, and I will be right back. I will leave it on William and Roger during their deployment. When I get back, hopefully they'll be deployed, and we'll go over their lists. Okay. So, a little bit delayed on my turn to get here. We are definitely past deployment. I will correct that. We should be on the bottom of 1. I hate how it doesn't type like that. Bot 1. These players have generously agreed to, on the right-hand side, you can see these 2 red dice that they put down. They're going to keep track of their progressive scoring when that starts on these red dice. Should make it a little bit easier for us at home to keep track. I will do my best to update the digital one for us, but that way we have a backup on the table. Going over their lists, Williams is with, I believe, almost all Mantic models, so it's going to be pretty easy to go over. So here on the very far left, I believe we have a Frostclaw champion. Sure enough, there's 2 of them, but this is one of them. We have a horde of Frost Fang Cav, based on the base size. So Frostfang Cav upgraded with Tundra Fighters to get that vicious versus the frozen attacks, which I believe he's primarily, I don't think he has a giant. He does not. So his main way of getting the frozen synergy is with his ice elemental hordes, as well as the Frost Claw champions and riders, respectively. You can multi-charge with those to get the combo off, or you can just stay close to the ice elementals. So, oh shoot, I totally forgot about that during Adam's game. I wonder if they were double tapping. I didn't even think about that, and I'm the one who wrote. Dang. Anyway, yeah, that would make them significantly better. In any case, so we have the Frostclaw, Frost Fang Riders, and Frostclaw Riders, a horde is toward the center, so this is a regiment. I believe this is the formation regiment, based on the stuff in front of it, which are these half-elf berserkers. So we got Talonar's Vanguard 1, Talonar's Vanguard 2, and then a regiment of what I suspect are more... No, those are just a regular human tribesman regiment. So coming in with more Tundra Fighters. So he's bought Tundra Fighters for most of the things that can have it. He has 2 hordes of ice elementals. He has a horde of Frostfang Riders, and then another Frostfang champion. Oh, this is a champion. Sorry, not another regiment. I just am blind. And then we have 2 more troops over here, which I believe are pack hunters based on their positioning. I could have the pack hunters backwards. These are, no, they're both infantry, so that's the case. I am betting that these are the pack hunters and these are the berserkers, given that the rally from the birds wants to be close to the berserkers. So that's usually how those are played. We saw Tom play a little bit loose with them, but I don't think that is the common play. I think he recognized that he could do that because Adam didn't have any shooting to poke the berserkers with. And he positioned his berserkers as a second wave so that they didn't have to worry about getting shot. So go figure. On the other side of the table, we have Travis Cook with his salamanders. We have a... Oh, sorry, not Travis Cook. I got that backwards. Got these slightly in the wrong spots. There we go. Roger Hedspeth. We got Ancients. So a regiment of Ancients. I'm guessing are these guys dead center because they're inspiring. We have a regiment of Ceremonial Guard, which I believe are these over on the left-hand side. We have a regiment and a horde of fire elementals. So horde right here, regiment right there, respectively. Brew of Sharpness on the horde. So the horde is a spicy meatball of hitting on 3s with 18 attacks, crush 2, and vicious. We have 3 regiments of tyrants. So Tyrant Regiment 1, Tyrant Regiment 2, and Tyrant Regiment 3. I don't think I've seen them played in regiments all that much before, but I like the idea. So 3 regiments of tyrants spread out. Then we have a horde of Rhinosaur Cav. These guys are still beefy and still smash face. And then we have a Greater Fire Elemental chilling here in the center. It is worth noting that in the Salamander list specifically, the Salamander units that are not ancients, so specifically the Fireborn units, which in this case are the Ceremonial Guard, and I want to say the Rhinosaurs? No, because it's ancients on Rhinosaurs. I take it back. So it's just the Ceremonial Guard in this case. Will get extra life leech if they're by the Fire Elementals. They're not currently by the Fire Elementals, so I don't think they're going to take advantage of that, unless I have these two units swapped, in which case these guys will get the buff and the Ancients would not. So maybe as the Ancients on the flank where they're inspiring can self-inspire. He has the Phoenix in the back. Phoenix also has just a normal Phoenix. He has Mage Priest, which I believe is right there. He's a Clan Lord, which I believe is right here. The Wings of Honey Maze, so using it as a fast mobile unit, either that or not too big. Over here, being the inspiring source for the Tyrants would also be an option. And then he has Rockwaz, the Pale Rider, which is here. So he's got his effectively a Clan Lord on Fire Drake. It provides the fire bonus to other units, but not himself because he is an ancient. So for those of you wondering what the distinct differences are, is that ancients are too old to get rejuvenated by the fire in the lore. So that is why ancients do not get the life leech bonus versus the regular units do. All right, so those are our lists for table 2. We're seeing both players aggressively push toward the center. They've decided to take a pretty wide stance. I don't see either of them really stacking toward one side of the board. So expect this game to be bloody. All right, flipping over now to table 1. We're going to do some knockdowns of these lists here real quick. We have Randy Davis versus Travis Cook. I believe this is turn 3 based on the movement. Sorry, not turn 3. I don't know why I said turn 3. This is either the top of 2 or yeah, this has to be top or bottom of 2. No, God, words. Bottom of 1. Bottom of 1. They're getting more movement because of the ordered march, taking advantage of the ability to walk up a little bit more aggressively than you would without it. And since both of them are dwarves, both of them get that. So they're pushing up as far as they can, getting some more positioning and scenario play. In this case, let's get our lists out. So Travis is playing the Abyssal Dwarves here. So on the left-hand side, we have a Decimator. We have 2 hordes of Decimators, Decimator Horde 1, Decimator Horde 2. They have Blessing of the Gods and Hammer of Measured Force, respectively. So one of them is Elite, and the other one is rerolling Forced Wounded Melee. I actually have to check Hammer of Measured Force now. I'm curious if it does ranged attacks. I haven't seen that in a minute. I doubt it will, because I feel like I would have seen it a lot more if that were the case. Yeah, that has to be melee only. Which, I mean, that's an option for a Decimator Horde. I like that. With 25 attacks, they're basically just a normal horde of infantry. So on the left-hand side here, he has a Overmaster on Ancient Winged Half-Breed. That's the dragon. It has 1 less attack, but comes with Regen and Fury built in, which are pretty dang good. He has a regiment of Immortal Guard. I believe he has 2, so 1 regiment here, 1 regiment here. These are Immortal Guard. He then has a horde of Black Souls with Fiery Bulwark for the D3 Iron Resolve. He has in the back here. Oh no, I take it back. This is the dragon. That's the Overmaster on Ancient Winged Half-Breed. These are 2 greater Obsidian Golems. I just didn't recognize them from the top of the table. I thought their arms, which are clearly arms when looked at correctly, are actually, I thought they were wings. But no, they are arms, so that makes more sense. So he's got a greater Obsidian Golem here and a greater Obsidian Golem here. And backing them up, he has 2 troops of Gargoyles, which he is playing safe in the back. So Troop 1, Troop 2. And then he has 2 Ironcasters, 1 here and 1 here to provide some additional inspiring, as well as Fireball and Bane Chant. So fairly well-rounded list. Okay, it's kind of the rule of take 2 of everything. Isn't a real rule, but it's just a good. Sometimes it's a list building thing. Randy, it's my boy. Randy on the flip side managed to get all the way up to 1 of the tokens to start taking some position. We have a regiment of Iron Guard with a throwing massive, which, given, I feel like there have to be more regiments here. Yeah, he has the formation. So he has 2 regiments of Bulwarkers, I believe. So looking at how he has modeled out his units, this is a regiment of Bulwarkers. This, in the center, underneath the head that he just put in the way, was a regiment of Bulwarkers. And then this other regiment was the regiment of Iron Guard, respectively. And then his horde here is from the formation. No, I take it back. That horde is from that is the Shield Breakers for certain, meaning that this horde down here is the Ironclad Hammer Measured Force. Then he has Faber Ironheart. Trying to track him down is going to be a little tricky because he's just buried somewhere. But large infantry, my best assumption is that he is either the blimp or hiding somewhere in this pile of stuff right here. And then likewise, he has 2 Steel Juggernauts. Those are here and here, respectively. And then he has Garrick Heavyhand, who I think is right here. And then a Steel Behemoth, which is definitely right there. So it looks like they're treating that as like a little dinky hill or a piece of wall. I'm not actually sure what they're treating that piece of terrain at. Oh, it's not a piece of terrain. That's the Steel Behemoth. It's a chariot base. He's just moved the model behind it for ease of play. So the Steel Behemoth is actually right here, not back here. Cool. I like it. I'm going to try resetting this camera real quick just to see if that makes it any better. Okay, I think that cleared it up a little bit. Just a little bit at least. So. All right, so looking here, this is now top of 1. Or top of 2, sorry. Top of 2. If I could spell, that'd be great. Top of 2. Randy also has 3 units of sharpshooters here in the back, so realistically, that is what a lot of the shots are going to be: sharpshooters plus the Steel Behemoth plus the Steel Juggernauts, all connecting or combining. It looks like he's trying to bring down a Greater Obsidian Golem on the left flank. I think if you're going to pick one of them to try and hammer down, that's the right one to do it with, because that makes Randy's left flank look really strong here versus Travis's left flank. It's like, or Travis's right, our left collectively will be a little soft and vulnerable potentially. It is worth noting, though, those Decimator Hordes are no slouches. They can just delete things. But given that it's dwarves he's fighting against with the high defense, and given he has to measure from the center of the unit, with 14 inches of range, they are a lot scarier than they used to be. And with them being height 2 as opposed to tall, it'll be harder to get all the sharpshooters concentrated in. So I actually feel like the Decimators need to play further forward here and get some shots in. Yeah, Imperial Doors getting a head start. 3 dice total there makes me think that we're seeing at least 14 wounds, so but pretty solid. Yeah, it is worth noting that both sides of this have ordered march to a degree. So it's. I mean, yeah, the decimators can get to where they need to be to shoot. It doesn't help them to move and shoot because obviously you've still got you can't ordered march and then fire. You can just do a regular march and then fire. But it's still good. So certainly back to, I think, a playable state, whereas before they were just a little too pricey. We'll see in the long run, but for now, getting a lot of plink shooting from the things that either can't see the golem or because he's decided that the golem's going to fall over regardless of what else he puts into it. I want to say the golems are dash 16 from memory. Dash 19. No, I take that back. So I feel like you should put some more. Oh, he has shattering. Okay. He did not get it. So yeah, that's why you want to put everything into it. Now, the downside is that Travis doesn't have any way to heal, so the wounds are going to stick. Is the balloon Ironheart? I think the balloon is supposed to be Faber. That is my best guess. Because it is on the correct base size, and the other two guys have to be Steel Juggernauts based on the models. So, unless Randy's just being tricksy and using different models for different things. But yeah, we're going to see if Travis charges his Obsidian Golem here in a moment. But while he's figuring out his movement, which based on movement should be top of 2. So I don't see anything dead yet. Looks like the regiment of Frostclaw Riders and a troop of the Berserkers double teamed into either Ancients or the Ceremonial Guard. In either case, they would have phalanx, and I will say that that is bad news for the Frostclaw Riders, as they'll be phalanxed. The Berserkers, on the other hand, will enjoy that unless it's Ceremonial or not Ceremonial Guard, Ancients. It's weird that they're an army that has both a crushing spear unit and an elite crushing spear unit on top of that. They're the only army that has a further step up on terms of spears when it comes to Ancients. So in this case, the Berserkers will do some more damage, but I have a feeling that it won't be enough to really risk that unit. We'll find out. He will get potentially, I mean, the Frostclaw Riders bring Vicious for Tundra Fighters, and I do believe the Icekin Hunters just get that. Yes. So with that being the case, maybe he's just bringing them in just to apply Frozen so he can get that extra little bit of Vicious output from the troop. Looks like he might have gotten it. And looks like he just missed it. Looks like he wavered it based on the marker that was put out. On the other side, looks like the turn flipped there. So in terms of other damage that was done, I think there was a little bit of shooting shenanigans from the Ice Elementals here. So they shot and presumably slowed down this unit here, which would put them out of charge range. They should have been able to avoid charge range regardless, but it just making it a little bit harder to approach the center, which I think is really good. when you're playing Northern Alliance in this style. He may have put a couple of additional wounds, it looks like, on one of these Tyrant packs, probably from this horde of Frostclaw riders up here. And then as well as these champions are going to be darting around, tossing in a couple of extra shots. They're not quite as potent as Scorchwings. They're correctly priced. But they will still fly around and dish out wounds as they go. And the list has a lot of versatility in that it is both pretty good in combat. Like, it's not smash face in combat, but it is decent at shooting and decent at combat, and that just makes for a good all-comers situation, which I think is good. Plus, he has the pack hunters over there, so he has a pretty good shooting battery on the right-hand side. Y'all didn't hear that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. For those of you who didn't hear, we had a pretty loud thunder reverberation right there. So Ryan once again calling on the storm gods. So yeah, taking a look at this one, I like the positioning on both these players. William is actually doing a really good job using what I presume is just a giant fucking forest. Pardon my French, or English, actually. So this forest right here is massive and occupies just a huge chunk of table space. It's about 12 inches almost. And this forest as well is another giant chunk of cover. So unlike the other table, which is very open and wide, this table is very constricted and has some clear firing lanes. So I think here you've got these units firing through this gap in the center, and likewise, he's using this as a line of sight blocker to prevent being charged from the salamanders here. So I like how William is playing this, at least in terms of board control and positioning. I do think it was a little risky over there on that left-hand side, but maybe he's just trying to force some commitment out of Roger, and then we'll see where that goes from there. Regardless, it is bottom of 2. We're going to flip back over to table 1. So table 1, Randy versus Travis. We are... shooting stuff is done. Nothing has died as of yet. Some gargoyles are diving out way outside on flank. They should be out of line of sight of anything that would be shooting them, outside of maybe some steady aim favor shots. I almost feel like that it would almost be better served using them in the center, because I don't think he's going to really be able to get them to charge the sharpshooters, but maybe that's not his plan. Maybe he's got a better plan. Maybe he just wants to keep them honest. In any case, they are alive and in a good position not to die, which is always, if you're going to throw chaff into weird spots, that's generally what I like to see. Make sure it's not going to die. So these gargoyles are running forward to absorb some charges while presumably the decimators start unloading here. I'm guessing the golem was just short of getting into something. If it did get into something, it was one of the steel behemoths. So realistically, that golem is going to die. So I don't know if you need to follow up and commit with it. I think you could follow up around it and just accept that if it, like, you don't care if it gets flanked. He has no ways to heal it. It's going to die. Like, this is an inevitability. This is inevitable. So at this point, I would just take the flank charge if a flank charge is available, and then just start slowly advancing with everything else, and or use your range advantage, at least on that side, to start peppering the infantry regiments of Randy. But realistically, this scenario is about holding those objectives, and right now, Travis does have at least a slight edge in my mind of positioning on the objectives. So if he can hold the center and the right one, assuming those are not the ones that are poisoned, then I think he gets a slight edge there in my mind. If the left one, or our right, so I realize I should use my pointer. If this well is poisoned, that is bad for Travis. That is very bad for Travis. If this well is poisoned, that's very bad for Randy. Um, in a perfect world, they do not want to have those wells poisoned. Um, the alternative is they both poisoned the middle, which would be funny um, if you're playing to avoid the middle, but realistically, I'm guessing it's the two side ones, and they're both going to play a yin yang game where they're going to effectively circle around each other in kind of this weird, beautiful dance. And by a weird, beautiful dance, I mean a short, stumpy dance of dwarves running around aggressively marching. Prop my foot while we wait for some more of this turn to go down. I do like that he's playing the dragon in the back center. I think that's a better way to play it. I will say that given that uh, Randy doesn't have any fast threat, he only has ranged threat. That I would consider, since he doesn't have any. This is more of a post game analysis thing, so something I like if Travis comes back and watches this game. So because Randy doesn't have any fast elements, like he has things that can move quickly on the board for scenario purposes, but he doesn't have anything that can threat 10 inches. His fastest unit, I think, in the entire army is a steel juggernaut going 5 inches. I could be wrong on that. I am not. Everything in his army goes at most 5 inches, and they're the steel juggernauts in favor, respectively. So when his army is that slow, and he has no intention of trying to outplay you for flanks, this is a case where a dragon can just run a flank and own it. You have two options with the amount of shooting that Randy has. You could potentially just run the dragon behind one of these obsidian golems, using it for cover, and then you can just move the obsidian golem out of the way when you want to threaten stuff. But I would be using it a lot more aggressively, given that there's no counter to it. So he can run it on a flank and force Randy to either try to shoot it or have to address units to absorb the impact of it. And yeah, it only has 9 attacks, but because you can literally get just up to 8 inches away, you could potentially threaten a huge amount of the board space of the dwarves. Even with just the one dragon. So that's some hindsight reflection, experience of having won one dragon. Two dragons, I think that changes things a little bit. And if Randy had any speed elements that were even moderately fast, then I think the math on that changes a little bit. But he didn't take dwarves on large beasts, which is a little surprising to see. I think that's one of the best units in that list. He didn't take Brox or anything like that, or and I can only assume he took the Lone Ranger character and not the Lone Wolf to add to his shooting complement. So I don't think he's going to have a speed 8 Lone Wolf to run around and shut down flyers. So yeah, I think I want to see this dragon be more aggressive. That was a long spiel about this poor dragon. Bobby, you can help with commentary. 10 p.m. now, and a lot of runs are late for today. Yeah, if you guys want to jump in the Discord tomorrow morning and help with commentary, by all means. My only downside right now is I don't have a way to. I could try to share the screen in Discord of the recording. What I have found is that that can sometimes be harder to see than the actual stream camera, and just means that the commentary is delayed by about 15 seconds. It's kind of janky. It works to some degree, but I am totally open to anyone who wants to jump in and join me. Gotten pretty good at commentating these over the years to where I could one man it, but it's definitely a lot nicer to have someone to bounce some thoughts off of. But in any case, so it looks like the turn flipped here. I do not think his Greater Obsidian Golem killed the Steel Behemoth. Or Steel Juggernaut, sorry, not Behemoth, Juggernaut. So this is now bottom of 2. We're going to flip back over to our Salamander or an Alliance game. Oh, I see. I could potentially do that. That gets a little tricky just because I have to set things up through StreamYard. And I don't know that I've run this through there before. Well, I can figure that out tomorrow morning. But let's see here. I might be able to make that work. And I know StreamYard can do YouTube, which makes things easy on that end. So yeah, if you've got StreamYard, we can try that and see if I can get that all up and running. All right, back over at table 2. Speaking of table 2, I'm actually going to zoom in here a little bit so I can see a little bit more clearly. Looks like the Tyrants went into the Ice Elementals in the center of the table. So right here, one of the regiments engaged. The other unit is just poking in the forest. It's poked in the forest with his Fire Elemental regiment. Gotcha. All right, cheers, Janice. Yeah, if you send me a DM, a PM, or whatever they call them these days, and I will see what I can get done. If you send me the link to log into it tonight, that would be super helpful, so I have some time to configure it. That way I'm not scrambling tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. while I'm popped up on caffeine. Yeah, looking here. Let me actually try this while we're technically have Discord and people in the Discord. That's actually not too bad. Oh, not all of that, though. Why is the Discord that out of there? Now let's try this. Okay, so put that on top of that. That's actually not too bad as long as the quality is still coming through okay, which I don't think I've dropped any frames all day, somehow miraculously. Seen a little bit of drop in frame rate, but that might have just been because I twitched OBS. Take a look at YouTube, how we're doing on YouTube. At least looks like it's going clear, so maybe this will work. Though this is actually way behind on my end at this point. So, you know, yeah, it's like 45 minutes behind because of dropped load times. All right, let's see how that's looking when it's actually caught up and going. Okay, that still looks okay though. So in the worst case scenario, as a backup, it looks like I can push it through Discord, and it's not doing too bad in terms of being able to show it through Discord So if we have to do that, that would work too. But in any case, looking at the actual gameplay here, so it looks like he picked up the troop of half-elf berserkers on the left-hand side. He did not pick up the ice elementals, which should probably come as no surprise. They're pretty beefy. And then I think that's really all that was happening combat-wise to start. All right. Flipping over back to one. We're going to get close to progressive scoring because I want to say that this is bottom of 2, so we should be seeing some movement here pretty soon. Looks like okay, hold on. There's some things have happened here. So it is Randy's turn. So I want to say this is actually top of 3. Top 3. Randy lost the regiment of Iron Guard here on the left-hand side. It looks like they were picked off by the horde of Decimators. That does happen when they have that much shooting. Looks like they're checking to see some angles here or where the horde could fit. Could flit? Could hit? Holy cow. Okay, hold on. Recollect myself here. Checking some angles on where that horde could flank, depending on what charges what here. The regiment of gargoyles charged the horde here, presumably just to stall it up for a turn. If the gargoyles die in return, then the guard will then open up on them. That is my assumption. We're seeing some additional shooting be laced throughout. Randy has a pretty dominating long-range firepower in my mind, so this is going to be a bit of a shoot-off with some minor engagement, I think, in between. I think Randy doesn't really want to push forward. I think he just wants to keep the Abyssal Dwarves from getting too much in at any given time, which makes me feel that Travis should push forward more aggressively with his left flank and basically start opening up with the Decimators. The 14-inch range of the Decimators is enough to start picking up these units, I think, and it's still out of the charge range of anything Randy has. So he can fire on Randy with impunity the same way Randy is firing on you. Like, this is a gun show. This is the closest thing to a gunline battle that we'll probably ever see on one of these streams. Because most of the stuff here most of the actual damage in this game is going to come from the shots. That is my assumption. We're going to see some more stuff pop here. Some more damage to the regiments. Slowly picking up some stuff. All right. Does Fabry have 7 shots? Holy cow. Yeah, he does. Holy cow. 25 more points, 2 extra attacks, 2 extra nerve. And wild charge D3 for good measure? Yeah. Jesus. Frankly, the 2 extra nerve on a defense 6 unit alone is probably worth it, but the rest of that is just icing on the cake. Might have to do some checks on that, but in any case, so doing some shots. Hero doors have the edge with range. 3 troops of sharpshooters, all with piercing 2. I mean, I think it all has piercing 2, but it might be piercing 1 on the regular guns, but if I recall, pretty much all of it should be piercing 2. The Steel Juggernauts are all piercing 2. Favor's piercing 2. The Steel Behemoth is piercing 2. So yeah, everything he has is all piercing 2. And unfortunately, this printout from the app did not include the total number of shots, but I think that brings it up to, I mean, that's 15 from the sharpshooters, another 10 from the steel juggernauts, so that's 25, plus another 7 from Favor, that's 32, plus another 12 from the steel behemoth. So that's, I mean, which is Golux Fury, because of course. 44 piercing 2 shots that all hit on 4s, or a couple of them on 5s. So 17 of them on 5s, and the other 30 some odd on 4s, all of which are either steady aim or sharpshooters that don't care. That's pretty spicy. That's a lot of shots. So I would even give him the edge in terms of just raw damage, because the Devastators, while good, are piercing 1, range 14 with 25 attacks each. So he has more volume of shots with 50 shots just right there. And the fireballs are cute, but I mean, fireball's just kind of been a wonky spell for a bit. Part of the goal with the spell changes from last year, or I guess this year, if we're talking seasonally, were to actually identify and make it easier to identify spells that may or may not be getting taken, or being taken too much in some cases, and then to try to make adjustments across the board to fix that. So Fireball right now is kind of in this awkward spot where a lot of times if you have access to better options like Lightning Bolt, potentially Drain Life, or just, it depends, or like even if you have the option but have better support units, you just tend to not take it because Fireball is just a little bit on the pricier end for what it actually does, since it has no piercing and it doesn't ignore stealthy or spell word, meaning that it's very pricey for some mediocre shots. The shattering has helped it a little bit, but over time, I expect to see Fireball get a little bit of help. All that is to say is that I don't think the 20 or so Fireball, even Vicious Fireball, because that is effectively what Argolf's Flame does for Abyssal Dwarves, I don't think is enough to quite turn the tide. We do see Randy starting to feel confident enough to put some shots into the Dragon, despite the regen. This is why I feel like, especially with the Dragon being height 6th and him not having cover, that he needs to start pushing forward. But it looks like nothing died, so that's the good news. At least for shooting. So the goblins died from... Sorry, goblins. The gargoyles died from the horde, but the horde is going to sidestep as its reform. So, and then they're going to correct. Looks like he has a loose base underneath just for positioning purposes, which is fantastic. That's a great way to play the game. Make it easier for your opponent to know where everything is. So, and we're at bottom of 3. So we're getting our first scores. One downside here is the writing may not allow us to easily visualize it. So we're going to try. So for the first round of scoring, Travis got 2 points for owning the well on the left, and the other 2 wells were not scored for this round currently because the horde had stepped to deal with the gargoyles, and then had stepped sideways to score that. Well, actually, hold on. Why it should be 2-2. Unless I'm just bad at math. And then, unless there's something that is majority within 6 inches of the center well, I have a suspicion that Randy is within majority. Randy. 4-2.
I wasn't majority in.
Okay, apparently Randy 0. Not So majority of the unit not quite being enough to actually get within the token, meaning that it's actually a little bit harder to score some of these just because of the requirement to be majority within 6 inches. So these hordes are actually a little harder to actually score stuff with. Which I think is intentional because in previous years people had been training hordes between objectives where you could just poke the 6-inch circle and therefore score both of them with one horde. And I think that was intentionally done to prevent that. Or this amendment was intentionally added to prevent that. Okay. Heading over back to the table. Less panicky, something to get brought up right this second. Um, all right. Crazy on the news side of things. Just doing a quick check off of social media, seeing if anyone's popping in. Already. Okay, so looking at the line here, okay, this is what happens when I take my eyes off the game for 2 seconds. This is like taking your eyes off the road. So much can happen in the span of a minute. So it looks like William has just pulled the trigger and said, screw it, we're charging everything. So it looks like on the left-hand side, the Frost Talon Divers were able to finish off the unit without further assistance, which is pretty impressive considering, because they would have been failing, so maybe they were damaged enough to finish them off anyway. The regiment of tribesmen, there we go. So we fixed that. Engage the tyrants here and seem to be doing some damage and starting a grind off. The ice elementals are fighting what I believe is the priest here and starting to do damage. Either that or it's the Lonewolf character. A Frostclaw champion has engaged over here with the other troop of Icekin Berserkers, which means he will get that combo charge bonus of the Vicious, because he's going to do the damage here first, followed by here. And these Ice Elementals have positioned themselves to presumably take some pot shots, and then just, they will be just on the edge of the force, meaning that if these things do not have Pathfinder, which some of them will because they're Salamanders, and it's a fairly common trait with Salamanders, but they'll engage here, they'll fight across the line, they'll be hindered during the charge. Over here we have the troop of, sorry, not the troop, the regiment of Tyrants fighting this Ice Elemental. It's going to be a counter charge because they're realists, so they will continue to grind off here a little bit. If he had Surge available, which I don't think William took Surge in the list. I think he just accepted that that wasn't worth the extra effort, and he just wants, so he doesn't want to do any sneaky, like, scoot and shoot tricks. So he's just going to beat face with them and use these guys to do some peppering. He sent his pack hunters into this Tyrant Regiment, which I think is the right call. Rather charge that first before you get charged. And they're actually pretty good in combat. He would have been hindered on one of them, but the other one should be fresh because they have Pathfinder, I believe. So a huge engagement across the line. That would have absolutely been the top of 2. I believe he is currently fighting it, so I think those got picked up. He's fighting it left to right, so this is top of 3. And it looks like some progressive scoring has been done. It's just out of my line of sight, but if I check the big camera, I believe I see 6-1 in favor of William, which, based on the positioning, I don't know that he should have gotten that one unless the champion is fully within 6 inches, but the other ones I 100% agree he has just because of the fact that he's the only one with anything close by. So we're going to adjust this. William has 6 points. So the reason he has 6 is because each of these is worth 2 points for each score. So this is definitely I feel like okay, so they just scored it. So it's currently this is actually bottom of 3 right now because Roger is starting his turn. So this should be bottom of 3. There we go. That's better. Bottom of 3, Roger is basically countercharging. When the line gets this aggressive, I mean, everything's going to die. I don't think he's going to punch as much of Williams' stuff this turn. I think Rockwaz, the Pale Rider, is going to do some pretty good damage to these Frostclaw Riders on the left-hand side. I think the Tyrants here versus the Tribesmen is going to be pretty close. Tribesmen are pretty durable, but they're lower on the nerve side of things, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. They say lower. They're 1460, which is frankly pretty average. I know I've heard it commented before that the 1315 is the average nerve. That is not correct. The average nerve is 1416. Humans, the generic baseline nerve is 1315. So basic infantry 1315, elite quote unquote infantry are 1416, and then super elite are 1517. I actually think it's that call it militia are 1315, and then regular infantry are 1416, elites are 1517, and super elites are 18 in the very rare instances they exist. So we have the Rhinosaurs charging here against the Frostfang Cav. I'm a little surprised the Frostfang Cav didn't kill whatever it is they touched, and presumably William is probably upset about that as well. Now I think that's a pretty good trade for Roger here. Roger should probably blow through that unit, if not in 1 turn, then definitely 2. I feel like the only thing I'm a little bit sad about is these Fire Elementals feel like they're just kind of chilling back here, and they need to be getting in there, especially with 3+ to hit. They need to be moving forward and punting stuff. And I do believe Roger had some Surge, if I was correct, or unless I missed something. Yeah, he has a Mage Priest with Surge. So I feel like this would have been one of the very rare games where I would have said that if he's being slowed down by freezing shooting attacks, then I would have used Surge to bump these guys forward a little bit. Even if you had to do some Surge tricks where you can bump units against each other to make sure they're not shooting off into the far beyond. I think had he done that, this unit could be closer to here in positioning. It's a little risky because you don't want to get shot up by these Ice Elementals. But you really don't want a 200+ unit. 265 hammer unit that is frankly your best hammer unit in this case. I would argue that this unit is stronger than the Rhinosaur Cav. They're the same points, but they're 18 attacks on 3s with Crush 2 and Vicious versus 18 attacks on 3s with Thunder 1 and Thunder 2 Crush 1. So the Rhinosaur Cav are better in the initial impact, but they're weaker in every future engagement versus the Fire Elementals are just going to always beat something when they touch it. So I would like to see them moving up a little bit quicker here, get them involved, get them punching things, but, do what you got to do. Take your time with it. It's fine. All right. I don't know if there's anyone in the chat who can give me a report, but if someone can give me a sound check, just make sure everything's still coming in pretty good. Healthy stream, good sound noise, everything, no frame drops, that kind of stuff. Just so I can check, because I am at least doing a quick run test of streaming it in the Discord, so that should I do Discord tomorrow, that it is followable for other people. In the meantime, we're going to flip back to table 1. Good on your end. Thank you for that report, Coconut Monkey. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you lurking there in the chat. And hopefully, if you're sitting there painting, which I imagine many of you are doing, that you are able to follow along well enough with what I can describe. All right, back over to table 1, Randy Davis and Travis Cook. We'll have to check on the points here in a second. But at least in terms of the positioning, I believe we're still on top of 3. Top of 3, it looks like we're seeing shooting start to take effect. I imagine the Decimator Hordes, the Decimator Hordes are unloading against the horde of shield breakers here on the left, which you really want to make sure die, because they're crushing 2 now for a reason, and they are terrifying, and so sounds like he did not kill them, so that's going to be pretty painful. But I don't know that Randy wants to push forward with them. This is going to sound weird, but I think you just sit there and keep scoring the objective. Unless they're in range of the Decimators. If they were in range of the Decimators, I would charge the Decimators, but if they're not in range of the Decimators, I don't know that I would commit them to the center. I think you just sit there and shoot. And then just score the objective, because the goal is to score points. There's no points in this mission for killing stuff, so just shoot. Get those progressive scoring. 2 points a turn is huge. I missed some joke there. But some things I like here. I like how these gargoyles have swung all the way around the side. I suspect this is the Lone Wolf coming with them. Based on the direction it is looking, that's Travis's Lone Wolf has snuck around and I missed it. So that's a significantly scarier implement. I feel like it's going to be too little, too late to actually get to these units back here. But it is threat, so it is something that he's going to have to respect. There's so much steady aim with the shooting, though, that can turn and can shoot this off when it gets to there. And the gargoyles are so flimsy that I feel the sharpshooters counter-charging have a good chance to kill them. And because they're defense 5, they're so tanky, there's a good chance they don't die to the gargoyles, even on a flank. If there was a way to zoom in on the game a little, it would help. I can get a better... So I have a slightly enlarged version of the game that I can look at, but that is about the best I can do. What I can do, though, is just in case we lost some quality on the camera, let's do a quick camera reset. Okay, so that should at least bump the quality back up to full. And we're still getting 1080p. This table's just really bright for some reason. We're getting a lot of, like, almost too much extra light. There's only so much stage control I can do over that. But it just means I can't read the text on their pages. But in this case, I can get a better view of at least the dice. Reading units has always just been a trick. You learn it over time. You try to determine what units are. Sometimes you're going to be able to do it. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you send a gopher to go check. Lots of different strategies for streaming. I'm happy to talk to people with that if they want to reach out and learn some tricks from what I've learned over the years. I feel the best way to do it is just run with it. And if you miss something, you miss something. That happens. So rely on a little bit of expertise to assume what people are doing and then kind of find their stuff as you go. What I will say is that there's an individual here blocking up the melee stuff from Travis, so that's preventing him from getting further in and engaging the shooting elements. Looks like he took a flank on one of the Immortal Guard with the regiment of, I believe those were spears, so those were bulwarkers. So 30 attacks with a lead on 3s is going to be pretty good. Elite, assuming he has the banner within range, because I believe they get elite through the banner. Check. It's been a minute since I looked over dwarves. They definitely hit on 3s. And yes, it's elite from the banner. Cool. Still got a good memory there. So 30 attacks on 3s with the lead, even without crushing. Defense 5-17, so it'll be close if he has access to Banechant, which I don't think he did. Get Sacred Horn to really make sure he got that elite in there. God, it's elite infantry only, and it's everything, not just the formation. That's disgusting. But it makes punchy dwarves work, I guess. So, yeah, I don't see Banechant anywhere in the list, which I think is fine in this instance. I do think he has Hammer Measured Force on his infantry horde, which I think is good. But the Spearmen are just naked, so 30 attacks on 3s, he should hit a lot. We're looking at like 22, 24 hits, give or take, because you're factoring in elite in addition to the to hit chance. And then needing 5s is going to cut that down a lot. So I don't think he kills it, but it's going to hurt a lot. And if the unit has some plink damage, then you might pick it up. More importantly, I just don't think the Immortals have a lot of good options after that. They could do a cute little trick here. So I think there's a couple things. Let me see if I can get a little bit of a closer look here, make some determinations. So the Immortal Guard have 5 wounds on them already. It looks like through various plink damage. So if he kills them, he's good. If he doesn't kill them, and they are fearless, so that is worth noting, he could potentially, depending on if they're within range across the hill, charge the horde in the flank. He could also potentially withdraw. That depends on if he's touching the hill and has line of sight. That's actually pretty critical there. If he's not touching the hill, then he can't do shit. Can't do squat. Sorry, I'm trying to reserve my language because potentially there are children. Parents, be aware that I marked this stream for not recommended for children. But in any case, the Immortal Guard, they could. So for our British viewers, assuming we have any British viewers still watching at 5 p.m. in American time, which would be 11 p.m. over on the Brit side of things, they could withdraw, and they would withdraw sideways due to how the rules work. And that might move their arc to be within the flank. I need to use the pointer when I'm talking about these things. If this unit withdraws sideways 1 inch, their arc may include this unit that is currently fighting the Greater Obsidian Golem, which would allow them to then flank here. And even with a -1 to hit, hitting on 4s doubled to 24 attacks with crushing 1 would be significantly more impactful here, where they could potentially kill this unit in 1 shot, as opposed to grinding out here, where he is unlikely to kill that unit in return. It also opens up this Decimator Horde to either charge or just shoot spears. It gives some good options there, I think. So that is what I would attempt to do in this circumstance, but I don't know if that 1 inch gives him the arc to do it. I think the angle is probably a little too steep, but I would be curious. So this unit did decide to go ahead and flank. He did decide to just abandon this token and say screw it, meaning that I don't think if he backs up, it's going to matter. So he's entirely trying to score the center objective this turn if he can. It's relaxing before going to bed on the big screen. Fun. If the end of this turn, we should see, and it depends again on how they're doing it. At the end of Travis's turn, I'm assuming he scored twice again and should be up to 6 points, assuming they're doing it the way I believe they're trying to do it. And then likewise on Randy's turn, I believe that there's a good chance that Travis still scores 4 points and that Randy only scores 1. So, because this is bottom of 3. These games are going to get bloody fast. So, we can assume that. Oh, we're still in shooting. We haven't even gotten to punching stuff yet. Flip back over to table 2 because there's going to be a lot of dead stuff. Sure enough, there's a lot of dead stuff. So Rockwaz picked up pretty convincingly the regiment of Talinar's Vanguard Frostclaw Riders on the far left. Going down the line, it looks like the tribesmen held on their end. The Rhinosaur Riders did pick up their counterpart pretty convincingly. Doesn't surprise me there. Looks like they might have had help to do it, though. This also looks like it's now bottom of 4 almost, unless this is still the same combat phase, which would be pretty impressive. So I can only imagine that's bottom 4. Either that or it was just a very long and engaging turn 3 and he got a good surge here with these fire elementals. Table 2. But in any case, it looks like the ice elementals here got picked up by the are they still bottom of 3? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, no, I have that correct. Usually it's the progressive scoring that I get wrong and not the turn count. That was a incredibly long punchy turn 3 then, I guess. So yes. About half as Army. Anyway, so yeah, looks like the Tyrants here did some decent damage and picked up their unit of Ice Elementals, which that's impressive. Looks like the Pack Hunters are losing here. Looks like these Tyrants might pick up the other troop of Pack Hunters. Looks like this guy didn't kill the Frostclaw Champion, but that's not saying much. The other Frostclaw Champion died horribly when the Icekin Hunters did not kill the Fire Elementals in the center, or were killed by them, respectively. A lot of things died. At the end of this turn, William should still pick up this one here. It's going to be a close on this one based on unit strength. Because since it says majority, I think William will still actually pick up a decent amount of points. Roger will 100% get at least 2 points this turn, though, for the Fire Elementals. Did pick up the other Pack Hunters. Maybe William flew a little too close to the sun right there, pun intended, with the whole fire versus ice thing. It's great. I'm funny. I'll be here all week. Yeah, a lot more stuff died there than I thought was going to die. Maybe Williams just didn't hit as hard on his top of 3. I'm guessing that's what we missed more than anything else. Is the top of 3, William just didn't pick up enough stuff to really survive in the center, and his stuff is just so fragile, being defense 4 and 3 for the most part. And with a lot of vicious on the table, yeah, oof. So I believe the score should be 10 and 2. I believe, when all is said and done here, as we move into the top of 4. Okay. See if I can get a dice check right there. They're just on the edge of the vision. I don't know. I don't know if they're forgetting to score it or not, because those dice look suspiciously like 6 and 1 still to me. But maybe the dice are just a little harder to read than I'm giving them credit for. But not going to worry about it. We're going to focus on, we're going to flip back over to table 1 while William figures out how to recover. I think he still has some options. I don't think he's out of it just yet, but he's definitely playing from behind, given just how many pieces got picked up there. The Frostclaw Rider Horde is going to have to going to work overtime to get some stuff done. He might be. I mean, man, these Tyrant regiments are doing some work. They're just still there. That's really the big thing. All three of them, it looks like, are not dead. So the one on the left is still engaged with a regiment of tribesmen. And with Rockwaz there, even if he kills it, I don't think he wins the long game. Though he might be able to hold the objective at least for a couple more turns to score some points. And I don't know that tribesmen are unit strength. Tribesmen, they are just barely unit strength 3. Sorry, they're not barely. They're well over. So he's 150 points. The regular tribes, they aren't the Huskarls. I guess that's the other thing, is they're not the Huskarl upgrade for the Hearthguard upgrade. We should really just rename it to Huskarls. It's what they are. Everyone still calls them Huskarls. So yeah, if he picks that up, he could potentially hold the left well for a little bit longer against Rockwaz. But with the Rhinosaur Cav coming in, I don't think he can hold it for very long. The Greater Fire Elemental might also be close enough to just kind of walk over and charge, and if it doesn't charge, then it can be surged. There's no way he holds the center at this point. It's a horde of Ice Elementals surrounded by literally everything in the kitchen sink. Most of which can see over each other, which makes it even worse. The Rhinosaur Riders could potentially, assuming the Greater Fire gets out of the way, multi-charge with the Fire Elemental Regiment into the flank of the Ice Elementals who have nowhere to run. So that's all bad. The Ice Elementals are gone. That's not even a question in my mind. The Frostclaw Riders look like they do just a 10-inch sideways sidestep because they're flying and they can do that. So he is at least maintaining them alive. I actually think this is the smart play. He's keeping them out of range of the Fire Elementals. He's plinking the Fire Elementals, putting some damage on them. If he can pick off that horde, he can potentially charge in and kill the Tyrants with the horde of Frostclaws. And then maybe he holds the side. Scores that token a couple times if he's lucky. It's going to be close. I'd be, well, sorry. I don't know if it's going to be close in score. I don't think William is completely out of options just yet, but he definitely took a pretty harsh beating at the bottom of 3. I'll have to see if I can get someone to go for me once they finished up here, but and see if I can get some confirmation on those scores. But I do want to get a confirmation on what the actual progressive score is. So flipping back over to table 1, I believe we are now on top of 4. Top 4. Actually getting much better round checks on this one. All right, so it does look like we're looking in terms of like things that actually died. The regiment of Bulwarks was able to pick up the Immortal Guard, so well done there. That eliminates my ability to figure out what would have happened if they had survived. The horde of sorry, I want to call them Iron Guard because they're effectively the Abyssal Dwarf version of Iron Guard. The Black Souls in the center of the table look to have survived being pelted by shooting. Having that nice Iron Resolve D3 will definitely help them out there, making sure that they're effectively self-healing quite a bit. It is the only unit in Travis's list, I believe, that has access to any form of heal other than the Dragon with the Regen. So... the horde on the left looks like it is damaged enough that with the, I mean, I think Travis should shoot it and hopefully just blow it off the table. That would be my assumption here. He still has to deal with just the shooting, the juicy nugget shooting center. I do think the one good thing he has going for him is he has held He objectives incredibly well. I'm going to pause the stream real quick while I give Jeff Swan a hug. I'll be right back.
Bitches.
Let me give you a All right. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. All right, making sure that I'm not breathing into the mic. Jeff Swan, while Jeff Swan appeared, who's not currently playing the event, but briefly wanted to stop by and say hi. I haven't talked to him since the accident, so he wanted to wish me well. So catching back up here with Travis's turn. Looks like he did, in fact, decide to just unload the guns. He's trying to fire at everything he can. He's starting to do these nerve checks. After he finishes up the last of the shooting, looks like he's gonna. Is he Bane chanting the Greater Obsidian Golem? It's Greater Obsidian Golem, not Crush 4. Only Crush 3. So if that is, in fact, a regiment of Iron Guard, then that would be worth it. And I do think that is the Iron Guard regiment. So yeah, the Bane chanting to get it to Crush 4. There you go. That's how you killed even 6. So pops the Shieldbreaker regiment with the Decimator concentrated firepower. Now face this fully armed and operational battle station. Anyway, not even a good impression. I apologize. Looks like he picked up the other regiment from concentrated shooting from the other Decimators. So yeah, the Decimators are doing work here. I just feel like there's enough flank shooting to pick them up afterwards. Now, the one bad thing for Randy is he needs to start putting shit on these objectives. Pardon my French. And I don't think that one's French either. I think that's also another English word. It's actually English. But in any case, Travis, because he took the center and held it so far, he is doing the progressive scoring thing correctly. And even with Ordered March, I would be worried about Randy's ability to get units in position to actually score these objectives by the end of the game. If anything, he desperately needs to put something on the one on the left to start scoring it. And I frankly think he needed to just ignore those gargoyles. They weren't even worth looking at. That horde needed to be marching up the center lane to contest. He does still have enough guns that I'm pretty sure the horde in the center for Travis will vaporize next turn. Which should allow Randy to at least start scoring that one, so they'll be drawing. Saying it's drawing is not accurate, though. Travis already has a lead. Randy needs to play catch-up, or he needs to score very big at the end of the game. If he deletes the horde in the center, he will at least be evening out the score, so that Travis will still have that lead, but they will at least be scoring the same at the end of each round. And that's only if other stuff doesn't move into position. The Dragon could move in to contest with unit strength 2 and force Randy to address that and cause a lot of problems. So it looks like the Lone Wolf, also from Travis, just as a quick shout out from the combat side of things, charged the rear of these Iron Guard. I don't know that I like that because it gives the Horde options for shifting around. It's like the Iron Guard were picked up. But I don't know that I like that, because the one downside is, yeah, he has spotted it, is the arc, is whether or not he can be charged, and he is checking. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be seeing whether or not he needs to overrun or sidestep. And frankly, it might be easier just to sidestep to the right instead of the left, because the dwarf charge range of 8 inches is pretty slow, as we're all aware, I'm sure. Or as dwarf players are aware. I don't think he loaded up any items on any of these units. They just have the Hammer Measured Force, which... But it's the Hammer Measured Force and hitting on 3s and Elite. So he's going the 2 inches. I don't know if that was in arc or not, but they'll decide on their turn. Still a fairly decent... I mean, it gives Travis a pretty commanding position for certain things. At least based on all of the unit strength on the table, I believe that means Travis will score another 4 points at the end of the round, putting him up on 10. So yeah, they're figuring it out, but it should be 10-0 still. I don't think anything is scored. Score. Okay. Are you scoring double for each time? Are you scoring at the end of both player turns? Oh, right. So he should have just scored. Right. Travis should have just scored. Travis should be at like 10. Are you scoring at the start or at the end? What? I don't think anyone is playing his. He needs to rewrite his progressive scores. That's fine. Oh man. It's supposed to be at the end of the turn. You just start scoring at turn 3. So the pack says I asked him earlier because I also was like, it says start here but then ends here. All right. Well, the moral of the story is if you're playing it wrong, as long as you're playing it consistently wrong with both players, then it's fine. So my understanding is the score as it stands, according to the players, is 2-4. I don't know when Randy got his 2, which I guess would have been at the beginning of this turn because they're scoring at the beginning of the turn rather than the end of the turn. But yeah, that creates some interesting situations. It still gives a slight edge to Travis, and I definitely think the intent was to score at the end of the turn. We'll have to see how that plays out. Should be back to table 2. Like that for way too long. Let's see what Mr. William was able to recover here. The answer is not much. So the ice elementals, as expected, vaporized. It looks like the tribesmen were able to kill the tyrants, but then succumbed to Rockwaz, as expected. Likewise, the champion fell presumably to the character that is now attacking the remaining horde. I don't see the score quite, but the fact that it is going to be bottom of 4 realistically, and because it is bottom of 4, I suspect that Roger is probably going to run rampant with some additional points here in a moment, as all of the objectives are going to score for the remaining 2 turns. And he'll get the extra bonus 7 victory points. Or sorry, not 7, but 5 victory points at the end of the game. Actually, he won't be able to get 3 of them. But he'll get a bonus 2 at the end. So I suspect that while William took a pretty big lead, that we will see Roger supplant that pretty easily. I don't know that it'll be a 20-0, And again, I don't know how these players are tabulating their scores. I'm going to take this pack and write how to write out these for next year for Mark and see if that helps improve them. Because, yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion over when you calculate the progressive score, and that's what's causing the issue. Yeah. Cool. I'll go through this with Mark at another time, and we'll see if we can tidy it up. Because I don't mind these scenarios. I actually find them engaging when you're a player. But in terms of the actual how they're written right now, a little bit funky and can definitely be improved. So, if nothing else, I could ship them over to Mark Cunningham, see if he can do something fun with them. Table 1, I don't expect we're going to see a lot of excitement over William. I'll make sure to get final scores from them, but I suspect that remaining unit of Frostclaws will die, and then it's just going to be a how many points does Roger walk off with. I'm pretty sure that was all that William had left on the table. So flipping back over to table 4, Randy's taking a deep, hard look at the table and making some engagements. It looks like he's committed to charging the center Dwarf Horde with the Steel Behemoth and both of the Steel Juggernauts. So rather than risk getting shot to bits, he's going to charge the center. My understanding from how they are playing, that's 1, 2, 3 and a half unit strength. What unit strength does that horde have? 4. Oh, he also gave a brute strength. Interesting. So it was crushing 1 the whole time. Probably not good at that words. Probably not as good in this combat, though. Good against defense 6 when there's only a little bit of nerve there, so he can potentially pick up 1 of each of the Steel Juggernauts as he's fighting. And if anything, I would concentrate fire with the Decimators on the Steel Behemoth and try to pick that up in one round of just blasting. 50 shots with no cover on 4s. Piercing 1 is a little rough, so 25 hits. God, they're so durable. Defense 6 is just so hard to chew through. So yeah, I think picking up that horde gives Randy a good chance to start scoring stuff. I assume that he scored that, given that that's how they're playing it. Is after movement you score. I don't know if he got in range of the token on the left to score. Certainly, the token on the right will also score. Okay, so the shooting element of Randy, he's had to commit some sharpshooters to movement, meaning that some of them will not be able to actually participate. Looks like Faber is doing some pot shots. Or sorry, no, that was the Lone Ranger. I stand back. I take it back. So with dash 16, or sorry, with 5 wounds, the dash 19 Greater Obsidian Golem is not going to be shifted. So we're really here to see how Golux. Oh, he charged the Decimators. That was really good. Okay, so the Decimator Horde is disordered. That's huge. I believe that's his army standard bearer for the formation. So with that being the case, it's going to be really interesting to see if he breaks this horde. If he breaks the horde, I think he's in a good spot. If he doesn't break the horde, I'd be concerned. Fighting the Decimators buys him at least a turn to where the Decimators will have to waste an entire turn punching the Standard Bearer back, and if they don't have the banner of... if they don't have the Hammer of Measured Force, I don't know that they can kill it in one turn. Those banner bearers are deceptively durable, and the Decimators will just be on 4s and 5s, I believe. So I don't know that they'll do it. You're looking at 12, maybe 13 hits and maybe 4 or 5 wounds. It's not impossible, but it's not great. So he did... I heard 10 more on top of what looks like 12 already, so that should be snakes. Picks him up. So yeah, so horde down, that doesn't entirely surprise me, all things considered. All right. So we're seeing some movement here. The Juggernaut's moving forward. With the horde engaged and disordered, he's trying to put himself just out of the charge range of the Decimators, which I think is the right call. The Decimators on the right-hand side of the table, just for clarity. And then... Oh. I guess that works. So the one thing is that Golok's Fury might be presenting a flank to the Dragon. Now the thing is here, Travis doesn't want to walk forward too much off the objective. So what I heard in terms of score was that it was 2 points more for Travis because of his positioning. The other part of this, so this is going to be top of 5. So I believe Randy was second to play. No, bottom of 4. Travis was second to play. I take it back. I had it right. We were tracking good. So with bottom of 4, so Sitting Golem goes there. I think he should have committed the Dragon if he had line of sight and could have seen it. I think this is the time to do it. Because Dragon on a flank of Golok is one of the things that might actually do some significant damage there, and then he can use the Decimators to start the process of deleting the other Horde, because that needs to start happening. The other Horde also has a fence before it can even get to them, so if he stays at the maximum range for as long as he can, even backing up potentially, you can really force the Dwarves to slowly walk across the fence at speed 4, and I don't even think they clear it in a single move. Meaning that the Dwarf Horde would have to walk up to the fence, stop, spend 2 turns walking across the fence, assuming he couldn't get a charge. And if he did get a charge, he would be hindered at that point, making it even more difficult to actually pick up the Decimator Horde, which means that they're drawing on the objective rather than taking the objective. So I think he can safely remove the Dragon. And instead, I think the smarter choice would be to go in and punch Golok's Fury. That is what I would be trying to do here. Really put some damage into it, potentially make it pick upable later on. If the Decimators are able to pick up the Standard Bearer, it allows them to flank it on a later turn. That is what I would assume. All right, here we go. Let's see. Try. Now, this is the problem with the Obsidian Golem, is he may have blocked his own line of sight. Definitely do not want to go into the Horde. I'm going to keep shooting that. Now, if he can, diving into the middle of everything and just getting ready to, even if he can't charge Golux Fury, I would still potentially just dive toward the center of the board and then turn up to start facing it. At this point, the sharpshooters don't have enough concentrated fire to threaten the dragon. Okay, so he is taking that flank. So moves forward the Ironcaster, which that's a little risky because he wants to make sure he's not providing a free flank for the Horde. So that might be the Lone Wolf just kind of chilling in front of that unit. Looks like it is the Lone Wolf just kind of chilling in front of that unit, so he's using it as effectively a mighty blocker. He might potentially run off with it now, which if I were going to run off with it, I would run off with it on top of the hill, so it gets a Thunderous bonus when it comes off on the following turn. And then again, all he has to do with the Decimators is just turn and keep shooting. Turn, keep shooting, park on the objective. They're doing their job. See, nope, this is bad, because now he's not scoring that objective. You don't want to do that. Yeah, you need majority within 6, so you don't want to go that far. Oh, I see. I guess he's trying to not get covered shots. You sit there and shoot him anyway. He's not getting to you anytime soon. Yeah. I feel like this is an overexertion here, given it's the bottom of 4 and he has a pretty good lead on the progressive here. Also, in my mind, he's already let go of his hands and potentially may not be able to reposition them. Always good to have some of the undo buttons, as we call them, little markers to leave where your unit is, or use empty bases so you can take position and then measure from there. Some good tips for new players who may be watching. Always have some extra stuff, extra bases, extra markers, anything to really mark your units, mark your opponent's units, mark everything. It just makes for good, clean gameplay. I'm going to flip back to the other table, but I think it's not going to survive. I'm going to tip over for half a second just so people can see it. Yes, they finished. And I'm pretty sure Roger won. I will try to get you an exact score, but I'm pretty sure William did lose the last unit. A brave effort to survive. That way no one wonders why I'm not flipping between the two tables. Oh, stretch. All right. Okay. Sure that we're still going well on stream. Warning signs, no frames dropped. Beautiful. We love it. Love to see it. Okay, so shooting and punching and shooting and punching. What do we got? I'm sure people are going to be asking for standings for the record. I will try to have those up tomorrow morning as soon as possible. But always be under the assumption that I will not have standings available, just so that people are aware. I think I moved myself over here on the other screen. So that way people don't see the map twice and get distracted. All right. Oh, do not do that with that lay. That was a mistake. Whoops, daisy. Oof. All right, it's 11:45. Yeah, get some good sleep. If you come by tomorrow morning, send me a message. We'll sort out doing some co-commentary. Be great. Give my voice a break. Alrighty. So we're getting some plink shooting, or maybe not even plink shooting, some decent shooting down from the decimators. Most of our games are starting to wrap up here. So the gargoyles have circled all the way around to the other side of the board. But again, I feel like it's just way late in the so decimators here. Okay, so this is Fireball. Or it's the Lone Ranger. But I'm pretty sure it's Fireball. Because I can't imagine there's anything else over here that would do that damage. So I think his Ironcasters came out and they fireballed both their respective targets and got some decent damage out of the two of them. And then okay, so the center well there, that was pretty key information. The center well is poisoned, so despite the flank charges, everything will be a -1 to hit, which is going to be a pretty big impact on whether or not that stuff will still be standing. The dragon now with 18 attacks will be realistically hitting only 9 of them, as opposed to before where you were looking at a spicy 14-ish. The Obsidian Golem, on the other hand, I believe has 10, just flat. It's either 10 or 12, just flat attacks. Get rid of these other two lists so I don't have to get confused. That was good. Greater Obsidian Golem. 12 attacks, yep. Okay, so the Golem does pick up the... Or no, does not pick up the Steel Behemoth in the middle. Does a crap ton of damage to it, it looks like. Now the Dragon, looking at 18 dice, and 4s and 3s. I missed my trade. So 4s, trees, and I believe it has vicious, because everything that list has vicious. Yeah, and vicious, for good measure. So 4s, 3s, and rerolling 1s. So I don't think he kills Golux Fury, but I think he puts a dent in it and makes people, think about it. I hear an 11 ties for a nerve roll, so it did not take nearly as much damage as it would have otherwise. Oh, Iron Resolve is kicking in. I see. Presumably. At least I could only assume that's what's happening. Yeah, Iron Resolve, Aura Iron Resolve Dwarf only from Golux Fury. I see. Kind of things like Shobek on top of being a gun that has piercing 2 with hitting on 4s. Jesus. And it's 5 points cheaper, just for good measure. All right, let's see here. This has to be maybe the gargoyles? Oh no, this is the Decimator Horde punching the standard bearer. So it looks like 14-16 on the nerve. Holy shit, the standard bearer. No. Okay, that's not the standard bearer. That has to be the Lone Ranger, because otherwise there's no way it would have that much nerve. Unless there's something else with 14-16. Oh, Garrick. Oh. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. That Decimator Horde stuck for the rest of the game. In fact, may die this turn, depending on how Randy wants to resolve his actions. I don't even think he needs to kill it. He just punches it and indefinitely holds it there because of regen, defense 6, and a whole bunch of stuff. I'm actually amazed he even did damage to it. But we are at the top of 4. Or top of 5, I should say, I believe. Top 5. So turning, making use of Nimble to just book it as fast as he can toward the objective because he realizes he needs to start scoring those. The other Horde, I don't know if anything was scored last turn. The center one, there's 4 unit strength between the 2 Titans to the 1, 2, 3.5. So I think Travis would have scored that potentially after movement. I'm not sure if they did or not. So, but I'm going to make the bold assumption that that was scored, but only for 1 point because it was poisoned. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sorry for these slight sluggish commentary here. Mostly just not a whole lot to show up on the call. Looks like Jose and Dustin are celebrating potentially getting to play each other tomorrow morning. Looking at how the scores are shaken out for the day. Most of the hall is starting to wrap up here. So for those still watching the stream, tomorrow morning we'll have table 1 and 2. It won't be so today the way it works is we did the matches that people voted on to watch, followed by effectively matches that I picked to watch, mostly based on players who have not been on a stream that I've casted before, or players who had different armies from things that we have seen before, to keep things a little bit fresh and interesting. And then specifically attempting to avoid some of the usual power gamers that we know in the region or out of region. That way, we're not getting too many repeat games. Um, Tomorrow will just be the table 1 and table 2 respectively, so it'll be whoever is on table 1 and table 2 is there because they're beating, like, it's the people who are winning. So it'll be the proper highest tables, and we will try to get you up-to-date scores as actively as possible so that people can be aware of what the uh, who is likely to win the event, that type of stuff. As we know, everyone likes watching that from home. Um, Alrighty. So Randy's shooting his troops up there, realizes that scoring at this point, again, the horde is unlikely to ever move, so just making sure to score that center token and or that left-hand token will guarantee some end of game scoring points. 4 wounds into the golem, it looks like, from counter punching. Gallic starts doing stuff. See whether or not Gallic can punch a dragon to death here. Oh. Five wounds on the dragon from Golok punching back. So doesn't quite get a waiver on it. It would have Fury for a counter charge. The big thing here is that without the flank now, the dragon's going to be stuck punching quite a bit. It's unlikely to see it pick up Golok's Fury, I think, by the end of the game. If not, it'll be very much on the last turn. So the grind off there, probably slightly in favor of Golok's Fury over the dragon. Okay. The gargoyles complete their long and desperate pilgrimage to charge the rear of a unit of sharpshooters, followed by the lone wolf charging the other one. That one makes a lot more sense in my mind and is likely to actually potentially pick them up. But yeah, the Decimator Horde's just taking front and center and getting into a place where they're both scoring and shooting out stuff. I feel is what's currently the big determiner of this game. There's still a chance for a last turn. Those additional bonus points plus the last turn scoring potentially brings it back. Because the end of game adds some additional points for controlled wells as well as the bonus points for having the poison well controlled. All right, so Decimator Horde here piling into the other Horde. The other Horde, the Iron Guard Horde. If you tell, I'm getting a little bit tired, but we're almost there. We're almost there. Almost down with today. In fact, let me see if I can get a link, which I will post in the chat for tomorrow so people can have that ready to go should they wish. Oh, this poor computer. I'm pushing it to its limit. Oh no, what have I done? Okay. So this here getting posted into the YouTube chat is a link for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be back at a slightly different video. That way we can have them recorded on YouTube nice and easy. But we'll be back tomorrow to record rounds 4 and 5 respectively.
This game was on turn 1.
It looks like the Decimators picked up another horde. So yeah, with that horde gone and with stuff just not quite in the places it needs to be, I think Randy came to the same conclusion. Travis will probably walk away with not a huge victory, but certainly a victory. I think my biggest thing is just I feel like Randy was in a better position, but the scenario rules are written in such a way that it was confusing, and they played it in a slightly different way. But they played it through consistently the way they chose to play it. So, but I think had progressive scoring been scored at the end of the round rather than the beginning, I think Randy would have had a much better command over the left-hand token and have scored many points from it. And likewise would have scored many points in the center of the board after clearing out the unit strength, which I think is the idea. And then on the whole right-hand side of the board, Randy was never going to take the right-hand side of the board, but if he had scored those points consistently over and over, then I think he would have at least had a pretty solid lead by the time the Decimators started cleaning everything up. So, but that's how the cookie crumbles. So watching it play out here, the Dragon and the Obsidian Golem are just going to wail on defense. Defense 6 wailing on defense 6. The Dragon, I don't think, kills Golok in one go, but I think they're going to grind off until the Decimators are able to turn and shoot. And honestly, they don't need to. They just need to go score objectives. I don't know if Garruk Heavy Hand screwed off. Not quite sure what happened there. Might have been picked up by shooting. Looks like he was picked up by shooting by some miracle. So the Obsidian Golem picks up the other steel Juggernaut. Yes. Given that they're only dash 13, I think that's actually pretty fair over 2 rounds of combat, even with a -1 to hit. Just because the Crush 3 and the Vicious, 12 attacks, so 4 hits, 3 wounds, rerolling 1s, potentially 4 wounds. I don't know if they have Brutal or not. I don't believe they do. Just really fucking tanky. Freaking tanky. Sorry, I'm losing it toward the end of the stream. Sorry if there are children watching. Children, don't be watching. All right. So Golok is alive. He did get a 7 twice, but was unable to pick up Golok. After determining that it was within range of Dread, it was able to pick up Golok. Looks like he got Golok, and at that point, I think he's convincingly going to be able to hold down the rest of the scores here. All right. Well, not much more to say about the game itself. I, Randy at this point has lost all his relevant pieces that could potentially be used to score points. So again, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a pretty convincing victory for Travis here. Decimator Horde's still in position and still durable enough to to survive and take some shots. I don't think Randy particularly played too much wrong. The biggest thing I think was the Horde should have just ignored the gargoyles at that point and just started pushing inward. So if they were not going to stand back, and the sharpshooters either needed to start shifting toward the objectives earlier or to potentially even be deployed close to the objectives earlier so that way they could dive toward the later turns once progressive scoring started in round 3 so they could participate. But I do think his initial shooting prioritized correctly. He picked off an Obsidian Golem and made the left flank very secure. He picked off the regiments pretty efficiently. He traded pretty efficiently, I think, in most of his combat units. Eventually, just came down to he just ran out of pieces, and the Decimators just started picking up piece after piece after piece. And potentially the speed difference would have made a difference, but does look like no turn 7. So game over at end of 6. Oh, I see what he did. Okay. Well, that won't help us too much, but deal with that as we go. All right, so last of this game being calculated up here. Again, I will say that that is pretty convincingly a lead for Travis. Oh. All right. All right. Well, that is it for our games today. I'm going to move us over to our camera just to close this out. Oh, that's still playing. All right, everybody. So we will see everyone tomorrow at a same time. The games start at 9 o'clock. The stream will probably go live a little bit before then. That'll be rounds 4 and 5, respectively. So, again, those will be top table games. There will not be just random participants. It'll be whoever is actually at the top of the leaderboard for tomorrow. So we will see how things shake up. I don't have any clear-cut, crazy runaway leaders that I know of right now, but I have not been keeping up with the scores as much myself. So I know Radigan was at like 40 points. I know Dustin was doing okay. I know Jose was doing okay. I want to say that Adam Ballard and Tom Robinson were both performing all right and kind of bouncing back a little in terms of their positions on the tables. I think Jason Burr had also bounced pretty high. There's a lot of just high quality players in the event, and there's still 2 full rounds to go. So I don't think we'll have a definitive. But usually it's only at round 5, like at the start of round 5, that we have a pretty definitive look at who's in the running to win the event, either for battle or for best overall. And then it's that's really when it's determined, because we need all the games played, and basically whether or not there's some big shakeups round 4 with some big 20-0 types of wins. That can really shake up the field and determine how things are going to play out. So we'll try to have those scores out for you sometime tomorrow morning so that you can look at them. But until then, we're going to end stream now, and we'll catch you all tomorrow because I want to eat food. So cheers, everyone, and have a great rest of your night. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning.